How you doing?
Well, how you doing? Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV. We have an all-star lineup today, and each and every day, as I do say, each and every day, no other show on the internet is anything like ours. We offer lots of good things, lots of wholesome things, lots of knowledge, education, trading buddies, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Sherlock Holmes, and I'm Dr. Watson. Hello, Holmes. We have an informative, educational show for you today, and each and every day will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and the cat lady that lives across the alley. And yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you there's nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact. Oh, Watson. Let's get ourselves up for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and that guy who solves our mysteries, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Holmes.
Hello, Watson, and hello, everybody. Welcome to the Opening Call Thursday, May the 2nd. Can't believe it's May already. Looking forward to an interesting trading day today, and as always, our focus here is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Looking forward to seeing how today plays out. Of course, we're all looking for a successful and profitable day for everyone. Eddie, what you got?
Well, you know what? We got some news. If we're ready for some news, we're going to fire this up here. Federal Reserve Chair Daddy Powell comments at the conclusion of the central bank's latest policy meeting. If you were with us here, we were listening to it. We were commenting on it. Well, the feds did leave the rates on hold. Okay, well, we expected that. And Powell acknowledged that fighting inflation was taking longer than expected. No shit. However, he largely ruled out interest rates hike, ruled out. Oh my God. He ruled them out. Yeah, there's not going to be a hike, which could be seen as something of a relief given the recent stronger than expected inflation data. He did say there are no path. There are paths to not cutting, and there are paths to cutting. Last time I heard that was my butcher. He used to say that until they cut him. It's really going to depend on the data, he said. So he emphasized on the need for the data dependent. We've all got data for him. And the first key data points arrives this Friday. Okay. U.S. stock futures. We did see these futures here rising here today, breaking and moving very, very nicely here for us. Hopefully you caught a nice trade early. We saw the Dow contract about 170 points, 0.5% higher. The S&P climbed 35 points and the NASDAQ 160. Johnny, what else do you got in this news world today?
Well, all right. As far as economic numbers, the FOMC is behind us now for the next 6 weeks. But this morning at 7:30, the trade balance came out. It is kind of holding near a one-year high. They were looking for minus 69.5 billion. It came out a little bit lower than that at 69.4 billion, but still holding near one-year highs as far as the trade imbalance is concerned. Jobless claims came out. They were looking for 212,000 additional jobs and in the last week, and they were added 208,000. Continuing jobless claims were also lower than expected. They were looking for 1.8 million, came out 1.774 million. So a little bit of a downtick here in jobless claims as well as continuing jobless claims. Productivity and labor costs also came out at 7:30 this morning. And guess what? Productivity was down. Labor costs were up. A little inflationary there, perhaps. 9 o'clock this morning, we've got factory orders due out. 9:30, the nat gas number is due out. 10:30, there's a 4 and an 8-week bill auction. As far as earnings this morning, Novo Nordisk beat on both categories. A little bit of a rough day for the energy sector. Shell missed on both revenues and earnings per share. ConocoPhillips missing on earnings per share. And the talk of the day at the end of the day today will be Apple, as the Apple earnings are due to come out right after the close. Don't forget, traders, tomorrow we have the unemployment situation, the unemployment numbers due out. As far as the VIX is concerned, down about 2.5%. Last I checked at 15.01. Dollar index down slightly, but now firmly back below that 106 level, back down to 105.59 last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year largely holding steady from the settlement from yesterday at 4.63%. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers, at least known economic numbers. Got to keep your ears and eyes open every day. There are still a lot of uncertainties in the marketplace. Be aware, always use a stop. Eddie, back to you.
You got it. Keep your eyes and your ears open also when you're crossing a street. It's probably very wise.
Absolutely.
Dude, where's my crude? Holmes. Hello, Sherlock. Crude prices. We do see the rebounding. Now, yesterday, I'm looking at crude right now here, and it's, once again, it looks like a little tank going on here. Rebounding after 3 losing days, helped by the weaker dollar in the wake of the Fed meeting. We did see that crude earlier today was around 79.73. Right now, we're looking at 79.02. Brent, 84 and a quarter. Now, these oil prices dropping after the dollar and the Fed boss, Daddy Powell, ruled out the interest rate hike this year. Crude, like many other commodities, priced in dollars, and the weaker dollar boosts demand by making oil cheaper and ruining all our cars. There it is. That said, gains are limited after crude fell to a 7-week low yesterday, pressured by the unexpected increase in U.S. crude oil inventories. That's what I've got for the crude. Now, John, Bitcoin Jesus. Bitcoin Jesus. Anyway, the early Bitcoin investor who calls himself Bitcoin Jesus saw the potential in the cryptocurrency. Whether he saw the Justice Department coming for him is a little less clear. No, they weren't dressed in Roman garb. They were just Justice Department suit, ties, guns, whatever, badges. Roger Ver, 45, was arrested in Spain over the weekend on charges of mail fraud and tax evasion. The indictment filed Tuesday claims, check this out, man. Damn. The investor, Bitcoin Jesus, no. Bitcoin dude, he owned 131,000 Bitcoins.
Holy smokes.
131,000. And he had 2 U.S. corporations. He renounced U.S. citizenship in 2014 and became a resident in St. Kitts. So he'll be spending some time at a white-collar prison playing Scrabble and eating Salisbury steak. So, ain't too bad. Oh, and by the way, yes, that zebra on the run has not been captured yet. And please remember that he is armed and dangerous. James, how about the tip of the week? Review your performance daily. Well, I'm going to say, you know what? Review your performance. Review yourself. How is your performance? And that sort of circles around taking care of yourself. Physically, mentally prepared for trade days. You got to get rest. You got to stay hydrated. And you got to manage your stress. Okay. If you feel any bit of stress or anything like that, your performance is going to be low. Take a time out, do something else, and come back. Healthy mind, healthy body are essential for good traders. It's a fact. Remember, your body's the race car and your brain's the driver. You want to make sure you've got a good car and a good driver on that track each and every day. Johnny, what do you got for performance daily?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that a lot of people say that they do, and a lot of people don't actually do it. It's kind of like journaling. A lot of people say that they're journaling, but that's one of the things that seems to go by the wayside. Even if performance isn't all that good, some people just don't necessarily see the use in journaling and see the use in reviewing your performance on a daily basis. It doesn't have to take long. It just to take a review, take a look at the trades you took. Were they A, B, C, or D trades? How was your performance during them? And sometimes when we're reviewing ourselves, we're seeing things that we may not like. And that makes it a little bit painful, but that makes it important. It's that pain and it's that understanding that changes might need to be made that is so important, because if you don't change anything, nothing's going to change. Just take a few minutes at the end of every day, make it part of your routine, review the trades, review your performance, and then move on and then go do something else and spend time with family. Like Eddie said, stay healthy mentally, physically, and emotionally. And don't always focus on the negative things that you may see in your
Yeah.
performance. Make sure you also focus on the positive things that you do every day.
There you go. I like that, Johnny. Focus on the positive things. There's going to be negative things, but focus on the positive. And please remember, please be kind to our support agents. They're working night and day to answer all issues, questions, and requests. And yes, they will be working each and every day. And this weekend coming up too. So be kind, be polite. Remember, they've got that button that they can just press. To do what? I don't know. But they got the buttons. We don't. So anyway, without further doing things that we do, John, let's get to the charts. Johnny, what do you
Course.
got for our contestants today?
Well, come on down. As always, we start with the daily and the S&Ps. So, kind of just looking at this short time frame balance remains. Where is price and relative to the extremes of that balance? Still right here in the middle. We've got last week's high, 51.46 half. We've got weekly kickoff high, 51.50. That remains still from last week. We've got last week's low, 50.60. We've got weekly kickoff low, 50.06 is last week's low. 50.04 is the weekly kickoff low. So we're really showing range bound tendencies here. And that's a good thing, because we've had a pullback off the highs. The consolidation that we're currently in is doing a lot to even out inventories, and that's going to create the opportunity and the energy for the next new leg, whether that new leg is hopefully to the upside or to the downside. Again, there's a lot of uncertainties in the market. If things don't go bad, well, then we may just continue the grind to the upside at some point. But looking at what we did yesterday was FOMC day. Decent volume. I'm not saying it was incredible volume, but the open interest yesterday, flat, very little change. I mean, around 100 contracts were either created or I mean, it's inert. It doesn't mean anything. We could have just skipped yesterday altogether, because I mean, we opened and closed on the daily bar pretty much at the same spot. What did we do? Well, we didn't do a lot. Now we're going to probably be doing a little bit of hurry up and waiting for Apple this afternoon, and hurry up and waiting for the unemployment numbers tomorrow. It seems we're always looking forward to some sort of release that we're looking for to change the market or to provide opportunities for us. And where we sit right now, we are right smack in the middle of the area of balance. Try and stay patient today. Maybe some shorter time frame opportunities will present themselves, and I'm going to be pretty much in a see money, take money mode today. Take a look at where we are on the 30-minute chart now. Scaling. So yesterday, we had a very narrow range prior to the FOMC release. The FOMC price just advertised, kind of cleaned up any single TPOs in the previous day's down day, and then really just kind of collapsed back down into range that we established earlier in this session. Overnight inventory, we opened the session down here around 50.57 even. We're holding some overnight inventory to the long side, and we're pretty much right in the middle of yesterday's regular trading hour range. What does that say? It says, well, we're kind of hanging around waiting for new information. There's one thing on the profile that I want to show everybody that we see happen with some relative consistency, when we have important information, things like that, and we have kind of single TPOs, or some people would call them, fair value gaps. So here's the range from before the FOMC meeting. We talked about possibly trading down to this point of control to kind of repair this area from this profile where there are some single TPOs, and that's really where price centered before the FOMC meeting. The price actually drove higher, took out these single TPOs, took out these single TPOs, or some people would call those fair value gaps, and that's where the high was put in. Now, do we know that's going to be the high? This is a hard trade to take. The market has been racing to the upside. We clean out we've kind of run through these single TPOs or the fair value gap, whatever you want to call them, and that's what put in the high. I may have been looking for the volume point of control up here for that to happen, but this just kind of gave us at least a reference to help limit risk if we were going to be able to catch any of this downside move. But again, that's a hard trade to take. The market had been screaming up to that level, but that allows us again the opportunity to limit risk. I just wanted to show everybody that, because the markets are so extremely visible, but it's difficult in real time to try and take those trades. And what we're looking for in context in the profiles and in the charts is the opportunity to limit risk. I thought that was a really good kind of example of how visual markets are and how we can use those levels to limit risk. NASDAQ. So again, last week's high 17,901 half, last week's low 17,148 half. We're right in the middle of it. So we started to kind of create an area of balance here, which is a good thing, because that's going to even out inventories and create energy for the next leg of this move, which might be to the upside or could be to the downside. We don't know. We try not to predict anything. Again, yesterday the volume was good in the FOMC meeting. We were kind of opened and closed at about the same spot there. A little bit of a doji kind of candlestick there. The difference being in the NASDAQ, we lost 8,500 in S&Ps. Where did we lose that 8,500 in the S&Ps? I'm thinking that we probably lost those on the short side after the number came out. It was the highest volume bar. And take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's see if we can decipher where this came out. So if we were, here's the early range. The number comes out at 1 o'clock, drives higher. That's the highest single 30-minute bar there. If I had to guess, that was probably some shorts stuck in the hole here, and those shorts stuck in the hole almost took out the single TPOs in the profile, similar to what we had in the S&Ps today. Just didn't quite make it. The market returned back to value. Overnight inventory is a little bit long. I didn't get the settlement price on here. 17,438. That's going to be close enough for rock and roll. So we've got overnight inventory. We've got a settlement gap that may be something we might look to kind of cover at some point of the day. But again, we're right in the middle of the range from yesterday, very close to value, in the center of the range. Try and stay patient today. Remember, we do have Apple after the close, and we have unemployment tomorrow. The profile, it's kind of a normal variation extreme. We didn't really leave any single TPOs. We ran up, we ran down. Some people might call this a V-shaped reversal, but we're kind of holding in the range from yesterday. I'm really gonna just try and stay very patient today, knowing what we've got after the close and knowing what we've got tomorrow morning with unemployment. And it gets tiring to keep talking about that, but it's so important to keep those things in mind. Well, how about our crude oil? So yesterday we had a break of the neckline of our assumed head and shoulders pattern. And the measured move to that is down at $73. Everything is a zone, nothing is finite. How did the breakout go yesterday? Well, we had some decent volume, decent, not great volume, but decent volume. What impresses me is the fact that we added 34,000 in open interest. We weren't the only ones looking at this as a beginning of a longer term short opportunity. We added a lot of shorts in this market yesterday on decent volume. So if we continue to see volume and open interest increasing at lower levels, this auction to the downside is going to be presenting as very healthy. And I'm giving the breakout grade from that neckline, basically right around 80.30, the weekly kickoff low, a B plus. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more volume. We're going to see how this plays out over the coming days. Remember, especially when crude oil is concerned, a lot of these geopolitical uncertainties can change market state in a heartbeat. This is a technical move. News, of course, ACH, anything can happen, and we will profit from anything that does happen. You'll notice I say will profit, not can. We will. You will. All right. So the 30-minute chart, you know, the market opened, looked higher, took out that 80-30, accelerated. Look at all the volume on this downside move here. The majority of the volume yesterday occurred as we broke that level, as we broke that neckline, and we added again a whole lot of open interest. So I'm looking for this market to continue this move to the downside. Overnight inventory, we were a little bit long. That has now been reconciled. We've opened, we've traded back to settlement. What I'm looking for is if we can accept below the range low from yesterday, which that range low is 78.83, then I'm looking for this market to come and start taking out some of the visual targets. 78.51, naked point of control, 77.50, naked point of control, and we'll look for levels below that if we do see the market continue that move to the downside. So I'm watching yesterday's low as a kind of a pivotal level. We accept below it, then we could see this market continue this push to the downside. Technically, it's set to do so, and without news, it's kind of my expectation or my prime hypothesis. The profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside. If we do turn around, the IB low is 80.42. That's where we would close out any single TPOs in the double distribution trend day from yesterday. Market is looking pretty heavy right now. Taking a look quickly here into gold. Digestion still remains, we looked lower yesterday. We pulled that back. Now we're really kind of in a 3-day area of digestion. We're barcoding on the daily chart here just for 3 days, but I'm kind of sensing some downside risks here. Volume remains very low in this consolidation area here. So we've been cutting off volume. Yesterday's up volume wasn't all that great. We did add 3,500 in open interest. I'm kind of thinking that we may have trapped some shorter time frame longs there. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so this was the range here, and we know that gold settles at 12:30 Central. Well, that's even before the 1 o'clock release comes out. So there was a lot of information that occurred after settlement yesterday. The market drove higher. Okay, I'm kind of viewing this activity up here as a late spike. The base of that late spike is 23.21.5. We've opened below the base of that late spike. This is marking rejection of higher pricing. It's one of the reasons I think that this market has some downside risks to it. Of course, watch the dollar, watch the equities, and that late spike yesterday wasn't able to hold price overnight. We opened below it. That tells me just be cautious if you're gonna be looking for longs. We had that rounded bottom yesterday. The bottom of the night before last was about 22.91.70. watch that level for potential acceptance below or rejection below. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And let's have a great trading day. Looking forward to everybody we've got coming in today.
All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thursday, the 2nd of May. Deuce on the clock. Coming up next here, we got Fast Markets. Andre Hoag's going to stick around. JD, Jack, and Anne Marie. Power players, Dolby, Robert, Coach Jay. Join me for Top Quiz with Vanessa. That should be really fun. Andre and Mick for Shoulder Tap. And we do have Funded Traders taking over. Andre will drive that one with Nick T and Isaac R. And to end the day, the dynamic duo, yes, Andre and Dolby and Justin Werlein. So don't forget tonight, 8 o'clock, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. This is the last one of the week. Johnny meets you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our zebras that are still on the run in the gate.
Oh, no.
I'm going to pass that over to Andre, and let's get the show started. Morning, Andre.
Zebras, huh, Eddie? Very good, very good. Good morning, everybody.
He's armed and dangerous, yes.
Yes, welcome to Fast Markets here on TopstepTV. We got Anne-Marie in the lower left corner, John Hoagland upper right, and JD in the lower right. Post FOMC day today. A bit of a hangover day. We're not sure just yet. We will see. John, what are we looking for going into this opener? I was listening to you on opening call there. We got earnings later, but today is post FOMC. So we looking at hangover. I heard you say downside risk. How are we looking going into this open, John?
Gold, yeah.
Gold.
As far as the equities are concerned, I mean, we're opening right in the middle of the range from yesterday. In the S&Ps, there was no change in open interest. I find that to be very interesting. I think a lot of traders just got whipped around yesterday. We're opening in the middle of the range. We're opening in about 35 seconds. We do have some overnight inventory that is long. We do have VWAP kind of leaning to the upside. We've got, possible settlement gap, which takes us down to settlement, which is right about 50.46 half. I'm going to be, if it were me, I'd be staying very patient today and kind of letting the initial balance get formed and look for opportunities at the extremes in these equities. Now, oil, I'm looking for continuation to the downside. We've already closed the settlement gap. We've already, unraveled any long overnight inventory. We just now are opening up.
All right.
We're seeing some buying coming in here into the S&Ps here early in the session. We're already at 800 positive delta. So we did have some buyers that were, just looking to get in right off the open there. We've come back off that high, opening range high, 50.8875. The low, I mean, we're getting to a pretty big opening range here, $7, 7 points. NASDAQ is probably going to look pretty big too. We got a 24 handle opening range here in the NASDAQ, positive delta in both. We've opened, from what I can see, pretty much at the high of value from yesterday, which is a very large value area because of the expansion and the range that we had yesterday.
What do you guys think about this gap fill?
Good question.
I want to see us take out VWAP first.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Anne-Marie?
It sure does.
I mean, we've got upward sloping, and we're right at it in the NASDAQ right now. The overnight inventory is long. If they decide they're gonna get out, that could give us a nice push towards that settlement gap close.
Yeah, that's my initial thought in terms of, so when I frame out a morning like this where we have a sharp move up, a big move back, and then a grind up in the pre-market, it normally sends me to the trade that says the second they lose that opening tick, I will look at sometimes Pax's 30-second motion. The second they lose that opening tick and start to fade, I will jump in a snapshot.
We've lost it.
Yeah. So, well, that's my thought is, again, if we want to look at it in hindsight, if you're thinking about this type of trading mechanic, we're very sideways in a range. That's number one. Number two, we moved up and then collapsed, showing a lack of conviction. And then we had pre-market rise, which is always on lighter volume than trading day. So the second it opens up, those traders have a decision to make. Am I going to cover and then have the gap fillers chase me down? Or am I going to have so much pressure with additional buyers that I stay in the range? So it normally happens in that first 30 seconds. And so I'll jump in short. But my trading style is a wee bit faster than the things that we look at in the house account. So I was just asking in general. So it really would have been a quick snap trade off of that opening into, that 570-ish area where we danced around, a fair bit of yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Big opening range. Big opening range there.
575 is the low of the opening range. And both of the S&P and the NASDAQ do have the opening range at the high of the session right now. We're wrestling in the NASDAQ with that VWAP that we talked about. It did take a look below it, but is now currently kind of holding back above it. Yeah,
which lends to your upward sloping motion and the feedback there that says, hey, if we fade, we're going to bounce. And again, that has a lot to do with, well, what's the length of the trade? If we're going to stay in there for 3 minutes, it doesn't matter if we're going to bounce. We just go, all right, I'm going to target and getting out. Different strategy setup than saying, all right, let's let, what is the word that Dakota uses? Structure. And you also, John. But let's let the structure form a little bit in order to determine that trade execution.
We are now below VWAP in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
What do you see as the gap fill in the NQ, the Globex gap fill? Is it around 482? Does that sound right to you?
Well, the settlement gap close in the NASDAQ, it would be 438 quarter. That's settlement.
438 quarter? All right.
Correct.
A quick question here in the chat, Anne Marie. Your MACD settings. Could you please explain your MACD settings per request in the chat?
Okay, so my MACD settings are the generic version. It's 12, 26, and 9.
12, 26, okay.
So here's how I look at it. And so remember, folks, I have a personality type and a genetic framework that says I got to have as little as possible to look at. And so when I try to share that with folks, this is all I'm looking at. What you are looking at is the big 4-hour formations. So you can see where my boxes are sitting and where the lines are sitting. Okay. And those lines are always relative to trend. My MACD tells me one of two things. So let me change my time frame here. Whoops, 15 minutes. And I'm going to show you why it is that I just use the generic framework for the MACD. Well, one, it's self-fulfilling. Everybody looks at it and they go, oh, all right, I probably need to do something there. So key note, the less esoteric you are about your indicators, the more likely you'll be running with trend if you hold them the right ways. Okay, so now all I'm looking at is a 15-minute chart, my 14 EMA, and the standard MACD. And so let's just measure the motion. I have crude, S&P, and the NAS there. And so what it tells me is the following. And hang on 2 seconds so you don't see the side of my face all the time. All right, so what it's showing is the following. It is showing upward to flat moving averages and an upward VWAP, but negative momentum. So it tells me there's a cross current that's got a fade going. Another reason that it made me super confident to go, I'm going to take that short right off that opening tick. And so because I have negative to flat trend action and negative momentum, it tells me I've got this fade in here, and I use it generically to say, all right, where am I going to come in? 1520, here's the number that I have. I have the 1540, but I notice the pre-market here is the 1520 area. So my box, my GAN box, which, a lot of folks are asking about, it's super fun because it's simple, right? But it's always relative to trend. So if you see the bottom of the GAN box and you go, ooh, there's my long, maybe not. So pay attention to that trend space. So if I have an upward to flat moving average, upward to flat VWAP, and downward momentum, it's telling me I'm looking for value below. I'm going to look at the pre-market low, and I'm going to watch it come into that level, and I'm going to stare that down and go, you know what? I'm going to try and buy it there, and I want it to get back up to the VWAP. But my line in the sand is that 550 to 560 heavy congestion, so I'll take half my position off. Again, and I hate saying the word again, so I'm going to stop that. What I end up seeing is bottom to the middle, top to the middle, bottom to the middle, top to the middle, and that gives me a framework of range-based formations. So let's think about what Jerome Powell said, right? He said, going to hold things steady. He said, we're tapering back on the amount of quantitative easing that we're doing, and they're going to continue to buy more bonds. And so that's going to be good for the bonds, might hold the yields in place, which is what they want to do because their monthly payments on interest are astronomical, right?
Yeah.
What do we got? 28 trillion or some bizarre number. Like, I don't even know what that number means.
No one does.
So it's right?
It's
and
incredible.
So the market is going to sort of suss that out a little bit. And I think it might take a couple of days. So I see range, support, range, resistance, and that sort of formation. And that's why I have it set up on the 4-hour. I'll actually go to an hourly so that we make just let's go to 30-minute because that matches the TPOs. And we can talk about what might be of interest. So right now, I'm sitting here in the NAS, and I can see this downward flush into this area. And so I could easily say, hey, if it takes a minute to resolve there, I'm going to put a limit order down here at the bottom and wait for it to move, right? At the same point, I can also say, my suspicion is that we stay range bound, so I could put a limit order right there, right? In that particular zone, a limit sell, and I could put, maybe
where is there?
A little one.
Yeah,
there. My apologies. 17,602. 17,602.
All right. Upside. Yep.
And then perhaps 17,500. Right? maybe it doesn't come in there. But if I'm saying, hey, give me my sweet spot, those are my edges for the S&P. Excuse me, for the NASDAQ. For the S&P, I am going to look at the same. Look, it's got the same kind of formation, right?
Yes, it does.
So I might say, all right, here's old resistance that turned to support at 50.58. We remember that yesterday, Jay was talking about numbers very close to that. We actually set up a short in the house count there, somewhere around that zone. Very sweet trade. And so in the end, if old resistance becomes new support, we might have ourselves a pretty nice bounce. If, per happenstance, we get past 50,088, it might be a nice area to take a short.
Okay.
But if it holds, it's going to bounce right up to that 5106 area that I was looking for a short for yesterday. It blew me out the first time, and then I waited for it to come into 5120 and then lose its purchase, and then I got short again at 5113. Okay, so from that fade event into the fast market space. So from there, that's what I'm looking at in oil. More and more, I see there's an OPEC meeting on the horizon. John has that measured move that says around 73.
Yep.
OPEC could continue to tighten because our jobs numbers are getting a little softer. Also, we've got our employment numbers tomorrow, and so we might have nothing but a big slosh bucket right here. Just a bucket of chum. No fish, just chum. And so what we have to figure out is where can we sit in that framework. So based on that, I suspect that when crude lost my 79.30, then 78.89 was that next line, and I think it hit it overnight. There's the bottom of one of the edges. So I suspect it fades. Now notice we're using the same mechanical flow on the 15-minute for execution. What is the slope of that moving average? It's down. What happened to momentum? Down. First candlestick close under the 15-minute. You're short. The stop is the prior high. If you can't take the heat, don't take the trade.
Yep.
Exactly. Don't take the trade, and then wait for your next setup that retests the moving average or the VWAP, and you can short from there, the old area of support. So super mechanical in terms of its framework, and that's really what I am watching. How do those levels mesh with what everybody else is seeing?
I like that. JD, what kind of levels we got? I think JD was eyeing some trades here. JD, what were we looking at in terms of trades levels? What did you have your eyes on?
First, Hoga, what do you got for Delta in the NASDAQ right now?
NASDAQ Delta is currently negative 4,800. Congruent with direction.
Negative. All right.
Yes.
Hawking a short position here. Maybe if we get back up to VWAP, it seems like buyers are getting rejected. Every time we get a little pop, it just sells right back off. So we're seeing some solid early selling here. What do you guys think about a little
570s?
Short position just above VWAP in the NASDAQ. I've got VWAP at 560. Hang on, let me double check that.
You have 60? I got it at 70.
61.
61?
561.
61.
Yeah, mine's showing 63, but
63.
I think it's a little kooky. Depending on the time frame that you're looking at, it ends up recalibrating for some reason. Yeah, and it shouldn't.
Short of 63s. Trade proposals. Shorting 63s if we get up there.
Just above. I would say put an offer in closer to 70 because it never stops right at VWAP, right? It likes to go through a little bit. So good trade location today. Like Hoag said, I think this is going to be kind of a see money, take money kind of day.
Agreed.
After that giant head fake yesterday, we're probably looking at a bit of a hangover day, choppy, but I wouldn't mind seeing that gap fill on the downside of the NASDAQ either. So I'm hawking short positions in the NQ.
All right, cool.
As
Short 570s. Got that from two. Jay Cook also says short 570s. Got short 570s here in panel as well. So maybe we do that.
Where's our risk?
Talk to me. Where's our risk? It's not for me. Tell me, where is our risk?
I would say, I want to say new highs above the opening range. So maybe we could.
It's up above 602.
Correct. So maybe not a full position if we're taking that kind of.
Oh, no. These are 15 lots. We're doing 15.
Gotcha. We could scale in too.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're starting to see. Hopefully, we get those 70s again. We are selling off here in the Nasdaq and S&Ps. I do see crude making new lows. Boy, John, we are just down pushing to the downside here.
Yeah.
In crude, it's wild.
I've seen 580 in the chat a couple of times. Maybe that's a little better location than 70 that we were talking about.
Okay. Well, if we can get those 580s.
JVan has 579 as a pivot. H is saying 580 for shorts. It's lining up with basically what we're talking about. Just a
little better
couple ticks
location.
higher. Yeah, a little better location.
And that puts us closer to our risk.
Exactly. Yeah.
So 570, 580.
80.
All right.
Somewhere between 80 and 85, I would start working an offer. Let that marinate for a little bit. We could always pull it if it's. We could always pull it if it's looking stronger when we get up there.
I like marinated offers.
What's the target? Yes, I like marinating them also. What is the
settlement price? We have settlement at 438.25 in the Nasdaq.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a biggie.
Yeah.
It's a biggie.
Yeah.
585s. All right, we got a lot of confirmation. This 585, 580 level. So I do like that level. Unfortunately, we're trading 518 right now.
Yeah,
if we do get back up there.
Extending the range lower.
What do we think about these 500s? Anne-Marie, you like the long here by 17.5. There was a level that we did bring up.
We are there. At the fill of the, maybe I ought to move that down just a wee bit.
Overnight low, 487.
487. So we get along.
Gap fill is 472.
472.
So that's the settlement, right? That's what you'd be calling your settlement.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
settlement.
Sorry.
Well, yeah. So the settlement's down at 438.25.
Oh, sorry.
You're talking about the overnight gap fill, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's 81.75. 481.75.
Right, we're beneath 500s right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'll probably dance around there a little bit, but I
no trades down here?
Well, see, here's what I did. I look at a chart and I go, hang on one second, I'm going to cover this thing. Okay, so here's my thought. And I don't want to get overly aggressive about what it is that I'm saying or doing to distract from the thought process. But here's the thing. Here's my 15-minute trade formation. All right? I have negative momentum already. I have broken the VWAP, retested and failed the VWAP. So as soon as I am below, so as soon as I am below the close of the prior candlestick, I'm jumping in short. And so I know where my target is. It's down here for the bigger one, right? It's going to drop into this area and potentially fill the gap. Now, how much heat am I going to take on this one? I have 442 as that. 442. Yeah, as that region down there that's got a little bit of heavy congestion. And so I'm looking for a quick snap trade off of that gap fill. So that trade is literally, I don't know how long it's going to last, but it's probably not going to last that long. And so that is basically it. Now, I know we go to the 500s and the true scalp traders get themselves involved there. They clip 3, 4, 5 points off and they're gone. And then I think we resume this fade. So the question is, if it doesn't bounce into, say, the VWAP or the lower edge of congestion, because if we end up using Dolby's box formation on the 15, we can see that the framework of support is right there at the VWAP for the box in the overnight. And so it's faded it. The good trade would be to be patient and wait into this edge, but continuation might catch hold. And so there's always the point of the quickest strike that we have to set up beforehand. Hey, I see what's happening at the open, but in the first 15 minutes, are the traders that went long in the overnight exercising power? If that answer is no, and we have got negative momentum and we're trading underneath a tight moving average and we lose the VWAP, it's on. And then the framework moves into the space. Now, what happens at the end of the 30-minute is the volume analysis and the TPO analysis can come in and go, okay, let's see if this move has legs.
Yep.
Was this failed? Is this confirmation of trade direction from the time price opportunity analysis? And that's where I see the power of volume and time price opportunity formations. That's where the greatest value comes in, because sometimes John will go, listen, there's a failed auction. We won't know if it's got legs until we finish the next bar. But by then I'm in, and now I'm waiting to go, okay, I better wait until John says what he's going to say so that I can get a good feel for whether I can leave this trade on if it's got legs. And so that's how I use the combination of different study mechanics. What's your natural pushback? What's your natural pushback on that, John? Do you have a natural pushback? Something to add?
I mean, not sure.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
It's when you're talking about, like a failed auction or something like that, you want that bar to close before you're getting confirmation. So, but in doing so, in preempting that, sometimes it will prove wrong, and that's going to cost you. But if you wait for confirmation, that may cost you in trade location. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, right?
Exactly. Yep. So what I've settled on is, listen, if I get in here and it's wrong, it's a cheap trade. If I get in here and it's right, and John says, hey, listen, after this candlestick formation, we've got an entry that is potentially saying price continuation is ahead, then I can stay in the trade for longer and walk it through deeper supports, because I really don't know where my support action is going to hang out. Really, I don't. So it's a quick snap trade that says, all right, I see buyers at 500. If I got short there, which I did at the close of that loss, or underneath the loss of that first 15-minute candlestick that was under the VWAP, then I'm good. I'm fine to get out. And now I have to wait for price action to give me more information. Does it end up being like yesterday, where it was just wash, rinse, repeat? Wash, rinse, repeat. It kept coming into 50.45, 50.46. It kept stalling out at 50.55. And so I just said, obviously they're not doing anything. If they do, then I'm going to get out. But what happens is I make my size smaller every time I do it, and I watch it so I'm not giving up all of my gains, which was a super bad habit I used to have.
Yes. Well, Anne-Marie, real quick, Anne-Marie, I want to get an update on what we have for economic calendar today, because we're about 4 minutes coming up to the top of the hour. We do have numbers coming out. Eddie, if you're there, please give us an update. What do we got on the calendar for today?
Well, you know what? We got something coming out here in about 3 minutes. Just want to make sure, hey, if you got a position on, We will be having factory orders. If you need to get flat, be flat here. That's going to be in a couple minutes. Also, today in about a half an hour, natural gas storage. Later on today, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction, and we got the Fed balance sheet later on in the day. So those are what we've got going on, and I'm eye on the prize. I'll be watching this number, get it out as soon as possible. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I do believe we have Apple earnings as well after the bell.
Yes.
Yep.
Jam-packed day. Jay Cook says, we got this number coming out here in about 4 minutes. After that, we'll let the market digest that. Look to take a trade. I do see some trade ideas getting short around the 535 area here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're seeing a little structure. Building up here right now. I think we're going to get a nice opportunity to short on a pullback. So give this a few more minutes, and we'll see what sets up here.
We'll see
right after the number.
Yep, you got it, Jay. Right on the other side of this number. We'll see how that plays out. Again, durable goods coming out here. Factory orders as well.
We are still kind of bringing in negative delta here. Negative 8,100 in the S&Ps, negative 4,700 now in the NASDAQ. Maybe seeing a little bit of absorption down here from that.
It's like those stack of papers.
Yep.
Great example. Visually, just a perfect way to describe that. So let's zoom up to 550. Jay Cook,
what do we got delta at now? Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
NASDAQ's negative 4,700. S&P's negative 8,200. Yep, negative 8,200 than the S&Ps.
Are you seeing more opportunity in the ES or the NQ right now? Anybody have an opinion?
They're to me, they're both in the same situation.
Tracking.
The opening range is the high of the day. It's at the high of value from yesterday, and they've both failed to go to the TPO point of control. The NASDAQ did get to the volume point of control from yesterday, which was 17,486. So that's that comfy high volume level. Wondering if that's where we're starting to see some absorption of some of this aggressive selling. In the S&Ps, that the overnight gap, the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock gap was pretty small. It closes out at 50.55. Now that's Anne Marie's 50.55 level there. We got within about 2 points of it. Is that close enough for rock and roll, or are we going to go back down there and close that overnight gap? And then if we do we go down and test down to that settlement price, which again was in the S&Ps 50.46. I'm going to take a look at the NASDAQ and see how close
50.46.
So the NASDAQ, it looks like it did close that little 1 hour gap, really close to it. 481.
30 seconds.
Our current low is 83. So within 2 points of it is that's how close we came to closing that little overnight gap that Anne Marie was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be supportive?
A lot of these levels Hoag is mentioning are in our daily levels page. I'm posting that right now. I'm going to pin it to the chat. Should have done that earlier. All right, levels are up.
Boom, I got mine up. I'm watching. Here we go.
All right, U.S. factory orders coming in at 1.6%. That was the consensus, 1.4 last. Durable goods revised at 0.2%, and the U.S. durable goods 2.6 in it. And we got natural gas is our next number. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. The Widowmaker, as we like to call it. All right, we got that number out of the way. Let's pull the trigger on some trades here. If you got any levels coming in, or see more sellers coming in, NASDAQ selling off. We are beneath 17,500, trading 17,488.
Extending the range lower right now in the NASDAQ and S&P.
Yes, we are. I don't see.
Yes, didn't quite make a new low.
Yeah.
It didn't. Did try taking a slump.
I'm afraid let's see here. That 1 hour gap that we put in, what was that high there? 55. Where do we just trade down to 58? So within 3 points of it. I think
It's dancing around that gap.
I think
Dang
our
it.
best opportunity so far today got away from us. Now there's the gap close. There's that 1 hour gap close. Now I think we head down to settlement.
Which is what's that
Who
price?
just put a trade on?
I did. That's it.
Yeah,
Just
San Marie.
automatically came into the.
Yes, Phil. The gap. Yeah, we've got no levels down here. Do we have any levels here for short? We are selling off hard. Trading 17,460. Settle is
Settlement.
sorry, John.
NASDAQ 438.25. S&P is 50.46 half.
50.46 half that level, that damn price.
On the way there
We
now.
got questions regarding factory orders. They are changing the total value of new purchase orders with manufacturers, and a higher number expected if is bullish for the market. Lower should be taken as negative bearish. As we see, the forecast was 1.6, the actual 1.6. We are better than the previous of 1.2, so that is a positive bullish for the U.S. dollar. Factory orders. Back to you, Andre.
John, what do we think about a bounce off settle in the NASDAQ? 438.25, 438 quarter. Is that
I think it's a good spot.
Yeah?
Good spot for cheap trade entry. I wouldn't be looking to take too much risk buying it right now. It's just heavy. Is Delta still increasing to the downside, Hoag? Negative?
Yes, it is. 6,500 in the NASDAQ. 12,000 in the S&P is negative.
Selling pressure just keeps building. Yeah. If you want to take a long, keep the risk real tight. I'm not adverse to taking a shot around settlement price because we will likely see a bounce off of there.
Yeah, we will. And we're there right
46.5 settlement in the ES.
All right, we're in. We bought 46s. 15 times.
DPO value low is 17,413, just for reference.
Thank you. We're risking, we got stop at 320. Stop at 3204. What the? That better not be there. Oh, my goodness.
You bought the NQ, right?
I did buy the NQ, and this stop is just.
Right at settlement.
Yeah, right at settle. He'll settle play here.
Yeah. See money, take money. This is not a long-term play.
Sold 5. Just sold 5. Peeled off 5. Peeled off another 5. All right, we locked in. I'm moving us to break even. What do you think?
Good plan.
All right, we're up to break.
Nice entry. Nice entry.
Yeah.
Greg.
Hey, nice talking.
Andre,
way to talk that out. Way to talk that out. We got 5 running here. We got 5 running here. We got 5 running here.
There's another good push.
Flat.
How do we do?
Flat. That was 4,800 right there.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Hey, no, that was all you guys. Nice play off that settle. I didn't. No, that was all you guys. Way to freaking call out that settle. Way to call out that settle play. Hell yeah, guys. Well, great job. JD, John,
Very
and
nice.
Reed. Hell yes. Great job.
That was great.
Andre, give us house.
Give us house. Yo, what happened with those? Yeah, what happened? Yes, that was all you guys, man. That was beautiful. Calling out settlement. Watch it run.
And that was
back up.
It was well executed, Andre. You're kicking ass, man. Remember, it was
very well done.
Contrary to
Team trade.
the contrary trade. Take money, see money, take money. You nailed it.
Yeah,
It was great.
it's very nice.
Well done, guys. Well done. All right, first trade. Nice job calling out that settle play. Had to let it come back to us. Coming back to us. Sellers were in.
A very well drawn up play.
And it was well executed.
Thank
Hell
you,
of a
Mr.
team
Madden.
trade,
I love
guys. Hell of a
John
team
Madden.
trade. Hell of a team
John
trade.
Madden.
JD contributing to the team. John Hoagland contributing
Yeah.
to the team. Anne Marie contributing to the team.
That was great.
Yeah.
Nice team
That was
trade.
Really nice to wait.
Shout out to the team.
Do you think we'll get back up above the 500?
Yes,
I mean, there's still a lot of selling pressure coming in right now.
sure is.
Yeah.
Did anything happen to Delta at the bottom of that settlement
That's
event?
had to have gotten squeezed a little bit, right, John?
You know what? It's still negative 6,200. So
Just
it's
sat there and took it on the chin.
come off. It's come off just a little bit. You know, the S&P is down almost negative 12,000. That's where we were at the low. So it hasn't really come off all that much.
They do the plug-in chug.
We got crude oil marching to the downside now.
Mhm.
That we
we want to know about and have them notify us, I think we
Oh, we got Mick too. Hi, Mick.
Hey, Mick.
Yeah, I got my thumb on the mute button, guys.
It's okay. You're forgiven.
Use your
JD.
foot.
Yeah.
You know, JD, we may have to give you some leeway because that $5 may stack up a lot because you're always you always have to seem to mute because it makes in the background there.
JD's playing.
There's a handicap involved there. Yeah. All right. New lows coming in the NASDAQ again. Extending the range lower still.
Yeah.
So
For those that are new here and wondering the account that Andre traded here, it's the house account, a real life account where we take group trades based on the input of our guests, trusted funded traders, our viewers, and of course ourselves. We believe in our traders and our backing their ideas.
Yes, we
That's
do.
what the house account's all about.
Yes, we do, Eddie. Thank you for saying that. That was a hell of a team trade, guys. Nothing better when the team contributes to a great trade. Calling out settlement, a bounce off settle, like the team said. And when the team contributes to a trade, we all profit together. Hell of a team trade.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dolby's in chat saying
Dolby.
bye.
Bye. Just like Kramer would say. Anne-Marie, when there is time when these markets settle down, I do want to talk about you carving up the market yesterday, playing those ranges just beautifully. We do need to talk about that. I also want to talk about the punk that was talking trash to you in the chat, and everyone came to your defense. Whoever that punk is, don't you talk about Anne-Marie like that. How dare you talk about Anne-Marie like that?
Andre, 17,413 is value low from yesterday in the NASDAQ.
413, thank you.
So if Dolby's thinking about, going long, that really limits our risk down there. If we get it, we've traded from value high and that's value low. If we're going to be range bound, that might be a decent opportunity. Just throwing that level out there. If anybody on the chat, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Coach Nick, anybody, if you like that level,
413.
call it out. We'll see if we get it. But the market is still continuing to push to the downside. We've got negative 13,000 in Delta in the S&Ps now, and negative 6,800 in the NASDAQ. This market is weak.
Market is weak.
Yes.
Should we be looking at taking longs, though? I mean, are we catching a falling knife right here?
Well, we already caught one, but do we do it again?
Yeah, let's not push our luck. Unless we start seeing some structure building, I don't want to push our luck.
I like that. I like that. 413. We can see some.
Totally agree.
Okay, 413. All right, we're coming up to it right now. We're selling off. We're trading 420. Shout out to Dolby. Dolby's been calling for 17,420 in the NASDAQ for quite some time, and we got there. Dolby time. All right, we're going to perhaps catch a long here at 413. Coming right up to it. We got to catch. Oh boy, we just went right through it.
Right through it.
Yes.
What do
So
we think?
heavy.
It is heavy.
It's very heavy.
It is heavy.
All right, hands off for now. Hands off for now. We will see. Oh boy, we are just cooking right now. 17,400 trading. Oh wow, stops just went off there.
Yeah.
Holy moly, trading 17,393. My goodness. Hands
we
off.
are now officially below yesterday's regular trading hour session low, Andre.
We
He's
sure are.
short then, right, John?
So he'll be waiting.
Huh. Okay. We can
That
go hands off.
that makes it okay to short,
Yes.
but I'm not.
What about the
where do we find-
snapback?
I know. I was thinking about that, Emery.
What
do we
about the
find risk?
snapback for the scalp trader? Yeah. We see the snapback from the scalp trader,
Yes, we do.
right? Who's going to
Dakota
come in
Wheelong.
at the bottom. So what I don't
Huh.
know.
It's okay. We can wait. We can still wait this sucker out. But
Oh,
was
there's no
that was
rush.
a very, very violent sell off there. You saw the stops beneath 17,400.
Mm-hmm.
Getting triggered there. It took us all the way down. We were trading down 17,411.
Still have a naked volume point of control in the NASDAQ at around 73. 373, that's my next target to the downside.
373.
Yeah, I've got it at 371, but that's
Okay.
the target that the S&Ps were trying to check yesterday.
Cool. Thanks. Good updates, guys. Really quickly, I feel like
Everything's a zone. Everything's a zone.
Everything is his own.
Yep, I still have that buy zone on my charts from last week. These were measured move targets from those chart patterns we were looking at in the NASDAQ. That zone is 360 to 300. I still have it active on my charts. It was a great buy spot last week on the 25th. And before that, going back to the 22nd. So this zone is held before. This is pretty much our third trip. If we get down there, it'll be our third trip there. So I don't know if... Do you notice after the third attempt, those levels, those zones don't hold anymore? They just melt right through.
Let's look out below, right?
Yeah. Katie barred the door.
You take out all those bids or offers.
JD, when you talk about that, do you say that it's over a specific amount of time or relative to something else? Because one of the things that I will notice is if a zone gets defended, it can stay there for hourly candle after hourly candle after hourly candle after hourly candle getting retested, which is why I bought the bottom every single time it came there yesterday. So as a trader, when you see it collapse, is there something else happening additionally that potentially shows that collapse, or how do you?
Not really. I just feel like the more a level gets tested, the more stops build up below it, and it's just the nature of the beast to take as many people out as possible. So usually after a third test of a zone, I do like to see it break through that zone. It's just something I've noticed over the years.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
It does. I just, if I look at it heuristically, meaning from my own viewpoint, I feel that sometimes that isn't quite the case. And yesterday was a clean example of the ES just coming into that 50-45 level. Now, to your statement, it did break, but it immediately recaptured. And so maybe it's the combination of both those ideas that says, hey, listen, if it keeps bouncing it, those stops could easily get run, doesn't confirm that there's a price breakdown, but there is the likelihood of that occurring. So watch your size as you come down into that space.
That would have been a nice long there. It's 400s. That would have been a real nice long.
Yeah.
Did we have a number there at 400? Oh, we had 399.25 was yesterday's low.
All good. And the shorts are getting squeezed. Oh, man, we are rallying way back up to 17,456. 456.
And that rejection below yesterday's low was substantial. Anne Marie pointed it out. She said,
Really?
we took that, but it was very quickly recovered.
Okay, so they defended that level.
Yes.
What John's saying with that rejection there. The sellers overextend themselves a little bit to the downside. Buyer said, nope, here we come.
I'm seeing somebody in the chat saying that the current IB low in the S&P and the NASDAQ is going to be the IB low for a while.
Oh, man, we missed it, too.
Well, that's all right. I mean,
I know, I'm just messing.
There's always something to do here.
There is. There's always another trade. We got great volatility today. Great price action. Trading 17,444.
More than I was expecting as far as volatility.
I love the speed of the trade that got executed this morning. It was really great. Great. Yeah, you guys. Speed, really price sensitive, and I love trades that break out and look like that. So that would make a superb. I know I'm leaving work for everybody on behind the scenes. That would make a superb short in the YouTube shorts that show the boom, boom, boom. JD and John coming together on that space. Andre getting the execution, and then right into the price action. I think that.
What's the timestamp on that, Andre?
Ooh, do you have a time and sales on the trade?
I do have time sales. It is 9:03:03. 9:03:03.
Cool. Yeah, we could definitely
run that back.
Definitely clip
We are
that.
trading
Yeah,
right
that
back up
was
to
an awesome
17,466. 17,466. Moving to the upside. Those 400s were real nice. Real nice. Delta, are they getting squeezed yet, John? Are these shorts just taking it on the face? Are they taking it on the chin right now?
They're taking it on the chin right now. We're still negative
baby.
12,000, almost negative 13,000, and negative 6,800 in the Nasdaq. So they're not
Rich
giving
is
it up
seeing
here
a-
just yet.
Yeah, we're seeing tilt on the long side a little bit in the equities.
I was just looking at that, JD. I was just looking at that. It was like 68 in the Nas just maybe a second ago. It's back up to 67. So I think some traders are taking off a little bit of the longs. They've peeled off of the floor action. But it still looks like, it could bounce into that VWAP again. But there's a lot of negative momentum for sure. And volume, although a noisy indicator sometimes, is still on the rise. Volume downward is still on the rise.
Quick look at the S&Ps trading around that magical number of 50.50. We've been seeing that price. We've been seeing that price for what seems like weeks now in the S&Ps.
Yeah, it's been an important level.
Yep.
51.50 remains the call wall, however. It drifted down just a little bit, but that 51.50, that place we rejected, I think it was a weekly area that you brought up, John, at the very beginning of the week, one of your levels that you were discussing.
Yeah, that's weekly kickoff high.
Yeah.
We do have a question in the chat. Ken wants to know what the IB is that you mentioned, Hoag. The IB is the initial balance, which is the range of the first hour of trading of regular trading hours. So in Central Time, we talk mostly in Central Time here. It'll be the range of the NASDAQ or ES from 8:30 to 9:30. That's your initial balance.
Thank you, JD.
Yes.
Yep.
Andre, I didn't even know anybody was talking trash about me yesterday because I was so busy trading and trying to share the trades.
Who were those punks,
I
Anne-Marie?
never even saw it.
Someone was gunning for you in the
I was
chat.
just going, okay, I've got to.
You're busy carving up these markets. You're busy carving up these markets, and some punk's talking trash to you in the chat. That was not cool. Don't you ever do that again.
No.
You're watching a master at work. You got the gall to call out Anne-Marie. How dare you?
No.
I do want to talk about that. I do want to talk about your trading later here. Yeah, too busy making money to hear the haters. Is right, Jay. That's exactly right.
I was like, I'm just trying to share my entries. I'm watching my charts and my trades.
You played that range in the morning just beautifully. Selling the tops, buying the lows, on repeat. I saw you say you were exhausted by the end of the day, and I can only imagine.
I was so tired.
That was great trading. Great trading. All right, so did we put the lows in there? Is that do we see the lows there in the NASDAQ? 17,400, just beneath, I would say.
It certainly looks like a washout candle.
Yeah. What's a washout candle, Anne-Marie?
Everybody just capitulates in that moment, and all the stops get hit, and then the shorts pile in, but they don't have the strength for all the demand below, and so the demand takes over, and it's just a wash of stops and then a re-entry, and so that's what I would call a washout candle. But I'm not really even sure if that's a term, but
it is now.
It just looks like it looks like everybody just moves out of the way, or clears their decks and says, "All right, let's see what's going on."
Gotcha.
I do have some confluence, mostly in the S&Ps, not so much on the NASDAQ. If you guys can see this 5038, we called that out. That was a naked volume point of control from back here on the 25th.
Yeah.
But there was also, and there was also an afternoon pullback low from the 22nd. That afternoon pullback low, 50, 40, 75. Here, let's go back and look at what's happened every time we've visited it. This was night before last, rejection. Over the low from yesterday held just above it. Big down move, rejection, closed a lot higher off of that afternoon pullback low. And here is that afternoon pullback low. I was on the 22nd. The market opened, looked lower, looked higher, pulled back to that level, and then closed above it. That's why I marked this. All right, now, doesn't it seem kind of vague or kind of small in the bigger picture of things is to find the afternoon pullback low? Look at the opportunity it provided yesterday. Well, night before last. What about today? I mean, we did get through it pretty good, but once we recovered that and got back into the range from yesterday, that was a pretty decent opportunity. So,
Yeah.
It seems kind of vague or kind of small, right? I mean, an afternoon pullback low, what is that? But the visuals that the markets pay attention to are, of course, going to be unknown. So we have to pay attention to the visuals.
Yes. All right, we're kind of chilling right here at the 17,444 level. S&P or NASDAQ, S&P's trading 50-50. Right around 50-50, a couple ticks beneath.
Yeah, 17,445 is the volume point of control from today so far.
Yep, that's where we got long. We got long off that level. That was settled right there in the zone.
Yeah.
That was our trade right off, bounced off that.
Say that number again, please.
What?
Say that number again, please. Where the volume point of control is?
17,445.
Okay.
That's today's volume point of control.
Okay. That's very interesting.
What's that telling us? Why is that interesting, Emery?
Well, that's just a lot of volume coming in right there at that space. I don't know if it's potentially telling us that there's going to be a relief bounce on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It maybe feels like that.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I can quantify that.
I know. We just have pretty much reversed that.
We have really come off those lows.
Yes, we have, John.
I know.
My goodness, we came off.
Rocket ship.
Delta continues to increase in negativity. We found buyers down there, and man, I had the suspicion it went. It ran right through that level. But once we recovered it, that was a really good opportunity. We're negative 13,000. And the S&P is negative 7,000 in the NASDAQ now, and we've been doing nothing but pulling off that high, or excuse me, off that low.
NASDAQ tilt's building up again. We're at 74%. It was just at 76% long to the long side.
Okay. Well, they're getting paid right now. 17,480. Gold to the upside moving. Thank you, Eddie. I don't have gold up. Wow, we're going all the way back up to 500s. Well, we see 500s in the NASDAQ, 17,490 trading right now.
Check it out.
Wow,
what a bounce.
Just a rip off those lows.
Right there.
What do you think next? Are we looking for a pullback to sell here, or are we building structure? Do you think a low is in, or should we be hawking another short trade?
Well, whoever called that in the chat, man, that was going to be the IB low for a while. Kudos to you.
Yeah, very nice. It'd be nice to know the why, how they came to that realization, unless, it just, because all the buyers started coming in right there. For the point of control to slip all the way down there at that edge, they just jammed it.
100 points. Just 100 points.
I know, that's insane.
Yeah, that was nice. That was fun to watch.
This is crazy. Yeah. Crazy.
Yes. What are we thinking here? We're going right back to VWAP, and we'll see. S&P's getting close. What are we thinking? What are we thinking here?
Well, VWAP is currently at the 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps. 50, 66, 75. I'm seeing VWAP at 67.
67?
Yep.
S&P. Okay.
So do we think that's a good sort of quick snap short, or are you?
Yeah, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed. It's
Or do we look for the range of heavy congestion near 72 or 73? Or do we anticipate that because that volume point of control shifted all the way down there that, somehow we're going to carve our way right back up into the higher levels near 88? That's where I had that short.
That volume point of control just popped up now. Volume point of control day session 506, 17,506.
Yeah, I'd be concerned about shorting up into that space. What is your thought when we watch that volume point of control move so quickly?
Yeah, it's that rejection off those lows there. I mean, that is
insane. Yeah,
it's magnanimous.
Sweet spot. Yes, the market gods being magnanimous to the
word
to the traders looking for the longs.
I mean, we're still like overlapping the lower. I mean, in as far as ranges are concerned, on the 15-minute, the 30-minute, we're still below VWAP, which is now tilting the lower, we're tilting to the downside. So, I mean, I think there's still, possibly some shorting opportunity here. That was a really stiff pullback. Negative 13,000 delta in the S&Ps, negative 7,000 delta in the NASDAQ, not giving up that. If that continues and we just kind of range here and we see more and more negative delta, but we just, and we don't see price going lower, then I'm not taking any shorts. Then I am not taking any shorts.
Agree.
Right. And of course, that means if I'm getting this correctly, when that negative delta builds against the direction of price, the anticipation of capitulation occurring and those folks building negative delta to have to go, holy cow, I got to get out of my position. It drives the market even higher.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes. Delta divergence.
That's right.
Hey, we got inside of 2 minutes here on our natural gas. And just a heads up, if you are trading the Canadian dollar, it's just Adam, I'm not sure. I know that we've got here. The U.S. indicator, it tends to have a greater impact on that Canadian dollar, I do believe. So be careful if you're trading either the gas or the Canadian dollar. Coming up in a minute.
Good stuff, Eddie.
Does anybody know why the Canadian dollar is called the loonie?
Yes.
Is it after a bird?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, like a duck.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a picture of a loon on the Canadian dollar, which is a bird.
Interesting. Yes, yep. I did know that they were. Somebody actually last time I was there, somebody went, "Oh, look, some loons." I'm like, "Okay."
I love you, Anne-Marie. I love you. You're the best, man. Absolute best. I didn't know that either. I learned something today.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either. All right, we got less than 60
Take
seconds here.
Look at that. We got our
EIA
big
net
fat
gas.
green candle.
Keep us posted there, Eddie, when it does come in. And after that, let's do some. How do we want to do this, JD? Hot streaks, or how do we want to do it? Switch it out, and then we'll do hot streaks.
We could do hot streaks first, and then Jack and I will switch out. Does that sound good?
All right, cool. That's cool. All right, let's do. We'll get this number here at 9:30. Then we'll do hot streaks. Then we'll do the swap. Sweet. All right, Marcus. Equity's taking a bit of a breather here. Nasty movement. Yeah, Doomslayer. That was wild. That was. There was money to be had there. Oh, keep in mind, Dakota's.
It's amazing how fast. It's amazing how fast.
All right, we've got natural gas coming in here right now. They were looking at 59 billion cubic feet. Yes, they hit it. They nailed it. 59 billion cubic feet.
Wow.
With the prior of 92. Here's your natural gas for today.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, JD, let's get some hot streaks in there. The Marcus trading 17,500 in the NASDAQ, 5061 in the ES. Looking a bit sideways right now. All right, JD, let's hit us with some hot streaks.
For sure. Hey, James, I didn't touch base with you, but any chance you could throw up those overlays? And he's on it. What a guy.
Wow.
All right, here are our hot streaks. Let me pull up my dashboard real quick, actually. Okay. So this list is looking a little different today. We had 3 traders sit out the day yesterday. Probably not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We did hear Mick on the shoulder tap yesterday saying there was a lot of red floating across that funded trader leaderboard, or the funded trader board, leading up to the Fed announcement yesterday. So those traders that set out were Joshua, Richard, and Pascal. Joshua is still on a 22-day win streak. Richard is at 20 days, and Pascal is at 18 days. Those streaks are still intact, but since they didn't trade yesterday, they are left off the list today. Okay. That brings us to our current leader, Brian, who extended his streak another day after picking up a few shekels trading the MNQ yesterday. Kent moved up to second place, now on a 17-day heater, and our three newcomers are Paranavan at 17 days, Adam 16 days, and Rodney also at 16 days. Wow. Those are your hot streaks for today.
25
days.
All right.
25 days.
Let's take a look at yesterday's live funded P&L leaders. Oh, that doesn't look right, does it? Hang on a second. I might have goofed this. That looks like yesterday's list. Hang on. Give this just a second to update.
Well, it looks like looking like the equities found a nice little comfortable area there where they can chill here for a few minutes.
We're right back to VWAP, and you guys just
back to VWAP. Yeah.
All roads, George.
How about it, right?
Oh my goodness! Every freaking time. Who likes this? What's this?
Waiting for you, little background music, JD.
I like that.
I like that.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie would not. When they're doing the switch there, we can get the plugs in as well.
Somebody give me a Mai Tai.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, that's what it sounded like.
I was definitely grooving on
All right,
that.
let's try this one more time.
We got an update it? There they are. All right.
All right.
So Dakota trading on the scissor yesterday. He was all hopped up on NyQuil, but still made $4,500 trading the NASDAQ, the Nikkei, and crude oil. Yeah, he was on the purple drink all day.
That Utah lean.
That just sounds amazing coming out of you, JD.
And we got Jesse and Wang both had nice days trading the NASDAQ. David took home $3,700 trading the British pound. The product code for the British pound is 6B, B as in boy, for any of those interested in getting into the currency futures. And our boy Nick, you see him in the chat, Nick for a tick, carved up the NASDAQ yesterday for a solid $3,500 trading day winner. We're going to see Nick in just a little bit. Yes, Nick's going to be here for the Fun and Traders Takeover at 1 o'clock Central Time.
Awesome.
He's going to be joined by Isaac also. So make sure you stick around for that.
Nice.
Very cool.
Nice.
All right, JD.
Cool. With that, I'm going to jump out of here, and our boy Jackie P's coming in. So I'll catch
Thanks,
you guys
JD.
later.
Thanks, JD. Always great to be with you.
Yes, it was, JD.
We're going to let Jack tell. Yeah, we're going to let Jack tell everyone what purple drink actually is.
Well, we say purple drink.
As we said in that case, that NyQuil, Dakota drinking that Utah lean. It's cool to see JD throwing down his street knowledge over here.
Utah lean. What is happening right now? What is going on right now? Oh boy. Oh, that was too good.
Hilarious.
Too good. Too good.
3.5% beers and NyQuil. Just as I'm joining in right now, nice to see you people. And just throwing up, MP, let me know I'm not trading the background to highlight the fact that we now have bonds available. I've been throwing on the same bond spread trade all week,
which
I am probably about to take off soon. I was long a 2s, 10s steepener, and you like a spread where both legs are in your favor at the moment. So we're focused on the house account. So I am going to take this off.
A bummer.
What do we think about this clean rejection of the VWAP right there? Do we think we're going to build a higher low? Or are we headed back? Are we headed back to Potterville? Pottersville. I don't know if anybody remembers that from It's a Wonderful
No,
Life.
I don't. That one flew over my head there, Emery. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Pottersville is where the bad guy had everybody living when George never existed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a bad
Right, well,
place.
Yes. Well, maybe look out below. Hey, real quick, let's get these plugs in. Eddie, do a little
Thanks,
housekeeping
man.
here. Get those in.
I thought you forgot about me, man.
Never.
All right. Hey, Discord. If you're not a member of our Discord, please do that. If you like what you're doing, you want to interact with the TopStep community more, and don't forget we do have our Discord coaches there also. Here's the link. I'm going to drop the link here right now. Discord, get your butt over there. Also, if you're a fan of TopStep TV and all the resources we share on a daily basis, access them on your own schedule and never lose track of them again by bookmarking TopStep TV. I'm going to drop that link in here in just a minute. And did you know that you can submit feature requests and vote on other suggestions with the TopStep X platform? Now, copy the question mark, which is located on the left-hand side. All the way to the left, you're going to see a question mark. Click on that, and you're going to see a lot of options there. And this is where you can place your suggestion. You can also view the change log and roadmap while you're there. That's updates that we do have, and roadmap what we're working on. And remember, companies don't often collect feedback like we do. So don't miss this opportunity to help shape the future of TopStep X.
Hell yeah.
You, Andre.
Right
Hell
on.
yeah, Eddie. Hell yeah.
So it looks like we're trading the NQ today. Is that where we're putting our efforts?
Little of this, little of that, Jack. Yeah, looks like it. Wherever the opportunity is, we will seek it out. But we're looking for some levels here. Emery asked a question that bounced off VWAP. I think you were talking about the S&Ps, right, Emery?
Both of them got very near it. For the S&P, it almost hit it right on the spot. It looks like it missed it by maybe 2 points on the NQ. But yeah, it's
okay. Yeah, Jack. So NASDAQ, S&Ps, either or. Tilt 50-50 NASDAQ, tilt 50-50 ES. So nothing showing there. We do have a story developing here with the Delta. It was minus 13,000 in the ES with minus 6,800 in the NASDAQ. So that means they're short in the hole right now, taking some heat. As the price did not keep following through the downside. The shorts are a bit caught. Maybe they got squeezed at the bottom there, just beneath 17,400. That was a vicious turnaround there. Going from 400s to 500s in a matter of 60 seconds.
what's super interesting is that the tilt, which was all the way up in the high 70s for the NAS, collapsed right as it got into VWAP, which is, of course, where I like to use. Once tilt starts stepping up there, I'll go, okay, what's nearby? See somewhere with the VWAP. But it's, well, now it's 62% short. So if we end up holding a higher low here, I think this negative delta really starts to eat into
I think you're right.
The price action that might fade to the downside. And I think we see the NAS probably tilt back into a positive delta and move up again into the congestion of that 4-hour formation.
I can see that happening. Definitely. Jack, thoughts on price action so far this morning?
Well, I've been watching, as I said, hoping to form a bond team at some point. All right. If you like slow markets during the day, I'm out of that. Plus 560 on this. I'm glad I was trading that.
Nice.
I was watching you guys closely making your trades, but as I look at my purple boxes on the ES,
oh my God,
they kind of worked, but that huge sell-off blew through it. So if I had been trading ES, I probably would have averaged into the middle of that purple box and probably would have puked it, if I'm going to be honest, and making a loser. So
okay,
back at it now.
It's seen a whole lot right now. Nothing, man. Nothing. Just the price action's got me giggling a little bit. Could have taken a shot off that VWAP right there. Would have been cool. Oh, wow. We are hearing something. Did Michael say something big is coming next week? I think I saw that. Monday. Monday is going to be huge, I'm told.
Huge.
Eddie, I don't know if we can hint at. I don't know what.
We can just say it's bigger than it's big. It's huger than big and bigger than huge.
That's really big. That's
Sounds
really
pretty
big. Yeah. Wow.
Do you have any idea what it is, Andre?
I don't. I mean, full disclosure, yeah, I know exactly what it is, but I'm just going to play along that. I don't know what's coming. But yes, I do. It is big. It's very,
We're resurrecting Jesse Livermore. You'll never believe it. Anyway.
Yes, I do. Wes, we're super excited. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. So very cool. See you guys Monday. For the time being.
It's alive! It's alive!
Wow,
yeah.
$100 right off that VWAP. Man. Well, Emery, that was another play. All right, let's focus in on these trades. We're having some fun around here. We're having some fun around here, and that's always what we do. But trading comes first. We bounced right off of that. There's been awesome opportunity this morning, and we are cleared in terms of numbers, speakers. We got nothing coming like that. Only thing we got on the horizon is Apple earnings after the bell. So currently we're trading.
So John is gone.
He just stepped away.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
okay, so
I hear him.
So the question would be, if the delta stays negative and then we lose these candlestick formations right here in this support zone, that's going to give us more downside formation, right?
Yes.
So,
I would say so.
We just tested below 50-50 in the ES.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. That's a pretty nice framework. If it loses there, it should try to pop, and then if it fails, it's probably a nice short.
Off of what price, Anne Marie?
Well, my thought is, here's the battleground off of that 50-50. Yeah. So if our delta is negative and we bounce off of this zone, then, that run up into 50-60, 50-64, which would give us another region near that VWAP in the ES, would give us a pretty nice shorting formation conservatively. That would be the framework. However, since the volume, the TPO is building, and that's moving the point of control higher up. And for those of us that are a little bit newer, I can't believe that I'm the one explaining this, but it just means where the most volume's accumulated. It means I'm learning about this profile stuff. It means that most volume is accumulating at these prices, and then those prices continue to move up. It tells us that buyers are not afraid of getting involved at these support zones. And so what we have is a very fierce cross current that could really whip us around if we're not careful. Okay. And so that's my only thought. Now, is it a place where you go, hey, I could nip along at 50-50? Yes, you can. And then, low congestion at maybe 43, that's the low of congestion, would be the stop. But you could also go short at that 50 area, and, your stop would be up just a little bit higher at that 50, 58, 50.
It is chilling out a little bit here around the 50-50s.
Yes, it is.
Pretty aggressive sell-off. Kind of
so we just have to watch the direction it moves and then just chase it. That's my thought. I don't know where that would be, though.
All right, so we'll see how it plays around the 50-50s.
We just had Isaac in the chat talking about 48s, 50 48s in the S&Ps.
As a long?
That level, yeah, that's value area low. I'm seeing value area low
Okay.
at 47.5. Now that's today's
Yes.
value area low. We already looked below yesterday's low, and we did see a sign of rejection, and we're negative 16.5
Are we
in
really?
the S&Ps and negative 7,600 in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ current value area low in TPO is 17,435. Let's see if we can hold this level.
Yes, and then look
The
perhaps
the
for a long
longer-
then, John.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
The longer it hangs out here, the more comfortable I am taking along with,
I like that.
a reasonable stop, like a tighter stop.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
Yes.
got the S&Ps. I got S&Ps queued up. We've been watching. We've been hawking this 50-50 level. So we'll see.
We don't have to lose a lot if we end up taking it.
Yeah, the stop can be fairly tight. I agree.
Like
Here we
where
go.
would we put the stop
There we go.
beneath?
Well, I kind of agree with Anne-Marie about, at the low of the congestion from yesterday, like around, 43 or something like that.
That'd be nice. Yes.
The absolute low yesterday was 37. I don't think we need to do that. But we're also pumping a little bit maybe here.
Mm-hmm.
S&P is still, 50-50 short. It's not that the tilt's not moving at all.
Right.
Bounce. That's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yep. 57's trade.
Yeah.
Great idea.
So again,
Great idea.
when you're moving
50 is
15 contracts at a time, it's tough to go, hey, I'm all in, right? But
Yeah.
if you're legging in and you go, hey, I suspect this is going to hold because of what I think volume point of controls are telling us, then you can go, all right, I do a 5 lot. If it doesn't work, I get clipped a little bit. But if it holds, and now the question is, if we were in this trade, where would we take profit? And we're bumping in right into that 50-57, 50-58 area that gave us such a pickle yesterday for the majority of the day until it broke to the north.
Yep.
So this cross current's super, super interesting.
First out would be point of control. 62.5.
The way I see it too, we could talk about it as a group, but I agree with Anne-Marie. Like if you want 15 lots on from 50-50, there's absolutely no harm in like right there when it was dancing low above, putting 5 on at 53, 5 on at 50, 5 on at 47, and then you have 15 at 50 just like you wanted, or at worst of the level trades, you have 10, which is plenty of pulled pork.
Yes, it is, Jack.
Yeah. And if you get stopped out, you've got your risk thresholds nice and tight. And so that might be a nice mechanical flow to consider on the points where we all converge on this number and we're watching smaller candlestick after candlestick after candlestick holding the zone.
It did just that.
It
did exactly that. Well, the one that got away, Jack. The one that got away, eh? A 10-point banger.
Well,
right there.
at the end of the day, if we're staring down the charts, we can see a lot of these forming out. It's really about the feel of, the vibe that's associated with a snap trade versus one that goes, listen, let's try to hang on to see if a trade develops. Risk parameters can expand wildly if you're looking at plan B versus plan A, and where it's a little more of the jab, right? The jab. And so I'm a little bit more of a jab kind of gal. So that resonates with me, but some days we can hold it and it's fabulous. And some days it's the see money, take money kind of place.
Yes. All right, on to the
Tilt
next
in
one.
the NAS back at 67.
Yep.
Sorry about that, Andre.
No. Please. You're the experts. Trade 50-57 here. We did like the level getting along there. Isaac Rivera, I think, in the chat here.
Yep.
He liked that level as well. So we're getting good levels here. Just got to tighten up this execution a little bit. That's on me. We'll get it. We'll hammer this sucker out.
Well, yeah, we did a little too much talking earlier when we were looking for that short when we broke through VWAP.
Yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did.
But hey, that's what happens. We've missed better trades.
We also pulled an absolute rabbit out of the hat with that 5K trade. So
with the what?
Yes, we did.
the 5K that we're up was damn near perfect. I don't know if that's the sort of trade that we can necessarily rely on consistently in the future. So the market taketh and the market giveth.
Yeah, so counter blessings. I feel that it was a bounce off settle play. I agree.
Yeah, but it was a very good convergence of all kinds of things happening. So it really was a sweet spot event because it just was, right? And we don't get sweet spots that often. Mostly it's a little salty, sometimes bitter. We take it as it comes.
Oh, the longs off the 17,400. I mean, it was a vicious sell-off, but they got paid.
Insane.
Very, very, very nice.
For sure.
It's so hard to step in front of something like that.
It really is, John.
100%.
You got to have some stones, but for those that did it, good on you.
Yeah.
So we got back to a 50-60 at volume point of control in the S&Ps, which would have been a first out for the longs at the low value.
Well, after all the run-up to Jay Powell, we're just kind of now building some structure in the area where it was just before the announcement yesterday.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
About nothing. Yeah, like
pretty much.
Yeah.
Took a roundabout way to get there, but
Jack, when I was listening to Powell yesterday, all I could think of was your, AI thing of that. I'm laughing inside because it was just so
hilarious.
Good.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
When he started speaking yesterday, I had to. Dolby asked the same question: "Is this really him or is this AI?" Right. Jack's got it dialed in, man. Jack's got it super dialed in right now.
Powell out.
Powell out. Yes. We've got a poll question up. Who is up and who is down? Where has he? Have you taken no trade? This is up today, so we can click up.
It's up.
While we're at it, also please click like, please click subscribe. Do we have 85,000 subscribers yet? No, a couple hundred away. Please click like, please click subscribe. We're on march to 100,000
by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. And Jack will get that plaque for the 100,000 YouTube subscribers. That has been a lifelong goal of his. Jack, I think we might get there. I think we might get there by the summer.
We're gonna pass it around like the Stanley Cup from house to house. Like each of us gets a week, doing shoeies and taking the plaque in the pool. Can't wait.
Absolutely. Oh, Jack, you cracked me up. All right, we're kind of just chilling out here, taking a bit of a breather. 17,493 in the NASDAQ, 50.57 in the ES. Hey, John, while we got a sec, what's happening in oil? What's happening in gold? Well, how about that? Let's start with oil. What's happening over there? Yesterday was just a massive sell-off. Are we still seeing pressure to the downside today?
Yes. Yeah, we are. We've been trying to kind of reject value from yesterday in the low of yesterday's range. Yesterday's range low, 78.83. We're currently trading 78.79. The market is attempting to push lower. And it's doing a pretty fair job of it. The first thing we did was overnight inventory was long. We took that out back to settlement. I'm looking to see if we see some momentum building below yesterday's low here. As we all know, we kind of preempted this head and shoulders pattern. It broke yesterday. And on decent volume and an increase of 34,000 estimated new contracts, open interest on that breakout to the downside was pretty substantial. So that increases the probability of continuation to the downside. If we hold below yesterday's low, I can see this market continuing to push lower. As far as gold is concerned, talking about it this morning on the opening call, I was kind of sensing some potential downside risks, and here's why. Well, you see the volume, since we've created this pullback, and it's still trying to push lower, but volume is really beginning to fall off.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we added 3,500 in open interest on an up day. Kind of feels like we've trapped possibly some longs. But, as far as price action today, we're not really seeing any real acceptance below yesterday's range. Yesterday's range low was 2304.90. We looked below it, didn't see any new business. We tested pretty close to the overnight low, which was this kind of rounding bottom. That's one of the patterns that we've looked at with JD. We were unable to take that out, so we're seeing some price action back to the upside. Overnight inventory we knew was very, very, very short. I think when we can even out that overnight inventory, then we may see this market head and turn back to the downside. If we're still holding a lot of those weaker hands longs that I think we added into the market yesterday, but I'm not going to fight this. We're back in range. We're back in value. Check out. Our overnight high is way up there, like 23.35, 36 area. So, this market could feasibly pull all the way back up to that level because of the overnight shorts.
Yeah, we are pushing
back in range, back in value. Yes, we are.
We are pushing in the ES to yesterday's what I will call pre-Powell highs of the session, around 50.62 there.
Mm-hmm.
And while things have calmed down, we get some questions in the chat. We do have a few things to show right now, some news and updates. First, they were asking for the quiz winners. James, do we still have those loaded from yesterday?
We sure do. You want me to throw them up right now?
Yeah, let's throw them up for a second.
All right, quiz winners from yesterday. Eat your heart out.
And we're not going to show this for long. You can always rewind.
Decisive koala. I like that.
Land
about
speed
Bob?
manlet. That's pretty good.
The quiz yesterday was very funny.
Yeah, well, Eddie's doing them this week, and maybe I would make them a little harder, Eddie. There was a lot of people that got 4 or 3 right. People that got one or 2 right. I'm worried they might have a brain injury.
The day before I had an overflow of rotten tomatoes and eggs I had to wipe off my front window.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need
Well,
the
maybe
eggs.
somewhere in the middle, Eddie. Maybe we can temper that. Not here, not there, just a little bit in the middle.
All right.
Running. Oh, we're pushing.
Ooh.
Back to VWAP.
65. I have a little through the VWAP. What are your VWAP in the S&P?
Yeah, I see it through the VWAP too.
I see it 65.
You popped it.
Yeah.
NAS tilt at 78%. So some of the traders might end up taking a little profit here in.
Isaac Rivera nailed that one.
Very nice. Let's see if this tilt can get into 80.
All right.
But they should start coming off of these levels. Excuse me.
Still holding some pretty
Yes, it's
decent negative
74.
delta here.
Yeah. Are we still? These shorts are
fuel.
just. Yes, it is. Yeah. Shorts are just taking down the chin.
Just shy of negative 14,000 delta in the S&P is still right now. The sellers are just not giving up
Just
until
like
they do.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah.
They're off the cliff. They're
Yes.
still running. They haven't
Shout
let
out
down.
You should buy stock in Acme.
Yeah.
I like that. I know that one. Shout out to Raheem. Large orders at 5076 cluster in the S&Ps to the upside. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. A lot of liquidity to the upside there. Good, nice call, nice find.
Traders are covering their longs right here as we're watching the tilt slip just a little. We'll just have to see what that pressure point actually does to give us, maybe another higher low that sends us to the top of this range. It definitely feels like there's a lot more bullish activity going on here.
Those 50-50s were nice. Real nice, Jack.
They were going down real easy.
Oh,
that's all good.
Nailed it. Yeah. Gotta be judicious with this house account thing, but yes, we'll keep carrying on here.
I suspect we fade off this VWAP for a bit, maybe come back in. We are really essentially barcoding if we look at 15-minute candlesticks.
Yeah.
Are we?
We're just red, green, red, green, red, green. And so, maybe we're taking a breath. Is there anything that's getting released later on in the day besides Apple at the end of the day and the employment numbers tomorrow?
We do have it is non-farm. Yeah.
4 and 8 week bill auctions at 10:30 Central.
Okay.
It's non-farm
That
tomorrow.
usually does move things. Yeah. Yeah, non-farm tomorrow is going to be very interesting because if that number, we could see a lot of volatility around that because if that number is weak, it's going to put pressure on the Fed. And if the number is strong, it's going to put pressure on the Fed for different reasons. So I think we could have a very interesting Friday. But since a lot of Fridays are generally trending, it's going to be, I don't know, I think that initial balance event is going to probably weigh heavily in the trading.
All right, well, we're at the top of the hour here in fast markets. It has been a fast market this morning. No, so much for that hangover after Powell. No hangover here. Hair of the dog, actually, the way this market's been rocking and rolling. 50-66 trading in the S&Ps. We are above VWAP. I mean, where's the news? Jack, did we do news yet, Jack?
Oh, we broke it up. I did the quiz winners first, but yeah, we can go ahead with the news, James, if you want to
People
show
are
it.
demanding.
We got a few things. First, we want to show a new graphic that we have that will be updated. We do have unmute your damn mic. And we have a spreadsheet. Eventually, it's going to be a motion graphic where we are going to keep track of people pulling hoags and seeing how much money goes into, we'll call it the Series Cafe account.
I like that.
I'm just gonna preempt it with $50 right now. I'll pay it forward.
Just blank check it. Blank check it. Yeah.
Also, around it, just seeing some interesting things. The non-farm productivity, disappointed this morning. Something that I'll be looking at as we go forward on this. I think a lot of this will determine if the AI stuff is a bubble or not. Because one would think that if this is here to stay, we're going to see some pretty big boost in productivity. So something to keep an eye on. We're still on the trend. Now, that is a trend I'd love to trade right there. But, yep, just some fun macro stuff. And now some fun Wall Street bet stuff. I love this meme someone put.
Inflation. It's just in a circle. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It took me a minute, but
We're so
I had
screwed.
it. Oh, my
We are
gosh.
so screwed.
Hilarious.
And then one more thing I saw that caught my fancy. If you know me, it's well known that I can't stand LinkedIn or sort of LinkedIn society, mega posters, things like that. There's this example here. In case you can't read it because it's a little blurry, this person is, I proposed to my girlfriend this weekend.
Wow.
Here's what it taught me about B2B sale.
No. Oh, come on.
Oh, wow.
How romantic.
Bro. Bro. Wow.
The The level
That
of
is,
self-awareness on LinkedIn. I mean,
incredible.
I know a few people. I don't know if they understand how much joy they give me and how crazy their post is. One of them became, I don't want to give away who it is, but
Say the
one
name.
of them became an honorary member of the House Medici.
He can't even finish the sentence.
Like he was dressed like an anti-pope and get
Oh.
a piece of paper that said he was a Medici. You know, I didn't even know the guy was Italian.
That's hilarious.
The word you're looking for is
And-
cringe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cringe.
Yeah.
MP, if you will sponsor me to pay to be a Medici, I'll do it.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Travis Chingo says, always be closing. And I guess that guy closed that deal, right?
Yeah,
he did.
ABC.
exactly.
Yes.
Always be closing.
No honeymoon in sales. That's for sure.
Very good. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. It's amazing. Lack of self-awareness is just incredible. All right. Johnny, I'm seeing that I saw Hooper here saying crude to the downside. What are we trading at over there in crude?
It's trading 78.5. And, we did take out that previous low, just looking to see if we can get some sort of continuation to the downside here.
Mm-hmm.
We tested now to one of the naked points of control, 78.51. We've checked that. The next checkbox up to the downside would be 77.50, which is another naked TPO point of control from way back. That's from the way back machine right there. So the flux capacitor is in operation right now. So I don't know, as long as we hold below yesterday's low, I'm liking the shorts.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same on the boxes for sure. Look at this bounce. Something.
Glad we didn't short
something
VWAP.
else. Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt like it would
Rejection.
fade with that VWAP.
That rejection below yesterday's low was just vicious.
I know. Almost a V
And
bottom,
then-
really, if you look at it.
I mean, that's why I'm, if anything, slightly bullish right now between what you said about the Delta Hoag and just like how I'm trying to think of the right word for decimated, abused, destroyed that push below the low was. And then it tried it again and just got smacked
Just
around
couldn't.
at the bottom of the previous congestion area. So, like, I'd have to be convinced on the short.
What was the adjective we used before, Andre? Or the shorts were getting lambasted?
They were
Lambasted.
getting faced. They were getting faced. They were getting taken on the chin.
Mollywopped.
That was it. That was it. They were taking it on the chin.
It's
Just
a boxing term.
Right cross, just bam.
Mollywopped.
We got it.
Just bam.
Well, we are still popping here.
Yes, we are.
We put that base in 17,400, just beneath it. I don't know what we bottom ticked it at, but it's 80, somewhere around 17,380 in the S&Ps, or the NASDAQ, I'm sorry. And it's just been up and away ever since. We're seeing a move to the upside here in the S&Ps now, 50.72. Those 50-50s, Jack. Very nice. Very, very nice call. Good read there. Good read.
Yeah,
All right, so what are we
I'll take
thinking
that.
now?
The low that we got to was just amazing. Sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Nothing. I was just, somebody was commenting, how was I not on the winners list yesterday? I was number 17. Every day I state the rules of the competition, but there seems to be some confusion about them. The top 5 get resets. The rest are randomly given to those that get 3 or 4 right.
Oh, Jack. So good.
But
So
I'll take,
good.
to go back to that trade, Andre, I'll take the L on that too. I was equivocating at 50-50.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we do. But it's all right. We're going to tighten this process. We're going to get a little bit more conviction, execution. But I think we're executing okay. Obviously, only one trade
It's
today.
been going great.
I think so too.
Remember, it's a process. So
yeah, it is a
looking
process.
really good. Every day it gets cleaner and cleaner. Every
So
time
too.
it gets cleaner and cleaner. And that's really what we have to be content with as you're building out how all the different minds get together and make a decision. That's not easy.
No,
it's not.
Especially in front of thousands and thousands of people. Definitely adds another element of volatility to the situation, if you will. Here we go. George says he's switching over to the ES due to risk. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all.
Not a bad idea, no matter what your reason is.
I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
Through 50-70 in the ES.
Yep. Nice trade there, Isaac. Isaac will be joining us for Coach's Takeover this afternoon. Nick T as well. Funded Traders Takeover. I scratched that. Not Coaches. Funded Traders Takeover. Please tune in for that. Some of our best traders here executing real trades.
Go broke.
Who's going broke?
Robert M says I'm going to go broke. How do you know I'm not already broke?
Yeah.
Who's going to go broke?
It's not possible, Robert.
Well, yeah.
Yes, but our traders putting on real trades, real accounts, real P&Ls, one account, I should say, as well. Here at Topstep. We do it real. No fake, no filler here. So everything's real.
So if we're thinking about potentially staging a long off of a continuation bounce, I see two levels. I see like 17,524, and I see that maybe 50, 61, 50, 62.
Okay.
Since it almost feels like it's right in the middle of everything.
Yes.
So help me push back on that in terms of where you see price resolution that says, hey, if we hold this zone, we're going to continue to north to the top of the box and potentially, the pre-market highs. What are we, if I asked Dakota's question, all right, where do we go long?
Where do we buy
where
it? Right.
Where do we buy? What are we thinking about if we're trying to harness what we're seeing from this congestion process? What are we thinking about the next trade with the least risk? Crickets.
No.
Okay, so maybe
it's crickets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys. Like, I'm having trouble. Besides saying something like, "Oh, just buy it right here," I'm having trouble finding places, buy levels that are near here. I guess if we wanted to do the pullback.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. That's why we're sitting in that indecisive zone, because we really are looking at spaces. If we get engaged on the long side, we've got outsized risk. If we get engaged on the short side, we've got outside risk. So, if we say, hey, listen, how might we, what does the auction what is auctioning right now in, say, the ES or the NAS tell us about potential price action continuation? John, what do you think?
Well, a couple of profile nuances, right?
Okay.
Opening range is the dead ass high of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Until that breaks, technically I'm looking for shorts.
Gotcha.
If we were to buy the S&Ps right now, okay, value high from the session today is 50.73 quarter. We're buying the high of value.
Yeah.
Typically not going to be a good idea.
Yeah, especially with trend and momentum looking the way it does.
Mm-hmm.
Could we limit risk selling that?
Go ahead.
Well, is that someplace you'd be interested? That you're looking for short?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, that's, if that's going to be the upper extreme of value today, that's a decent place for a short. We still have negative 13,400 in delta in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
which might mean we could possibly look for even better trade locations for a short. It's just bad trade location for a long, if you ask me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you got a market that's the open is the high. The open was the high of value from yesterday. Inside value day today. No real directional activity other than the fact that the opening range is the high of the day, and that could fall. We don't know. So I can't buy it up here. I'd rather buy it on a breakout of the initial balance high, which is 50.8875, than I'd be buying it here. And call me crazy. Market loves to make a liar out of me.
Oh, I see it. I see what you're saying.
Breakout play, but right here, hands off. Well, to Jack's point, what about a cheap short, or what? Playing the ranges, perhaps.
I mean, the cheap short is value high 73.25, 50.73.25 in the S&Ps. Is it a cheap short if we have to hold that short through the high of the session, which puts us up at
exactly
50.89?
I would say no.
No, that's not cheap anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
So we either want a better trade location for a short closer to the extreme of the range,
83s,
or something smaller here, just so we can expand that risk to stay in that trade that long or that far. I don't think that's in the cards.
Okay.
And here's the sitch here in the NASDAQ. So opening range, the dead ass high of value yesterday, basically the high of the opening range. We traded down to and through the low, rejected. Value high in the NASDAQ is right here, which is 554, 17,554. We just took a look above it.
Right there. Yeah, we did.
Right? And that kind of gives us better trade location if we were going to look for a short there. But then, you got the high of the session is above the high of the session is really where the risk is here.
Okay. 520.
But, right now, I mean, with the market is inside range and inside value. Value is inside value from yesterday. It's shrinking.
That's a no trade. That's a no trade.
There's shrinkage. Yeah, I mean, right now, until we can get better trade location on either extreme, I'm kind of hands off.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, maybe we could play. I'm thinking that, with the Fed announcement yesterday, and then we have non-farm tomorrow, maybe there's something to be said about we pushed up, got long. We had that bizarre Powell move. Powell's going to Powell. That happened.
Yep.
Prices rallied overnight, but there's not a lot of volume there. We had that big sell-off that basically got us into the range before Powell.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the juice to go somewhere else, knowing that at 7:30 tomorrow is when the next big piece of data comes out?
Excellent question.
Do we have the juice?
Well, what I mean is, if I had to look for a reason to maybe short or look for those shorts, it's that kind of staying in the congestion area we were in yesterday that we've been testing around today versus making some big move now.
Yes.
Right before not FOMC. That happened. Non-farm tomorrow.
Right. Asking, or is the market going to be in a holding pattern until tomorrow? Essentially, I think that's a good question. I think the answer would be yes.
We did see some pretty decent volatility and opportunities today.
We did.
If it's just going to range in here, then we've really got to just focus on the extremes.
All right, I agree.
In my time frame, we could be looking at a smaller time frame tick chart, find some smaller opportunities that way.
Okay. What are the extremes, John? I got 50.88-ish, 50.83-ish in the S&Ps to the upside. Tell me what you think the extremes are. If we do get in there, we can fade those extremes.
Well, I mean, the opening range, which is the high of the session, goes from 50.8175 up to 50.8875. So
88's okay.
It's a $7 opening range. If we get an opportunity up there, I mean, that limits risk.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see what Delta looks like at that point. I mean, we're still negative 13,000.
Oh yeah.
So we're getting a little bit of a pop in crude oil here. Gold's still kind of coming off those lows. The 15-minute chart on the S&P is the 200 session moving average comes in at 50.7195. That lines up very nicely with value high.
Mm-hmm. Dolby likes to short right here in NQ.
Yeah.
We need we got fade extremes though, Dolby time. What's that, Anne-Marie?
I said I'm not opposed to that either. I just don't know how much runway it's got, right? It's a snap trade. If it is, because it could collapse. I mean, the short right up there at the 550, 555 area could just snap into 540, right? Mm-hmm. Where the VWAP is. And so that ends up just being, a little bit of a hair trigger trade rather than one that's showing rotation, because we have such dramatic cross current. Here's the next question. Has the volume point of control shifted again?
NASDAQ, it's down at 17,504. The TPO point of control is just below that at 17,940. I'm sorry, 494. So they're within $10 of each other, 10 points of each other.
And for the ES, what's been happening with that point of control?
The volume point of control is 50.61 quarter. And the TPO point of control actually moved up a little bit on that last pullback because we didn't get to the center of the range. It's 50.6275.
Okay.
So that, when point of control starts migrating inside the body of the profile, if it starts migrating higher, it can be an indication that buyers are in control, that they're winning the game. And that's why I'm so cautious about looking for a short. We just have to really limit the risk because of that. We got the migrating point of control higher in the S&Ps. We got positive delta in the S&Ps. We're still at negative 6,800 in delta in the NASDAQ.
Jesus, what are they doing?
So I think there's a lot of kind of conflicting information, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very difficult to decipher which is most important in the current situation.
Yeah, and it's going to give us sideways formations because of that, right? One of the biggest takeaways for me as a trader is if I can find just as many reasons to go long as to go short, I need to sit on my hands until it gets into a framework that tells me I've got edge, because that's trading day after day. The only way you make money consistently is if you're exploiting trading edges, right? Otherwise, it's a zero-sum game. And so in that space, if you go, I don't know what to trade, whether it's long or short, then what you have to do is sit back and go, okay, well, from a risk perspective, if I've got outsized risk because I can pick frameworks on either side, I just need to wait for one side to confirm and not stress out about, oh my gosh, I missed the bottom, or oh my goodness, I missed the top. It's just something you just have to resolve through, and then not be, if your brain continues to revisit trade action setups that you missed and you feel remorse,
it
is going to affect your ability to completely logically frame out trades in the near present and the near future. This is my experience anyway.
I agree. The trades that you don't take that you see are big winners, those are hard to get over sometimes, but you do have to have the on to the next one mentality. I think you're spot on with that.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
Even though we've been doing this for damn near ever, still, at 50-50s. I'm still thinking about buying 50-50s in the ES right now. I'm still thinking about that. But yes, once the next trade gets executed, those go right out the window. It's interesting. You take note of the levels. You see how price reacts on those.
The last trade has nothing to do with the next one.
Really doesn't, John. You're spot on.
Yeah, gotta have the goldfish memory and just forget about your last at bat, whether you whiffed or, you got called out looking. It just is one of those things that happens. You just have to go
hit
on to
by
the
the
next
pitch.
one.
Tough check. Were you wearing it or not?
You still get the base, though.
Yes, you do.
That's right.
Yes, you do, John.
Getting hit by the pitch, you get it.
Speaking of which, Jack, how's the concussion coming along? Are we back to 100%? Are you ready to? How are we doing with the head injury?
I think that I'm fine. It was more of I think I'm good.
Okay, good. All right, because
well, what I know, I hit my head.
Yes, that's true.
There you go.
You okay? You all right, honey?
Oh my goodness!
I am feeling marvelous today physically.
Hey, it's good to hear.
Excellent.
Thursday.
Here, well, we got
it is Thursday, right? Yeah.
About 30 minutes here left in fast markets. I'm going to switch over to the global board right now. The markets seem to be taking a bit of a breather, but while we do that, JD, do we got the leaderboard, man? We haven't gotten the leaderboard yet today. I was hoping we can touch on that. See what Dakota did. That heard he made another move to number one. How we doing, JD?
Hey, what's up, guys? All right, let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at yesterday's XFA P&L leaders real quick. Here we go. Taranjeet and Demetrios, both with huge days trading the NASDAQ. Dewal carved it up, trading both the ES and the NQ yesterday. Miguel was really spreading it around yesterday. Miguel picked up 14 grand trading the Dow, NASDAQ, gold, S&P, and the Russell.
What?
$3,700 of that 14 grand came from $3,700 came from trading the Russell yesterday. Pretty good day for Miguel. Way to spread it around.
Very nice.
And Maboob. Sorry. Maboob, $12,000 trading the NASDAQ. All right. Sorry about the chuckle.
Nice.
All right. Bottom half of the top 10 list. Let me find it real quick.
Oh, we are selling off a little bit here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. I'm watching this 50, 57 to 50, 59, because this is the region that I thought if it's going to hold, we might have something up there.
Well, I'll rip through these real quick then.
Oh, good.
We got a little something new. Jack put up a new column on the
nice.
Whoa. What is this?
New column.
Jack,
Nice.
What'd you do, Jack? What did you do?
Jack with the new column. Now we get to see previous days rank on the list. But let's start at the bottom here. Demetrios, who we just saw on that XFA P&L leaderboard, moved into 10th place, up from 30th place after that nice $16,000 day yesterday. Yep. Ming also moved back into the top 10. Ming was in 12th place yesterday. Salman took the day off. No trades for Salman, and he dropped a notch from 7th down to 8th. Wei moved up from 9th to 7th after picking up about $5 grand across 3 XFAs. And Drew moved up from 8th to 6th after pocketing $6,000 in a pair of XFAs. Nice job to those guys.
Good movement.
All right, here we go.
Yep. Eddie.
All right, then, let's do it.
I love you.
Wow.
We love you too, Eddie. All right, we'll start at the bottom. We'll start down at the bottom. Isaac back in the top 5 again. Isaac took home a tidy $3,000 profit trading the ES yesterday. Nice. Adam dropped to 4th place after a $6,000 drawdown yesterday. Sean moved up to 3rd from 5th after picking up $2,500 trading the NASDAQ. Daniel took a $16,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs yesterday, but was still able to retain second place for another day.
Very nice.
And our golden boy, Coach Dakota, we talked about him picking up that $4,500 yesterday, and he's really running away with it in first place right now. Great trading from Dakota.
And he did that sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kid's a special talent.
Yeah, he didn't sound good at all yesterday, and he was still
oh, no, he did
good.
not. He gets sick a lot, though.
I hope he's feeling better.
Yeah, haven't seen him in the chat today, so hopefully he's getting that rest. Hope he's getting that rest.
Yeah. He deserves a little. Yeah, he deserves a little time off too.
He does.
Yeah.
One trader to note: Jerry F, who was on the leaderboard for a couple weeks. He was in first place about a week and a half ago. He was actually outpacing Dakota. I think he peaked at around $120,000 or $130,000 account balance. Ended up losing all of his funded accounts.
No.
Oh no! What?
5 days, 5 consecutive days of massive drawdowns. I think he went from somewhere in the $130,000 account balance range down to like $60,000. So,
oh no,
that was it for Jerry. He's off the board altogether. I was looking for his name. I have a list of all funded traders at TopStep, and he was off of it. So the assumption was that he lost all accounts, and I confirmed that with the risk team just a little while ago.
Oh man!
So I'm sorry to hear that, Jerry. I'm sure you'll be back though.
That's the bit.
Does not look like Dakota's been trading today.
All right, guys, that's all I got for you. I'll catch you later.
JD.
Thanks, JD.
Right. Pushing back down.
Yeah, we are. What do we think about these 50-50s? If we get to these 50-50s, what are we thinking?
Well, 4,900 is value low in the S&Ps.
You mean 50-49?
50-49.
Okay.
Still got a long way to go for that for the NASDAQ. That's all. The value low is all the way down at 17,444, 17,444.
I took a long at 17,500.
Nice.
And I want to take a long right here in the S&P, but I'm just giving.
We got
it a
Isaac
little
long
bit
right
more.
now.
Yeah, I like it. It just slipped by me. I still have an order waiting at 50-51 though. I'm still waiting down there. I want to see us get up over the VWAP in the NQ, or I think we're going to be in a bit of a pickle, as it were. So, watching for that.
All right, well, talk us through this trade, Anne-Marie. You are long from 17,500. What is your risk and what is your profit target?
My risk was the low of the candlestick, which was 487, so about 13 points. But I did take it off as it sort of squeaked into the VWAP at 524.
Nice trade.
Now, on your boxes there, is that about half back?
Thereabouts.
For the day session, for the regular session.
Yeah. So, yeah, just shy of it, because this line in here is, I'm looking for pre-market low congestion, and so that's my thought about why it ought to choke around that 520, 524 zone.
Okay.
524. Okay.
So I'm still waiting on the S&P long, because I don't think it's got enough heat to not come back and retest, but I could be totally wrong. We're sitting in a little bit of mildly negative drift, and so when I take a long off of support, when I have a 15-minute chart that's got downside trend and downside momentum, I'll say, all right, I'm just going to take it to resistance, and I'm getting out of there. So I can get in at 500 and get out at 520, 522, something like that. and it
It's good.
allows me to clip and just get a little bit of cushion through the day as it builds up. You can chip away and do 1 and 2 lots and end up making a fair bit of cash. And if you're very wise about your risk, then let's say you end up making 10 or 15 round trips and you miss out on 5 of them, they're wrong, you're still going to be in fairly good shape.
Good shape. Yeah. Well, just taking a look at the Magnificent Seven here. I mean,
just going to ask you that, John.
Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA, all pretty much barcoding so far today. Just not a whole lot of activity there. So that lends more towards us being range bound unless something changes that.
All right, so we're in range bound mode. We're in range trading mode. Cool. We can do that.
One more time on the Delta, John.
Delta.
Sorry, Jack.
Negative 14,000 in the S&P.
So it's still building.
Yeah, negative 7,300 in the NASDAQ, at least holding at that level. So
interesting.
Yeah. It may provide opportunity later on.
Okay.
Is it about that time, Jack?
Yeah, while we're barcoding, which someone asked, it just means the market looks like a barcode.
Yep.
Just moving sideways. A lot of fun terms like that. We have a trader lingo glossary. We make up some new ones from time to time. That's how it works. But one thing I did not make up is this Series 3 question that we're going to answer right now.
Oh,
I've finally given up. This one's a true false.
John.
I guess we all have to take that now, John.
I guess we all have to take it.
Yeah. I mean, I read through the whole book, but that was like a month ago. I'm going to have to reread it to do the test.
Gosh. Oh, my God. All right. Yeah.
I bet I want to go to MP into like an expensive bet. Like I have not done any studying for it yet, but like have me take it in a week. And what he would bet that I would pass. I want to see that.
Bet you would.
All
Jack.
right.
You're very smart.
You'd come damn close, Jack. Yeah. Just based on your test taking skills. I bet you can do it.
Don't tell him that. I want one of those checks like John got for dry January. Okay. Let's see that question, James. The shortest one in the book. The speculator's role is to forecast prices. A is true. B is false. I'm not even going to pull this one. Anyone want to make an argument for A?
No, I mean,
no.
What is but what is the speculator's role then?
Provide liquidity.
Provide liquidity.
Yeah,
I knew
the
it.
Speculator's role is to provide liquidity. James, show us the answer.
Yep. When in doubt. Yeah. When in doubt.
A speculator's gift would be to be able to forecast prices, but it's not their role.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Who is the? Yeah. Yeah. It's always provide. When in doubt, Michael still's nailing these questions, but yes. When in doubt.
Who's next on the list in Topstep that's set to take it?
We just learned that we are taking it. So
we're all taking it, Anne-Marie.
Oh.
We are all taking that.
Also, I see Michael's in the chat. Michael, if you
what up, Michael?
I'm very interested in what your setup is right now in the Maldives. Are you like listening in headphones on the beach? Are you at a diner somewhere? Let us know.
See this. You should see, yeah.
That's very nice there. Yeah. It's very Bora Bora-esque.
Exactly.
Back to school. I'm going to college.
He's in the middle of the Indian Ocean somewhere right now.
Yeah.
You should get a poll together on who's not poll, but like a pool together on who's not going to pass.
No, see, that's.
Oh no!
There's gonna be a lot of shame. There's gonna be a lot of shame.
That's reinforcement.
Oh.
I'm going to take it without telling anybody, and nobody's going to know it until I passed it.
I like that, John. I like that.
Yes. Sometimes you have to hide your hand.
I mean, I should know it all. I've been in this industry for 40 years, but it's the way they ask the questions.
I was just about to say that.
John. Exactly. Exactly.
Just about the questions. You got to double read them. I get the math, just the way they trick you with the questions. And they do that on purpose. They want to know that you know the material.
Yeah.
Nothing going on here right now. 50-60 in the ES. It bounced out of the previous congestion area. And there's where we're at.
Yeah, I'm going to switch over to the global board here for the last 15 minutes of the fast markets. We put the house account on pause unless something really does pop in here in the last 15 minutes. But I was confused. We put a house account trade on, fast markets ends. What do we do then? I guess we kind of just set it and forget it. Something like that.
Just pick a stop, pick a target, and whichever one gets hit. We tell you later.
Yeah, then we update for sure. Good stuff. All right, taking a look at crude here, trading 78, almost trading $79 with a low of $78.42. Look at gold here. Gold, boy, what happened to the volatility in gold? A couple weeks ago, gold was seeing $90 ranges. Now we're looking at $20 ranges. Currently trading, $23.13.
The central bank stopped buying.
Is that what it was? Is that what happened there? Because, boy, we were rocking and rolling over there. Take a look at the
Andre, a few announcements that I have.
Please.
For you. I've just learned that we got hooked up with limits for the Dow, but also the ZT, ZF, ZN, ZB for the house account. And I think there's an opportunity at some point there to throw on. I mean, if MP wants size, we could throw on 100 by 50 twos, 10s traders. We could trade. Yeah, we could do it. We can leg it in. But also, in case you guys haven't seen before, James, if you flip to my screen, I just want to show y'all, if you haven't looked at a ZN ladder before, what some rural liquidity looks like. All right?
Let's take
the high of the day. Here's the low of the day. All right? On the bid and offer, there are between 3,000 and 6,000 contracts worth 100,000 each at each level. This thing is like driving the Titanic.
Hell yeah. That's some size. That's right. That's a good looking ladder.
Also, if you want to know why there's so many, like the shops I were at, we did completely traded treasuries. It's a huge liquid market. And you need this kind of liquidity and size to put on the type of size in these trades at the levels you want to to make some big swingy trades. So one of these days in the house account, I'll pull up the yield spread charts, and we'll see what the chat thinks. That's all for now.
I like that. Back to where it all started, Jack. I like it. That's some serious size, though.
Hold me back in.
Yep.
That is some serious liquidity.
That is crazy.
Take that, NQ. Well, let's look at the NQ next.
NQ. What do we got here? Quick influencer update. Go ahead, Jack. If you got something, I'm just pulling up the influencer.
Fun with your one lots.
Quick influencer update. Pin up $14,000 as of 10 a.m. about 40 minutes ago. Here was at a high water mark of $23,000. So I did see some drop off there. Matthew S up 4,100. Prince, cool name, up $3,200. Tyler H up $3,100. Deanna down about 600. Isaac, we got to update that. I know I did just see Isaac put on $1,000 winner. Was down about 2,500. Hopefully got some of that back. House account, of course, up $4,700 thanks to these people right here on the screen. Well, not all about Jack. Jack was legging spreads in the treasuries.
He slapped it on, took it off.
He was in the background there.
It was a quick one, but yes, thanks to these people right here. But yes, we are seeing some green across the board. It's going to be very interesting to see shoulder tap today. I know Dakota mentioned this in slow markets yesterday evening, as well as he was on with us fast markets or power hour as well. He's going to be very interested to tune into shoulder tap with Mick today. We're going to see what the damage was yesterday, for the better or for the worse, based on that FOMC crazy trading day. Pretty volatile today as well. So we're seeing some good action. I think we may have run out of juice, as Jack says, for the time being. Maybe we'll get an afternoon push one way or another. Power hour could be interesting. We'll see. Nick T says, I am at $2,300 in live for the day. I'm probably done until 1 p.m. Central. Sweet. See you on the Fun
Beautiful.
Trader Takeover, Nick T.
Nice
Please
day,
tune in
Nick.
for that. Yeah. Please tune in for that.
So I see the traders trying to battle and hold above this VWAP.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's a sideways trade for sure. I just don't know how much heat it's got to the upside, but I like it. So I've, nibbled in that 50, let's see, 50, the 520. I had covered it the last time there, and now it looks like it's trying to hold there a little bit. And so my goal is 539 to 550. It just might grind its way through there. And I did take one. I did take a position in the ES, but I think my entry is a little bit ugly at 62. So we'll see.
Long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Long.
6250 is point of control.
Yeah. So, of course, that's the most terrible place to get a position because a point of control means that everybody's crowding in there. And so you're going to see a bunch of
Yeah. I mean, if you were saying, you
saw
wanna,
teeth. Yeah.
You want to look for the edges,
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I chose poorly. But my stop's about 57. So I've got about 5 points. And
sometimes it works.
Sometimes, yeah. And
sometimes it works.
What I am thinking is, because the volume point of control is being sticky and popping up just a little bit, and we've got those sorts of things going on, my suspicion is that we're going to try and grind up into the resistance before it collapses again. In essence, I don't really have a ton of data that's confirming that I'm correct, because my up volume candles are lower than my down volume candles. They're smaller in size. And I know Jay would probably have something to say about that.
Yes, he would.
As being, that would be unreasonable. And so I'm very cautious here in the space, expecting for a bounce, and then I can just get out. But it feels like I'm trading just cause, which always sucks. Right?
It happens.
I feel.
I see a bit of a sell-off here in gold. $2 sell-off.
Crude coming back to the session lows.
In my report card feedback, it says I over-exaggerate the moves in all the markets. So I'm trying to work on that. Trying to work for another phrase for when the market is when prices are going lower. I'm trying to come up with another phrase, or as opposed to breaking or selling off or getting hammered. So if you guys can help me with that, I really appreciate it. I don't know how to describe that price action without saying the word sell off or break. But I was told in my report card I do use that terminology too much. A little too much.
Caught a bid.
Caught a bid. That one showed up a lot. That one showed up a lot.
Caught a bid. There you go.
Yeah, caught a bid rally. That one showed up a lot on the report card. People did not like that. Pullback. Yeah, that one pullback. I got a lot of that.
I encourage. Oh, go ahead, Doug. You can go first.
I was just going to say in my report card, somebody said I'm older than the NASDAQ, which actually happens to be true.
Some of them were amazing. I'd like to go.
That's what I was going to suggest, Andre. On one hand, I don't want to encourage a bunch of budding comedians the next time we do this to be trying to talk shit about us. But
can I read one?
There are some of them. Is the one you read to me?
Yeah, from last night. All right, this one I got it right here. I got 9 pages of this stuff, but this one takes the cake. This one got me good. My girlfriend loved it too. How about this? Andre is likable and fun to watch. he's dumb as shit, and which is funny and useless at trading. But all the same, he's pretty representative of the typical trader in that respect. So I appreciate that one
That's
very
awful.
much. Dan Marie, can you believe they said that? Can you believe they said something like that? Ugh, the nerve. But yes, I'm glad you guys like watching. Dumb as shit. You might be onto something. But yes, report card feedback was there was a lot of positive stuff in there, but that one took the cake.
External motivation, Andre. Like, I don't care if someone thinks I'm dumb as shit as long as they love me. I want to be loved.
Oh my gosh.
Me tweet
Okay,
segment,
so
pretty
I'm
much.
gonna go flat. I'm going
Okay.
flat at 535 on the NAS. Yeah.
Rather be lucky than smart.
Absolutely. How about dumb as shit? But yes, we got new lows here in the oil, I see.
Dang it. Just
What happened?
popped up there. No, it just popped up another 20 points. And, 55 was the number I was looking for, but I was just
because you were holding it down.
That's what you
That's
should.
probably that's it. That's it. The power that I have.
Wow,
Wow.
we did pop. We did pop there.
God.
Selling off
Yeah,
here. About
let's
5.
see,
Yeah,
let's-
pop. We popped. Yes, we did.
Yeah. So it's a nice framework overall, but again, so sideways. Very sideways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bounce pop. That's the word I'm going to start using. A pop. Not going to use rally.
Catching a bid?
Or catch a bid. It's a pop. The market pop. There we go.
I'd say prices. We're
Yeah, you can do that too.
70 in the ES.
Thank you. But it has to be relative to what the previous price was. I guess you can do that. Yes, the pop. Gold is not popping. Gold is, what do you call that? Gold is selling off a little bit, I'll say. Oh, crude as well. You get a pop in the equities as well. Dow hasn't been getting much love lately from us. John, would you mind? We got 5 minutes here left on Fast Market. Would you mind pulling up a Dow chart profile? Let's see what we're looking at, what we're dealing with in the Dow. We haven't given much love to the Dow, the YM.
Well, see, this is what I'd be looking for in like the S&P or the NASDAQ. So the Dow opening range, the high of the day. That's this gold bar. The high of the day, 38,321. The low of the opening range, 38,266 approximately. So the market moved lower, did not take out yesterday's session low. Didn't even get the session low from value from yesterday, but this is what we'd be looking for we don't have a lot of delta here. We've got 187 in delta here. The Dow is not, the volume's 38,000, so we don't get the same kind of deep deltas that we do in the other products. But if we were able to get back into the opening range in the Nasdaq or the S&Ps to look for the short to limit risk, that's what I would look for. We just had that opportunity in the Dow. Back inside the opening range, couldn't take out the high of the opening range and began to rotate back to the downside. Now, that was a while ago, but we're still kind of holding inside value. Range bound day, and until we take out the high of that opening range, it looks like better opportunities for shorts, quite possibly.
Great stuff, man. Actually, just put it here in the Slack, John. It's awesome. I can just throw it to you about any market or any chart, and boom, you can just go with it. It's pretty badass, man. It's pretty badass.
Well,
it's sick, man.
Well, just here to help, Andre. Just here.
No, man. Just on demand. John, YM, what do you got? Boom. Like that, man. Hope you guys appreciate that stuff. If you do, hit like, hit subscribe. But, what you got there, on demand analysis. Any chart.
Appreciate that, Andre.
Yeah, man. You're on fire. Before
there's that 55.
Yeah, it's 55s came in, Anne Marie.
If you have multiples on, Anne Marie, I've found sometimes if it's just kind of sitting there and it's not getting to your level, you sell one, and then the market thinks you're short, and then it goes to your target.
That's an old school move right there, John.
You got to sell one for the rally.
Yes. One to the trading gods. Yep. Wow, that's old school. Yeah. All right, we got 2 minutes here. Just want to thank everyone for joining us, watching us. The day is not done, though. Do not forget. Huge news on Monday. We're not there yet, but Monday is going to be massive. believe you guys have been asking for it, and we are going to deliver. What that is, I'm not going to tell you right now, but please tune in for Monday. Big week next week. Before we get through that, we have a big day today. So let's do the schedule for the rest of the day today. I'm going to fill a little time here while we get that graphic ready to go. We do have a big day. It's going to be really cool. Coming up next, we got Dolby Time. Hoag, Coach Jay. Man, Hoag's getting a lot of airtime today. Great to see. And we got Top Quiz. Hell yeah. Hell yes. And then we got Top Quiz with Eddie and Vanessa. I think sounds like Eddie calmed down the people that are coming out with their torches and pitchforks. Good to see Eddie with the Top Quiz questions. Myself and Brett with shoulder tap. Then we got JD and Robert for group coaching. Is it? Okay. And then the Funded Traders Takeover with Nick T and Isaac. Please tune in for that. And Power Hour with my guy, Justin Werlein, man. You guys got to tune in. See this cat. This guy rules. Justin Werlein is the best. He's a young kid, hell of a trader. A little brash, a little cocky, I'll say, but knows his stuff. And be sure to tune in for that. He's very awesome. Then we got Dakota, slow markets. We'll see how he's feeling this evening. We'll check and give you an update if something does pop up with the scheduling. I see he hasn't traded much today. So, Dakota, if you are watching in bed, get your rest. Feel better soon. The pop has continued, but we are...
Eat some soup.
Seriously, get some sleep. All right, that's it for Fast Markets right now. We got power players come up after that. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. As always, we love you around here. Everyone loves you in the chat, except for that one bully. Hopefully you're not here anymore. Go away. You're not allowed. Jack?
Real quick, Andre, right before
ahead,
we
Jack.
end this, real quick, we're remiss. We do have a new animator on the team.
Oh, yeah.
Just hot off the presses, they sent me some new work that we can throw up for these kind of things on the screen. So, James, let it rip. Oh, there it is.
I'm crying.
Be nice.
Anne-Marie. Just catching strings.
I need one of those.
I know who made that.
We'll make them for everyone.
Love you guys. You guys are the best. Stay tuned for Power Players coming up next. Jack is having way too much fun behind the scenes making us laugh. But thank you guys, Jack. You're the man. John, see you here on the next segment. Anne-Marie, we'll see you again shortly, but we'll see you tomorrow, actually. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Thank you for everybody.
Absolutely.
Power Players coming up next. Great trading, by the way.
Take care, everybody. Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. We have some very powerful people here. Got Coach Jay, Mr. Hoagland. I'm just some guy. And markets are moving a little bit. Congratulations on the house trade this morning. Got a solid, $4,500 approximately. And we were talking a little bit in the green room about the house account and house account management. I think that'd be a great place to start. And I might even have a thought or two as well, because it's going pretty good right now. Coach Shea, what were you saying in the green room?
Yeah, so we were talking about, coming to a collective decision and then managing a trade once we have it on. I really like the decision tree that D shared yesterday. And I think traders could use that even if you're not making a collective trade decision, right? Where am I looking to get in? Where am I measuring my risk? But what we were talking about, Dolby, is, and I think a lot of traders do it. I know I do it myself. We measure the risk almost to a tick, right? Which is like, hey, I can risk 20 points on this trade. But once the trade is going in our favor, we don't measure out the reward side of it, which I think we can do, right? We all, have, we develop skills for analyzing the markets. But measuring out that reward doesn't usually happen the same way. And I think you've seen it even in some of the house account trades, right? Where we'll put on a 15 lot. We're okay with letting the trade hit a full stop out, right? With full size. We never want to trim that way. But when a trade's going in our favor, we want to trim as early as we can to secure some of those profits. It's a difficult thing to do. We kind of talked about why that is. Hoag, you mentioned it's human nature to do it. But being able to combat that human nature, I think there's a lot to gain on the other side of that, and it's just figuring out exactly how to do that.
Yeah, the human nature of it is nobody wants to admit they're in a loss, right? That they're going to take a loss.
Yep.
So there's that kind of mental mentality to say, well, I'm in a loss right now. But if I don't take it off right now, it could come back and make me whole again or make me money, right? So, that's why I think everybody's fine with taking their full stop loss. I mean, we look at these trades and we say, okay, this looks like a good opportunity. If price gets to this level, that's telling us that the trade is wrong. The hard part that you were just talking about, Jay, is, having a profit target set and sticking to it. There's most of these trades we're taking. Today's, I think, was the right thing to do because it was contrary to the current trend. We said, this is a see money, take money trade. And I think we handled that one very well. But there are going to be situations where, we're in a really good trade location in the direction of the trend. And, we're going to look at the risk and say, okay, here's our risk. You're right. I think we could be better off with saying, okay, what is a potential profit target? And if we're in a trend, sometimes it's better really not to have a profit target. I mean, if you're in a real trend and it's going to keep going and going and going, you're better off just letting it go and managing it with some sort of a trailing stop, which I'm historically very bad at.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I actually used a trading journal recently to try to figure out exactly that. And I saw someone in the chat say that's FOMO. And I don't think it is, right? I think we do a good job of analyzing markets, right? And we need to analyze when the market's going in our favor. One of the things that the journal tracked was the efficiency of your trades, right? So it's where you got in, where your stop loss was, and where the market ultimately got to, whether if you would have held for that full move. And I looked at some of my trades, right? And the market trading the NASDAQ might move 100 points. And my efficiency score was like a 15%. Right. So it's just like, hey, you're picking the right trade locations, but how can you, and your expectations for the outcome of that trade are pretty good, but how can you maximize that efficiency? I'm never looking for anything close to 100%, right? That's not realistic. But 40, 50%. I think there's still a lot of room there.
Yeah, I agree with everything you say. And I'm kind of curious to see how the risk reward is going to play out in the macro sense for the house account. And I've done this before, and I think traders in chat have probably done this before. When you trade a lot of size, and Andre's taking most of the trades. I've taken one. It is absolutely nerve-wracking if you are kind of getting thrown into, putting on a 15 lot or 20 lot trade, because the numbers get really big really fast. And so it's very tempting to take profits quickly. But if we're risking $10,000 a day and we're only willing to risk 5, the math might not work out. Not saying it won't, because maybe we just put on, absolute bangers and we have a great win rate. But I am kind of curious to see how that is going to play out. Because I've done it, and I've seen traders, do it as well, where we want to trade size, but we can't handle the responsibility to trade size. And the responsibility is sitting in a trade and letting it play out.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
What about kind of adding to the strategy for the house accounts? Let's say we put on a 15 lot and we get close to our profit target. I'm my 10% rule says that anytime I'm within 10% of a winning trade, I can take it off and call that a full profit target hit. But what about if we add the Dakota rule? What if we had a runner?
Yeah, it's a great way to think about it, and just trail it as it goes.
Just trail it as it goes.
Let it stop you up. That's how I normally take profit. I normally don't get out at the market. The market's usually coming back and getting me out, because I'll trail even with that that last position. But yeah, it's a good idea, right? And I think we've seen a couple of trades that would have played out that way, and it's not always going to work. Nothing works 100% in trading, but when you see it enough times and you identify there's an opportunity, and then it's about, hey, how do we maximize on that opportunity if possible? I agree with that, Hoag.
And just to be clear, I see a couple questions about the 10% rule. I call it the 10% rule because I'm taking 90% of a profit target, leaving 10%. So when the market gets to within 10% of a profit target, so I've made 90% of my profit target. And then I'll just, if it doesn't look like it's going to go, for whatever reason, I'm allowed to take it at 10% away from the profit target and call it a full profit target hit. Just my little, some may call it a weakness, some may call it fear, whatever it is. But if I'm 90% to a profit target, I'm not going to let a lot of that go back. So I may as well just take it.
I believe the saying is, don't be a dick for a tick. So don't stress out over that last couple. Just take the profits, move on to the next one. So easy to remember for you, chat, right there.
Yeah. And everybody that has been within a tick of a profit target and then had that profit target greatly reduced, raise your hands.
Mm-hmm. We've been there. We've all been there.
Right. The last JD asked an important question. How many do we let run? Right. In your case, Hoag, maybe 10% of the position. Right. Whatever 10% of that position is, we just let it go.
Yeah, and either trail it or just let it go.
Leave.
And also, like the last, I think like the most stressful times in a trade are like the 2 to 3 ticks before you get stopped out, and the 2 to 3 ticks before you hit a take profit. those last 3 ticks just always seem to just take forever to get to your profit target. Forever.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I find that anytime we have risk on, time slows. Rips had a good word for it. I forget what the word was, but I mean, it's everybody. When you have risk on, the fact that you have risk on just makes time just stop. And it may seem like it's an hour and it's been 5 minutes that you're in that trade. Something that even after 30 years, you still feel it. It's still a thing.
We got some interesting price action right now in the equities.
I'm looking at it too, Jay.
It's a quick 50-point drop in the NASDAQ while no one's watching. This market is situated. Yeah, it still looks heavy to me. Anything can happen. But I'm looking at this right now. And again, my screens are always messy. I'm drawing stuff during the day. I got to make sure I clear these out every day. But the opening range, 3-minute opening range up here, this red rectangle, we're not accepting back inside that opening range at all, right? Since we left the range, we haven't even traded 50% of it. And then this red line here is anchored VWAP to the New York session open. And it's the average price is lower than the opening range right now. So this market still looks heavy. We had a ton of selling all day. Not surprised to see a pull up, but I might be looking to sell at some point later today.
Yeah, I actually I'm in my.
Sorry,
I just put a trade on. I'm in my trading combine account, 50K. I am trying to pass this on air only, so all trades taken on air, no trades taken behind the scenes. I got short 17,518.5, just one contract,
Nice.
E-mini NQ. Stop is at 17,526.75. Don't tell Goldman. And we're gonna let this play out. This is not really a breakout or a range trade because we're kind of at the bottom of a 15-minute range, in my opinion. So I'm kind of at the. We're starting to catch a
preempting the breakout.
Yeah, I'm kind of betting on a breakout. So we rejected off of 17,562. So I'm going to see if we get continuation to the downside. It's a cheap trade, only risking 165. So let's see if it plays out.
Nice. Yeah. Dolby, where your trade is right now, so if you have a 30-minute chart up on the NASDAQ, you see that, I guess you call it is that a hammer candle? I'm the worst with chart patterns. But
no idea.
The 9 a.m. central candle, right?
Yes.
We're kind of sitting at the high of that right now. If we accept back, and this is why I was looking to short it as well, if we accept back inside that candle, I think we could trade back to 450s. But the high of that candle is what's supporting the market right now, right around 17,511.
I'm not an expert at candlesticks, but I think that's called a morning star.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm the worst at it. Anytime JD brings up, a chart pattern, I'm sitting here taking notes because I'm learning something. But
I'm looking for a quick break here, just because of the type of trade that I'm in. We have seen a series of higher lows. So we do kind of want this to reject pretty quickly. We're not really getting it, but I am in a product that I'm not super great at trading. So I'm just going to hold this and see. But if we hop to my chart, we just got this yellow line that's just kind of just showing that buyers keep on stepping in a little bit with the higher lows. So we'll see, but very, very light risk. We're just looking for a quick breakdown here. You said 480s, right? That was you said, Jay? Sorry, 480s?
I would look for 450s. If we're talking about holding the full profit targets, right? Keep that as the full profit target, and then just assess how the market's doing when we get there. Right? Obviously, 500 is going to be a major level to kind of get through. Need to see some selling.
Oof, man.
I
like trading NASDAQ every now and then, just to remind myself that I don't like it that much.
That you don't like it. Dolby, you're kind of diddling in the middle here,
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit. It's a little bit of a diddle middle. We are looking for just a range continuation short. That's really what the theory is here.
For you, Dolby, it's more of a paradiddle.
Ooh, I like that. Little drummer reference there, Chad.
Little drum
catch
reference
that one?
I caught that one.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, left. And all of their variations. So good momentum so far. 1 minute,
Stick control.
Speaking of which, man, is there really, Mom, is there really such thing as a perfect man? Of course, dear, they're called drummers. Oh, thank you so much for that one.
You bet.
Thank you so much for that one. Yeah, we're not really getting the speed of the move that we want here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Dolby, I
so
know. Go ahead.
That bar, that 9 o'clock bar, we're being told that is a dragonfly doji.
Ooh.
Dragonfly doji. Hard to remember all those.
Let me find a pen and write that down. Dragonfly doji. Dolby, is there? Are you seeing any trades in the Dow at all? I know you said you don't really like trading the NASDAQ. Do you? Is there a reason you switch between the two, or?
I think just for the sake of volatility, I want the value of the NASDAQ right now.
Gotcha. Oh, we got Dragonfly Doji in the chat.
Let's see. I haven't even done any annotations to the Dow yet. So fresh chart.
Gonna put your emoji on there too.
I shouldn't I?
You're short. Put the bear up.
That's right. Definitely got to take advantage of the emojis. Daily range low. Let's see. 4 hour. Not a whole lot.
Storm Scalp says Dragonfly Dolby.
Ooh.
Not a doji.
Like
It's a
that one
Dragonfly
too.
Dolby.
I think YM looks a little bit heavy. So we have a 1 hour range that's very, very tight. Also looks like my NASDAQ is starting to print. So I would say the 1 hour range low for Dow, 38,045. 1 hour range high, 38,287. Very, very close to the daily. And let's keep on zooming. 15. Yeah, I would say we're at the bottom of the 15-minute range right now in the YM. So it kind of aligns with my NASDAQ short a little bit.
Short.
Similar structure, yeah. So 15-minute range high, and then we'll do 15-minute range low. So if we can get below 38,163 in the YM, I think that'd be very bearish. If you're a bullish person, I think you could probably find some value here in a long with a relatively tight stop. My 2 cents. Yeah, a little 1 minute consolidation too. It is making higher lows. It is something I've been keeping an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if this ends up rallying off the bottom.
If we can switch over to my charts real quick, I do want to bring up, I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to the Japanese yen. I know we did add it to add currency futures to TopstepX recently, but this has been a great trade. Coach Paul has been talking about this one in At the Buzzer for a while. This is a market that's been in a heavy downtrend, but I think we just had a news article out the other day. The Bank of Japan was like a $23 billion intervention for the Japanese yen.
Wow.
It's been providing some really nice trade opportunities. You guys know I like these 50% retracements, and what I'm looking for, I'm going to take some of this stuff off the chart so we can see it more clearly. But this is clearly bank intervention right here, right? We see the volume in an hourly candle, ton of volume coming in. And then if you frame out that candle, we're going to do it on the 30-minute chart. Give me 1 second. If you frame out that candle, we have a ton of buying that came in there.
I got stopped out.
You got stopped out, Dobie?
Okay, I got smoked. Yeah, I think they just ended up. Buyers are really good. It was a very speculative short position, and I probably should have time stopped it and just been like, I'm not getting the action I need right now, so I probably should have flattened it. Just a little bit of inexperience in taking a trade that's a little bit out of my system. That was more of a momentum play, so I should have flattened it if I didn't get what I wanted.
Got you. But yeah, this yen, we see this yellow line right here. That's 50% of that. We'll call it an intervention candle, right? Where they're injecting liquidity into the markets. It holds, and then we get a nice pop. And then same thing last night, right? Where
halfway
at the close, right at halfway. I was actually short this market. I was short somewhere around here in slow markets with Dakota. And then I'm seeing this pattern. I'm just like, you know what? My profit target is somewhere down here, but if this halfway is going to hold, I want to at least trail my stop and take some profit on it. Very happy I did, and then seeing it hold. So I'm going to see how many times that pattern plays out, but it's waiting for volume, right? I don't want to take a trade in it right now, but if I see one of these candles again, then it gives me an area to lean on for a trade, somewhere around 50% of that trade, manage the risk, and then take the trade from there.
We do have Dakota in the chat here. He's saying he's long 7 NASDAQ at 17,515.
That's a great entry.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, we basically just swapped. I was looking for the breakout or the breakdown, and he was looking for the support. And lo and behold, Dakota won.
Yeah, that I mean, we were right at VWAP, right? VWAP being supportive, that 17,511 being supportive as well. Nice trade.
Yeah. That was a very nice trade. Yeah, sometimes the question I just need to ask myself is, like, who are the happier traders today? And
Yeah.
it seems like buyers are the ones who are probably the happiest. They're the most aggressive according to the charts. It's definitely getting range bound, but sometimes you just have to kind of yield to who is making the higher lows and the lower highs. And typically, if you kind of lead with that one at least first, it can kind of pay off. Because anything else is a little bit more complicated because you're looking for some sort of reversal, some major pattern to take place. And typically it's easier just to go with the crowd.
Yeah. I think this time of day kind of fits your trading style perfectly, Dolby, with the range bound trading with just lower volume. Normally for me, this is the time that if I made profits in the morning, I'm giving it back because I'm looking for breakouts. I'm looking for momentum. But with that volume slowing down, if you can identify where the extremes of that range are, right now in the NASDAQ, it looks like that 511 area and then to the high 570. Looking for those to hold, just not expecting a volume breakout on either side.
Yeah. That was not ideal. I do feel a little bit out of practice, but it's okay.
Well, you're a busy guy, Dolby. You're a busy guy.
I don't try to watch the charts if I'm not on air, so I'm only looking really when I'm on. So I do have my journal though, writing stuff down all the time. Just got to get 1% better every day. That's all it takes. What's kind of funny though is that if you go to YM, you have a series of lower highs, kind of just coming off of like 38,287, 252, and then it also goes back to like 321. So very, very, very tight market in the Dow. I mean, complete wedge formation.
Yeah.
So the action would have been, obviously much, much better this morning for placing trades. So I would try to get short if I wanted to, 252s. Try to get long 175s. I did call that, but I just didn't take the trade.
It's interesting right now, and again, I do this to try to stay out of trades. There's 29 things on the watch list that I have here, and I'll just scan around to see what's in an interesting spot. Soybeans right now. Soybeans is up 2.3% today.
Wow.
And trading right at the major level, 1,200, 404 contracts sitting at 1,200. Right, that's potential for a lean trade. Right, we would do that in another market. Right, hey, we see a big order sitting out there. There's potential for a lean there. Soybeans has been under this 1,200 level for almost 2 months, or the full month, and trading back up to it now. I don't think we have it on Topstep X, but if you're on other platforms, it is available for you. This would be a cheap short, right? If you thought this is going to be the high for the day. If I short right now, right above, I go a point above 1,200. It's a $175 trade.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yep,
that's not bad at all. We'll probably get.
Did we just close?
Ag stuff. Oh, maybe. I think they do close the. If you do decide to trade agriculture stuff, definitely be aware of the market closure times.
Oh, for sure.
They are a little bit different. You're kind of playing in a different game. So make sure to check your contract specifications if you do decide to trade ag. They're kind of in their own world.
Yep.
Oh, didn't you say the soy is like the NASDAQ of the agriculture?
It is. It is. I haven't traded soybeans since 1990, I think. 1989 when I was at the Mid-Am trading mini beans.
The mini beans. That's funny. Yeah, if you drive through the Midwest, you're going to see a whole lot of soybeans. So did you take that trade in the soy there, the soybeans?
I didn't, but it's cheap. We're not doing much else right now.
Rejection off the Nazi.
Cost me less than $100. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take it. And someone asked what the
way too early.
Someone asked what the lean trade is. I just put the trade on in soybeans. Someone asked what the lean is. It's seeing a bigger order and trying to get out in front of it, right? So that's 410 to the 410 contracts sitting at 1,200. That's a passive sell order. So getting in front of that passive sell order is the idea. So I put it on. We have a trade on. I actually do like this trade. I'm not just doing this for tradertainment. It's a cheap idea, and if we take out that order, it'll cost me about $100.
Yeah, it's nothing. Cheap trades. That's what we're looking for. Looks like I was a hair early to that little Nazi short that we wanted. I think Dakota said he's out of that one. So in and out, reading the market very well, per usual. See, now it's like, oh, do you take this short again here at 510, or is it just going to be more of a chop fest? Because now we're at the bottom of a 5-minute range in the NASDAQ. Let's try it. All right, we'll try to buy one instead of tight stop for Nas.
Yeah, I like that idea, Dolby. Right, this is the range trade, right?
Yeah, it is.
And that it's been showing the bottom of that range. Why not?
Let's see. It's
Where do you set your stop
that's
on that?
Wild. Just $4.99. So it'd be my last. If this loses, I'll hit my personal daily loss limit, which is a feature in Topstep X, by the way, that you can set. So I've set mine to $500. Even though the maximum is $1,000, I only want to risk about half. If I was really, really doing a trading combine, I was doing about 300 to 350 of risk in crude oil on the day. So that was about 2 trades, and that's it, in and out, and try to get a good runner.
Do you have a daily profit target set as well, right? Where if you make a certain amount, you want to stop at that point as well, or do you just
whatever
are
the maximum is? Yeah, it's 1,500 because I'm in the trading combine, so I just set it as 1,500 because you can also set a take profit limit in Topstep X. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
Dan Trader,
I
tried the range break short. Yeah, it is good. It is. I think the personal daily loss limit is an awesome feature. It's going to save so many traders just the frustration, and also just, if you don't have to develop the skills of that kind of discipline, that just saves traders a ton of work and effort, because it's really, really hard to stop trading. And if you can just offload that to a button, that's pretty good.
Yep. I think what would be really cool as an addition to that feature is, and I think it might be a little bit more difficult to code, but a percentage-based take profit, right, on your profits, right? Where if I'm up $1,000 and I say I want to risk 20% of that number, then if I lose the 200, then it cuts me off. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So if anyone's listening that's developing it on TopstepTV, I might put that in a feature request.
Yeah, that'd be I've also seen people wanted like a percentage trailing stop on the account too. Just like on the whole thing, trailing stop. That'd be sweet. Kind of hanging in there with this Nazi long, bottom of the 5-minute range. A little bit of buyers coming in. It doesn't feel great, but I also try to not read momentum because I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, especially for a range trade, right?
Yeah, what's your upside target, Jay? What do you think we could get?
40.
I was just going to say that.
40?
Yeah. That's where it just sold off from.
If I'm being really optimistic, I think 560, because that would be kind of the top of this kind of wedge that we're in.
Okay.
But it just doesn't, I don't know. It's not really making me feel too good right now, but I'm going to hold it. But something feels weird in the ladder.
These emotions that you're feeling, Dolby, I feel like that anytime I take a range trade, because you have the extremes. You have the extremes of the range, but you don't know how long it's going to take to get there, right? And that's what is difficult for me holding on to a trade, right? It might do it in 5 minutes, right? We just saw we rejected from 540 to 511 in a 3-minute candle, but it might take 30 minutes to get to the other side of that range. I just don't have the stomach for it.
Yeah, I also just do not like range trading in NASDAQ. It's just not. I don't think this strategy translates very well. Just the market is way too volatile.
Yeah.
And there's our DLL. So we were right on the first trade, but bad entry. And then bad timing on the second one. So we will switch to another account, 100K account. Switch to that one. Every account was positive at some point in time. but I've not been in practice. Out of the pocket, as Rips likes to say.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just got to throw trades on there and just kind of see where you're at.
That rip off that recent high, Jay, up near that up near those 540s. It seemed like there was something to that. I've been looking for, somebody said something, anything like that. I'm not seeing anything, but it seemed like there was more to that.
Yeah. There was some volume in that candle, and again, this is lunchtime, low volume. But in that 3-minute candle, there was about 3,000 contracts sold, 3,000 contracts traded. It was a negative delta candle, negative 440. So some sellers did come in there. And again, I think we have, so this move down, this entire move down, we're going to talk about this on Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie tomorrow. This entire move down, we had selling at major levels. The way I'm reading this is there are still sellers down here at some point. And they got to make their money. And that's the way I read it, right? Somebody sold at 17,450, somebody sold at 17,400. Eventually, if they were an initiative seller, right, they're selling to open, they have to make their money at some point. So I wouldn't be surprised that the market comes back down and trades there eventually.
Well, I mean, it's kind of congruent with the opening ranges being at the dead ass high of the sessions and all the equities today. Seeing some pretty negative delta. As a matter of fact, negative delta in the NASDAQ has expanded to negative 81 or 8,200 right now. We're still at 11.5 in the S&Ps negative. So we're still, we're still seeing some aggressive sellers in this.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me know about that volume on that bar there, because that seemed like there was a little bit more to it.
Yeah. I think the difficult thing right now is that with it being lunchtime, the likelihood of us seeing follow through on something like that is really low, right? And that's why we're kind of seeing it pop right back up, where if that was, during fast markets, we would have just kept going.
Yeah, quite possibly.
So volatile.
Yeah.
It's such an annoying market.
Especially if we were long, it would have just kept going.
Yeah, right. Also, I probably should have spent time annotating my charts for NASDAQ before putting on a trade. Just give myself a little more context. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my trade was pretty silly in hindsight. Pretty silly trade. Got a little
Jay, how much homework do you do before you allow yourself to trade?
That's a great question.
That's a great question. I feel like I'm always doing homework, Hogan. But if you're saying for like an intraday trade decision, I have to have the 30-minute chart annotated, right? I have to know levels on the 30-minute chart, and then from there, it's pretty much you're good to go. But if those 30-minute, and I usually do it the night before, where I'll look at 30-minute levels. If that's not annotated, then I probably shouldn't be trading it.
So you do a little bit at night, you do a little bit in the morning. It's all about finding your levels off a 30-minute chart.
Correct.
And then bing, the bell rings. Do you have specific kind of hypotheses or things that might happen that you're looking for?
Yeah. So on the 30-minute, I will be looking at the moving averages, 20, 50, and 200 moving average. Shout out to Coach Paul for those, just to try to identify what the market is doing, right? If the moving averages are positioned this way, this is telling me that the market is in a downtrend and I should be looking to short it, right? And then the levels that I've plotted out, I'll be looking to short around those levels or trade around those levels. I've tried to really simplify the way I'm trading the NASDAQ, and I have it on the board over here where it's trade the major levels and only take trades after reactions to those major levels, right? We just saw one, right? 17,500. If sellers, and I think I've said this a couple of times on this show, but if sellers are convinced that we need to trade below 17,500, they would go ahead and push the market, right? So I'm watching their reaction. We trade 17,500. You might not be able to see it because there's a bunch of stuff on my chart, but I'll clear it up that way. 17,500, we traded right here. Sellers can't push it. This is a potential for a trade. Now, does that mean that the market is going that way? It doesn't, but it's a 34-point move, and there's something to take out of that trade. And and kind of measuring it out from there. I did get stopped out on that that soybeans trade. It looks like we did take out 1,200.
Damn.
And this market may be
and running.
Yeah. Yep. So $100 loss there. I'm okay with that.
That's nothing.
We might be changing the trend in this market. And soybeans, the NASDAQ of the grains, right? This is a market, traders, if you haven't traded it before, provides a ton of opportunity, and a little different than the equities.
How did you get interested in trading grains?
Yeah, just looking at different markets, really. Talking to Coach Paul, talking to Coach Jack that trades corn. Just looking at different places and trying not to be so siloed in one place, because it doesn't work for me. I know other traders, and I can't wait for Isaac and Nick T to get on. I'm looking forward to their segment. But Isaac, it says I'm an ES trader, right? And I don't trade anything else. For me, my brain doesn't work that way, because I'll be looking for a specific pattern in a market that's not providing it. So just scanning around to try to find that pattern instead of forcing that pattern in a market that may not be getting it. That's just the way my brain's overactive that way.
Well, and it's smart, because, these patterns are kind of transferable, right? They're all auction processes. So, what might provide opportunity in one product, a specific pattern, anything that helps you limit risk and expand profit target on any product, I'm good with that. So,
yeah.
If I could, I'd just like to answer one question from the chat. My delta information I get off of T4, but we can't really administer the profiles for T4 for people in the trading combine or in the live account. You mentioned that you've got cumulative delta that's starting from 6 p.m. The open yesterday. Ken, if you're on Tradeovate, I'm not sure. There is a way that you can anchor the cumulative delta to the opening session. Let me know if that's something that I can help you with. And I will be on group coaching at 12:30. So let me know if you want me to show you that then. I don't want to waste these guys' time. This is too important. And I'll just show up for group coaching at 12:30 Central Time if you want me to take a look at that for you. So, all right. Thank you, guys.
It's going to be a fun question to answer, Hoag. But we have TopQuiz coming up, and that's going to be great.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
I know. Isn't that fast? Like 45 minutes. Boom. Just
like that. That was quick.
It was way
fast. Is it an Eddie quiz? Is it Eddie's quiz?
It is, Jay.
I did not study.
Yep.
I did not study.
Eddie is. I know. What is harder, the Series 3 or TopQuiz with Eddie?
I think it's an Eddie quiz for sure.
But we do have one of chat's very, very favorites as our guest, Vanessa. Vanessa is going to be joining us. So, chat, if you want the chance to win a free reset, to be entered into a raffle for a free reset, please stick around. TopQuiz is coming up with Eddie and Vanessa. Gentlemen, we'll see you later. Thank you all so much, and have a good one, and trade well.
Thanks, Dolby. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, guys.
Always a pleasure.
Vanessa, they showed up for Top Quiz.
Oh, good.
They're ready for the challenge. How you doing, Vanessa?
I'm doing amazing, per usual. How are you?
I am fine, thank you very much. And as I said before, I really love that shirt. Very summery for the weather we've got here. And you're out in Vegas. I'm here in Chicago. And I'm loving that shirt.
Thank you. It's nice. It feels flowy. Like moving
There
it.
you go. Well, are you ready for a 6th grade challenge?
Oh, don't say that. I'm as ready as I'm gonna be, but
All right. Well, there's love, there's hate. We'll see what happens here. Let's get started. We're running out of time. Jack, remember, if you can't just run the rules through us again one more time, please.
Yeah, please excuse. There's a wild pug barking in my background. I know what MP feels about that. Top quiz. You're going to get 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you'll be eligible for one of 50 free resets that we will raffle off to 50 of those people. The people that finish 1 through 5 will also get free resets. Be sure to answer the questions as they appear on your device. We're 6-second
There you go.
delayed, so you'll want to answer them on your device. So that is all. Eddie, take it away.
Thank you, Jack, very much. All right, let's get ready for the first question. Sharpen your pencils, pick up your favorite Crayola, whatever you're going to use to answer, and let's get started. Okay, well, people still signing up. Boy, everybody wants a challenge.
They're
Here's
signing
our
up
first
more than
question.
once.
3, 2, 1. Aspirin comes from the bark of what tree? Now, 3 of these are used to make Major League Baseball bats. One of them is used to make aspirin. There's your clue.
square. I have no idea.
Square circle is
Oh,
right.
dang
There you
it.
go. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Ah, yes.
Wrong answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Willow is the correct answer. There it is. Dollar Moon, Get With It, and Q Dragon Master. Mina, and look at Grav is Grav. I hope I say that right. He was here yesterday. Smart trader here. All right, let's get to our second question. What's the boast? What's the boast? What's the most abundant metal in the Earth's crust? Is it lead? Is it iron? Is it Metallica? Or is it aluminum?
I want it to be Metallica just because that's so fun. It's that one.
She
That
said
one,
aluminum. Yes, she did. Congratulations. You got that one correct. Way to go, Vanessa. Way to go, Vanessa. All right, so let's see where our leaderboard is. S Moon's still holding the top spot. NASA out from space. Okay, guys. Jackie is goaded. Jack is goaded. And Geo Marg 23. There we go. There's our top 5. All right, we ready for our third question?
Yes.
So far, you're 1 for 1, Vanessa. What ingredient is not included to make basic beer? Is it yeast? Is it caramel, hops, or malt?
Caramel. We're gonna go diamond.
You gonna say
Maybe-
caramel?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
right.
it's malt. I don't know.
Maybe it's malt?
I'm gonna go caramel.
Chocolate
I don't
malt?
know.
All right. I'm gonna say we're gonna go with your first answer. Yes. Look at all these drunks. Oh hell, it's caramel to put in my beer. There you go. Congratulations. And for all you Sunday shoppers, yes, it is. Caramel is not in basic beer. All right, for our last and final question. How's everybody doing? We getting these right? Good to go? I hope so.
Yeah, I just want to toss
All right.
something back. Eddie wrote the questions today, but I see someone saying, LOL, it's not aluminum. The answer was about crust, Earth's crust. not the iron core or the mantle, but the crust. And the answer is aluminum. I checked on it.
I checked
So-
on it. I do research on every question to make sure they're right because I'm
team of
tired of eggs
researchers.
hitting my front window.
Daniel M., it is not iron. The question was not what's the most abundant metal in the earth. Then the answer would be iron. But the answer was in the earth's crust. The crust.
Crust like bread. Crust.
Oh
All
my
right.
goodness.
Oh man,
Oh,
I'm gonna get a pumpkin. I'm gonna get pumpkins tossed at my front window now. All right, let's get to our fourth and last question.
Well, first we got the
Oh, we got to do this. Oh, Moon is still holding that top spot. Jack has moved up to second. NASA is still in there. Delana. And Eddie is the Goa. Goa.
last question.
What's a Goa?
Well, the
All
question's
right.
up.
Who is Daddy P that wore the purple tie on Top Step TV yesterday? Was it Coach Dakota, Fluky Stokes, Jerome Powell, or Risk Manager Mick?
I mean, the only one. I don't know. Yep. I was like, the only one
Jerome
with the P
Powell,
thing.
correct, Vanessa. You did very well today. Good job.
Yeah.
That was very good. Very good. And yes, that was
There are no stupid questions,
no.
just stupid people.
There you go. Oh, if you didn't get in, Jerome Powell is it. Let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Yes, the leaderboard. Eddie DeGoa in third place. Second place, Nassau. And first, there it is. Got to be
Great
Dollar
job.
Moon. Dollar Moon. Congratulations.
You did it! You did it! I knew you would! I just knew you would!
Very well done. All right, so that was Top Quiz. I missed the fourth and fifth one again, Jack. I apologize. But Vanessa, thank you very much for being with us today and participating. You got 2 out of 4, which was pretty good, right? You got 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4.
Something like that.
I was hoping you'd get 5 out of 4.
Me too. Maybe that gets me
Yeah.
that bobblehead.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we get you back here next week. It was a pleasure doing business with you, ma'am. And please come again.
As
We'll be
always.
right back
Bye,
here.
guys.
And once again, thank you very much, Vanessa. We've got we've got coming up here next, Shoulder Tap. We've got Andre and Ben. Ben's got some juicy juice. So stick around. We'll be right back. Bye, Vanessa.
Bye.
Welcome back to Shoulder Tap with Ben from the Risk Team. Ben, how's it going today?
It's going really well, Andre. Having a great day. Feeling good. Got some good sleep. Things are warming up here in Texas. It's about time to hit the lake, go float the river. I don't know. I'm getting that itch. I want to go do something fun on the water now that we got 90-degree days here. So
90
I'm
degrees.
good, man. I'm doing well. How about you?
Wow. I'm okay. It's not 90 degrees up in Chicago today, but it is pleasant. I will say that. So let's get right into it. Yesterday was a wild one. This morning was a wild one as well. Kind of looks like we're in a range for the time being. How are we looking on the board today as far as our funded traders?
Yeah, we look good today. A lot better than yesterday. Yesterday is, as you might expect, for anyone that's been around long enough or seen these shoulder tap segments, in the aftermath of an FOMC day or CPI, any one of those big market moving economic releases. As you might expect, a lot of people, put on positions into it, small or large, and get blown up. You hate seeing it, especially when several people that might have been up money on the morning. If you're able to make money during some chop ahead of an economic release like that, to give it all back is just a crime. But it's a lesson that everybody's got to learn. You got to find that out for yourself and just hopefully don't repeat that. So lots of accounts went from green to red yesterday, unfortunately. Of course, some people, made some money on it, but that's far outweighed by the number of people that got wrecked into it. So that's why we recommend people, flat into those numbers, let things settle down. There's going to be a great opportunity afterwards. The market has to readjust to that supply demand shock one way or the other. So there's always going to be opportunities. There's always going to be another trade right around the corner. Just a reminder to be flat into those numbers next time around.
Okay, I didn't know that people are really going. Now you say they're going into the FOMC with position. Are they doing with some size too? I mean, are we talking, 5 and 10? Like, what are they hoping to happen? Are they just hoping to hit just catch one? I guess is what.
Yeah, I think Mick mentioned it a few days ago, earlier this week. Nathan had just put on I think he had an 8-lot position on. It was either 8 or 10 contracts going into that. Something seemingly benign. I think it was Canadian GDP. There might have been something else that was U.S. related that had even less of an impact historically. But something about that number, I don't know if the algorithms caught it or what, but just a lightning fast move to the downside. And, we got caught and went way past the DLL. That's what happens in live accounts. You're going to have slippage when the liquidity evaporates like that. And, got caught on the wrong side and was more than double the daily loss limit. So tough lessons to learn. And I think it's really damaging psychologically too, because Nathan, for example, just ended up, blowing the account up entirely today. You see that happen. You take a big loss, try to recover it, chase those losses and end up losing the account. So some hard truths about this game. It's brutal, but you got to learn from those lessons and move on. And that's going to be one of our themes for today for our trading cards is learning lessons from history. We've got kind of a surprise, hopefully. Some people that have been fans of Shoulder Tap for a long time should recognize one of these names. We've got don't call it a comeback, but I'll give some quick shout outs.
Let's do it.
We have on the board today. We'll give some quick numbers. Nicholas T, shout out to you holding it down for the Dallas traders up 2,500. His live account today. Pinson is. I'm sure we spoke earlier about Pinson was up about 24,000. Currently sitting up 18,000. Still in a trade. Short 8 contracts in gold. That is still red. We got very close to liquidating that trade because it almost gave away all of the profits. At one point, I think it was red $11,000. That's just criminal, giving up more than half of your wins when you're up north of $20,000. On the risk team, we don't view that as acceptable. That is reckless trading, and you're not allowed to be reckless in a firm, an account that is funded by our prop firm. So that's part of my job, Mick's job. We manage the firm's money in that way, and we want to see you win, but ultimately you have to capture those profits and take them home for them to be real. So still monitoring Pinson. It looks like that based on where gold's at right now. It looks like he's still kind of red, but we're leaving the trade on to see if something ends up happening good for it. We'd love to see him go up more, or at least capture the bulk of those profits for the day. So currently up about 18,000 for Pinson. Brian P up 4,100 in the live account. Good to see. Prince U up 3,200. Tyler H up 3,100. And we've got Lucas P, kind of a standalone in the XFA, up 16,400. Not a lot of big green in the XFAs today, but that one kind of stands out. So make sure you capture that, Lucas. If you're listening, take some of that home with you. At least half is kind of our guideline. And not to be overshadowed, the live account, our live house account. Andre, you guys have been killing it with that lately, putting on good trades and up 4,700 in that account today. So good to see it. Just a quick word on that account, something I've noticed tracking that throughout the day. Love to see you guys, lock that up or be extremely selective in the afternoons. I'm seeing profits, taken in the morning on some morning trades, and then maybe we take something, just afternoon or during power hour and end up giving some of that back or even go red. So I'm all about power hour. I understand the opportunities that show up in that market, but be selective because we monitor those trends, and over time started to see that trend of profits in the morning, giving some back in the afternoon. So just a word of advice for
Great
you guys.
stuff, Ben. Great stuff. Really appreciate that. So get a little bit more defensive in the afternoons with the house account. I do like that feedback. Getting feedback directly from the risk team. How about that? This is pretty cool. Really appreciate that. Thank you for monitoring it. Thanks for doing everything you guys do. This is really good stuff. Let's get right into it then.
All right, great. First up, we've got Hughes. Hughes B, our famous, or at least as far as the risk team is concerned, a little bit infamous trader out of France. For those of you, I know we've got a lot of new viewers, people that have just started tuning in recently. We'll give you kind of a brief history lesson on Hughes. Hughes is a big-time, high-flying NASDAQ trader that made a ton of noise in the Topstep community and in the prop firm community period last fall. So during September, October, November, managed to run his live 150K live account up to north of $100,000 in profits. Took at that time the largest payout in Topstep history of 50K. He took a cool 50K payout, total payout of $62,000 over that period of time. But this guy is, if there was ever a home run swinger, it's Hughes. He has got the stomach to let trades ride out to $20,000 or $30,000. I'll give you kind of a quick overview of those live account trades. He put up 29,000 one day, 28,000 another, 17,000, 13,000. So he's someone that can stomach those large moves and ride them out to, looks like his sweet spot is kind of that, $25,000 to $30,000 mark. That's where he says enough is enough, and I got to take this home. But there was he ended up losing that account. I believe it was the end of December. Ended up blowing the account up. So took a significant amount of the money out of the market, which we will always sing your praises for, Hughes. It's probably the best thing we could say about his performance in that live account is taking 62 grand out of it. That is no small feat. Really impressive to take that kind of profits out of the live markets. And he ended up going on a 9-day losing streak. Almost blew that account. Ended up recovering that with a $28,000 winner in December, and then it was a kind of a quick trickle beyond that. It's impressive when you get on tilt how quickly you can, or how many days in a row you can actually lose, right? For someone that shows such promise and really profitable trading and jaw-dropping trading, for that matter, to then go on just what is almost statistically impossible, right? Level of losing. It's tough to see. Hughes was in the account for 75 days, over 75 days in that live account. So that's not by accident. We know Hughes is a good trader, but he got, tilted, emotional. There's things that could be going on in the personal life, probably a combination of things that end up leading to that account. So that was, those were some of the highlights of Hughes in that live account, running that account up to over 100 grand in a short order, about 60 days. And since that point in time, since he lost that live account, we haven't talked much about him. He's been off the radar, been kind of, I would say treading water at best, kind of dink and dunking in some XFAs, churning through some accounts. But recently has gotten back on a winning streak. He's been in this 150K XFA trading about 1,800 a day, an average P&L, 75% winning days. That's not on a huge body of data. We've only got 6 trading days completed for him. So impressive over that period of time. Obviously, we want to see continued and steady success in this account before we consider calling Hughes back up. But he's high winning percentage trader. He finds his spots in the markets, picks his spots, puts on some size, and keeps moving. He also trades pretty frequently, 34 trades a day on average in this account. So he's making a lot of a lot of plays during the day, averaging $254 on the winners and $667 on the losers. So, of course, we'd love to see those turned around, but when you're able to string together, 10, or I think in this account, his longest streak has been 14 winning trades in a row, you can make up for that kind of risk reward skew. So, we're excited to see Hughes back. I'm doing some profitable trading, hoping to see him take a payout and start building back towards the type of trader that he's capable of being. I will say we saw something yesterday. He was one of the ones that got caught on the wrong side of the FOMC, had a position going on into that number, which is tragic, really, because he had about $7,000 in profit leading into that. So I'm kind of a hardliner. I've lost money in economic releases more than I care to admit. So I just have a hard rule against it personally. I always recommend people stick away, just stay flat until things settle down. But if you are going to have a position for whatever reason, fundamentals, the perfect trade is aligning in your eyes, go with a fraction of the size that you would want, right?
Yes.
Either one contract or micros is got to be the practice, because the amount of a stop loss you're going to have to not get blown up on it is going to be pretty wide, and it's just not advisable. If you feel like you have to do it with incredibly small size, is my recommendation. But yeah, Hughes ended up hitting his daily loss limit in this account as a result. So that that's been kind of the plague of his trading activity recently, and he did something almost identical, even more egregious when he was in live account. It was up 18 grand, had a size position on into it, ended up hitting the daily loss limit for that day, 6 months ago or whenever it was. So that's my number one recommendation. You just have to learn from those mistakes, right? You got to journal. You got to find a way to be disciplined enough to say, okay, I touched the stove. It was scalding hot, right? I got third-degree burns because I had a $24,000 swing in my P&L the wrong way intraday. So got to find a way to sear that into your memory and refrain from clicking the mouse and putting yourself in a similar position where something similar could happen. Because again, Hughes is a fantastic trader, but when you're putting yourself in positions where you're going to blow through all the progress you made for 2 weeks straight, it's going to be really tough to be consistent and profitable in this game. So, Andre, what kind of thoughts do you have on Hughes reemerging in his current trading?
Like that, well, I must admit, I was not expecting. Well, I knew the name was coming up because I do get to preview the trading cards before they come out. But when I did see Hughes, I go, "Is it the same Hughes?" And I got to ask, what happened? How did the process happen? I know we took him off. He busted out of his live account. What was the process like for him coming back? Did he start right back in a combine and just work his way up to a live funded? Tell me the story, how this all came about.
Sure. So he took a little bit of time off, not as much as I probably would have liked to see or would recommend for someone that, hits 116,000 in this live account or whatever he eclipsed and then blow all that out. Some of that was with payouts, to be fair, right? He took a considerable amount of payouts. But when you go through something like that, especially with the amount of money you made, I think it's important to take, several weeks off, a month off, whatever you got to do to, take care of yourself mentally, maybe even see a therapist. There's nothing wrong with therapies. Trading psychology is a big part of the game when you get up to that level. So, he took about 2 weeks off, never really gave it a hard break, I think. But he wasn't, really ripping through accounts, I would say. He was taking a week or two at a time, a couple times made it to an XFA, busted out of those. So thankfully he wasn't spending, thousands of dollars on accounts or anything like that. He was trying to get back in the swing of things. And I'm very hopeful that, he can put that together. Yesterday was not a very positive sign, doing, some of the things that got you burned last time. But, we're hopeful. We always, we love a comeback story. We always believe in our traders, especially, he already did the hard part, right? He already proved that he can grow an account to $100,000. I don't personally see a reason why Hughes can't be a $200,000 or $300,000 per year trader, taking that amount of profit out of the market. But in order to do something like that, you have to stop yourself from taking those massive drawdowns, to stop yourself from losing 10 or 20 grand in a day, because more than I know he has a daily loss limit, and there were notes. I was looking through some notes from months ago when we were talking about this, that those daily loss limits are the only reason that he was in the account for as long as he was, and that's true. Having that speed bump in there is helpful. That's why we have it as part of our program. But Hughes is proof that if you're truly tilted or not in the right headspace, you can just hit that daily loss limit day after day and still blow through an account. So
come on, yeah,
find a way to stop chasing that dragon and create a profit target, right? I love that we have that as part of our TopStep X platform. It's a fantastic feature that you can lock yourself out. I see, $2,000 in green on the screen. I'm going to hit the lockout button. I'm going to go, take a nap, go to the grocery store, go do anything except give that money back. There's a lot of positive things you can do besides trade that money away. So set a profit target. I know he's a big swinger. Maybe that number for him is 5 or 10 grand, but heck, I mean, the number of times he hits 10 grand and then comes back down to the daily loss limit, you're never going to have big, consistent success doing this. It's always going to be kind of treading water, only pulling home, 50 to 100 grand a year, which again is good money. But nice. I know based on what Hughes is doing and what he's capable of doing that he'd like to eclipse that. And that's why he's blowing the account, because he's trying to, doing that, we call it extrapolating, right? Doing that math in his head of, heck, I did 30 grand in a day. If I do that twice a month, bada bing, bada boom, I made 500 grand on the year. And chasing that dragon is just going to end you're going to end up in the ditch. So, that's where Hughes is at now. Positive to see him back on a trading card, but a long ways to go to get back to where he was.
Good stuff, Ben. All right, well, you make sure to keep us up to date with how that story develops. I know we've tried getting a hold of him. He's been a little bit elusive, if you will, but it's good to see he's back trading and making some profits, but sounds like some of those habits have not fully gone away. We'll see how this plays out. Ben, please keep us up to date on how the Hughes story develops, because, maybe he did learn something during that break. Who knows? We'll see. Keep us up to date. Let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, let's move on to Pin Sin, someone that we mentioned earlier. And I'm having a little bit of deja vu, actually, when I've been digging into the trajectory of Hughes's profile on that live account. Pin Sin is in a 150K live account currently, and on I want to say a downwards path, because they're treading water kind of around what the balance was that we transferred them into. But for having traded 38 days completed in this account, we should number one have taken a payout. And Pin Sin, if you're listening, that's my number one takeaway for you is to take a payout, lock in today's trading profits, take a payout, take that max payout, right? Take 50% of it out and let's trade smaller, because right now we're, not looking good on our statistics. 23% winning days, 33% winning trades, and having an average daily P&L of minus 1,000. Something that was, made me want to beat my head against the wall was realizing their best day that they had, having an $18,000 day, which is huge, to then go on immediately afterwards and hit 9 straight daily loss limits, which totals to, $27,000 in the red. So, 2 weeks of trading, giving up all $18,000 and then some, actually going red from that point is, man, that's brutal. It's brutal on your psychology. It's brutal on your time, right? It's, now you've lost money for 2 weeks of work that has probably been stressful, not fun, all of the different adjectives I can come up with. So somewhat similar to Hughes, just trading too much size, taking an average of, 10 lots per trade. And a lot of those blowouts are on one trade, right? You put on one trade, right? 10 lots, you're on the wrong side of it, and it's over in a couple minutes. What do you have to say, Andre?
No, I'm saying, is that right? A lot of these blowouts are just on one trade. That's what we're looking at. Come on, man.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are on one trade, 1 or 2 trades. The average loser being $2,200. You're almost knocking out your daily loss limit with a single losing trade. That's just not enough runway, because clearly when you're making these types of big winning days, $18,000, $10,000. Clearly you can analyze the market and put on a trade that is profitable and let that run out, let it work in your favor. But if you're doing so with such size that your idea never has a freaking chance to tie its laces, then you're not going to get to where you want to be, and your trades aren't going to work out, and you're going to get depressed and turn into this this spiral that we've been talking about on Shoulder Tap today. So we don't want to see traders get in that death spiral. We love big winning days, but I'd much prefer to see a $5,000. Similar advice to what we talked about with Hughes. Set a $5,000 profit target for the day. If you hit $5,000, you're shutting it down and you're walking away, right? Of course, you're going to cap yourself out. You're not going to have those $18,000 days, but that's okay, right? You want to stabilize that P&L curve, because having these massive peaks and canyons off the other side are it's impossible to sustain that long term. So it's good that you're capable of putting up big winners, but at some point you got to say, pre-plan and say enough is enough, and that's all I'm going to do for the day. Also taking a payout. He could take some notes from Hughes in that way. Take a freaking payout, pay yourself. Otherwise, what are we even doing here? So that's similar to what we saw from Hughes. Interesting point about PinCin is very diverse product trading. So trading everything from equities, energies, metals, currencies, trading the yen futures, trading copper, trading crude oil, obviously the NASDAQ and ES, gold. So, trading a breadth of things. I think if whichever product you land on, generally when I see that diversity of product trading, that tells me that it's probably hopefully a setup that they're looking for, and they're sort of product agnostic, and they're just looking for a particular setup in a particular market. It doesn't matter which market it is. So I like that style of trading. I think that's healthy. But again, if you're going in with 10 lots and it's a great idea, maybe in a lot of cases it was a fantastic idea, you just didn't give it a chance to work out. So knock it down a little bit, trade smaller, 1 or 2 lots, and be comfortable. Build those $5,000 days and come away with a nice, healthy, winning month. That's what we want to see from PinCin.
Well said, Ben. And also, don't blow out the day on just one trade. There goes your day. There goes your entire day. What first trade you blow out, and then you're done for the day, and you come back and do it again. It's like, come on, there's better ways of doing this. There's better ways to do this. I can only.
I was going to say, as a day trader, pinning yourself down to only a 5-minute opportunity is one 5-minute opportunity. There's a whole lot of day left, and
yes,
you're
there is, Ben.
You're going to miss something. You're going to miss something that you'd really, really like to be in later on. And again, that's part of that compounding psychology of, oh man, if I hadn't, risked so much this morning, I'd be around for this afternoon trade. And, you're just beating yourself up about it. So work on getting on the right track, PinCin. Reach out to the risk team. We're happy to work with you. That's what we're here for, is working with our live traders to make sure you're on the right path. I think we got just enough time to move on. I do want to highlight something really positive we've seen. If we could go to OWN, our last trading card for OWN. Really happy to see the trading that we've seen from OWN. OWN's trading a 50K XFA that just got called up to live. I was pumping my fist when I saw this trade report. There's 20 days traded, which is a pretty significant body to look at and evaluate from the risk team's perspective, especially when you're trading like this. In the 50K account, for those that may not be aware, your daily loss limit is $1,000.
Yep.
And OWN has not really even come close to that. The worst day that OWN has had was a $600 loser, and otherwise having a pretty significant winning day percentage. 70% winning days, 54% winning trades at almost a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio is fantastic. That is very steady, profitable trading. You're taking small, controlled losses. You're comfortable with being wrong. You will admit when you're wrong, and you're willing to walk away prior to hitting that daily loss limit. Those are big checks in your favor as far as the risk team is concerned. And we want to help enable those types of traders, empower those types of traders to continue to grow, because really, as far as I'm concerned, the sky's the limit with OWN. I don't have a whole lot of recommendations outside of work with us and find ways to size up on your best trades, right? Identify what your best trades actually are and size up on those, because unlike the 2 traders that we just highlighted, who have, big spikes in their P&L and then they, a big canyon on that P&L curve on the other side, OWN has, very shallow speed bumps. They have those spikes, capable of putting up a $2,000 day in the 50K account, and then very, very shallow drawdown on the days that they're drawing down. So overall, really steady, consistent trading. Happy that OWN is getting called up to that live account. Love the 50K account size for that reason. And we're really looking forward to having OWN as part of the live trading team here at Topstep.
Wow. Well, Ben, that does it for time. That was, we just kept it moving right away, moving right along, I should say. This is one of the best trading cards you're going to see. This is a trading card that's going to set up for sustained success, and that's what the risk team is looking for. I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but I know this is the type of trading card that they're looking for. Move them live and expect great results out of someone like this. Ben, thank you so much for doing that. Shoulder tap was an absolute pleasure. This is our first time doing this, like you said. It was a pleasure doing it, and we're going to do it again. We do have Coming up on the other side of this little break, we do have, oh boy, we got JD and Hoag group coaching. Also, real quick, we have submit at the top of the chat here, submit your submission for Roast My Trades. Roast My Trades is tomorrow. Everyone loves that segment on Fridays. We roast everyone's trades. If you're interested in getting your trades roasted, click the top there, and we'll do that tomorrow. But Ben, thank you. That's an absolute pleasure. Group coaching coming up next.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is that time of day again, 12:30 Chicago time. That's 12:30 in the Central Time Zone. You made it to group coaching. I'm JD, behind the curtain. You are staring at John the Goat Hoagland, senior performance coach with more than 40 years of futures trading experience. Hoag, what's up today? Caught a nice dinger. Had a nice one in the house account. That was the only trade we put on in the house account, though, right? Just that one.
Yeah. We talked too much about getting that short early in the session, and but we did catch that nice bounce. That was definitely a see money, take money. We saw money, we took money. That was a nice kind of against the trend
laid
trade.
Out. Yep. Yeah, I love the way that worked out. The process was golden.
Yep.
All right. Well, we've got your questions. We've got a couple left over from yesterday, too. Thanks to everybody that submitted their questions. We had that form in the chat for quite a bit today. And yeah, if you send a question in, we're going to try and get to it. Coach Robert was initially supposed to be here. He got called away back to Jupiter on business. So Hoag is stepping in, and we're gonna rip through some questions. All right. What do you say, Hoag? You ready?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's dive in.
Cool. All right. This question from yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. This question is from Tuesday, actually, from Shub. Shub wants to know, he's got a question about trade management. How do we decide when to get out of a trade if the market is moving our way? How do you set an exit strategy? Well, you should have an exit strategy plan before you get into a trade. Well, let's say you're doing it on the fly. You know you just want to be long in the market, but you don't know where you're getting out. Does that make sense to you?
100%. So, I think the most important thing, Shub, is to recognize the current market state. If you're in a range trade, you should be, kind of working the extremes and trying to get out, as the market rotates to the other extreme of the current area of balance. There's lots of different techniques, of course. If you're in a market that you believe is going to continue to trend that way, then your best bet is just to sit back and sit on your hands and let the trade work out. You can trail a stop, in case there's some sort of a break in that trend or that structure. Just today on fast markets, we took a trade that we knew was counter trend, and the plan for that one was see money, take money, and it worked out very nicely because we did end up kind of continuing the push to the downside, at least for the short time frame. So, if you're in a trade that the market is going your way, take a bigger look at the picture. Is the trade in line with a longer time frame trend or even a shorter time frame trend? That's something that you may want to stick around with for a little while. But if you're in a market that is really range bound, it's set extremes of highs and lows, and let's say you're short at the high, you think about taking a profit as price continues to rotate near the low. Maybe start thinking about taking a long as price rotates near the low. Maybe you'll get that rotation back up to the high. So, there's no one way to manage a trade this way. It's more of taking a look at the current market state, the context of the market, and then making that decision, of how you're going to manage that trade. Best laid plans of mice and men often go astray, but if you're in a market that's moving your way, think about the current market state. We had a trade on that went our way, but we were against the current market state, and our plan was to see money, take money. If we would have gotten the short that we were kind of looking at early in the session, and the market was continuing to push lower, that would have been something that we probably would have thought about sticking in or sticking around a little bit longer in. We can say that all we want. Hindsight is, of course, 2020, but Shub, staying in winning trades is one of the most difficult parts of trading. I mean, you see that money. It's very tempting to just take that money, but if you look a little bit further away, look at the bigger picture. You may be in a market that is in a trend or beginning a trend. If you recognize that, you just increase that muscle to be able to say, I'm going to stay in this a little bit longer, maybe trail my stop to a previous, swing low if it's a long, and see if I can get more out of this trade. It's a very difficult thing, Shub. Great question, too.
Yeah, sometimes the hardest thing to do is hold on to a winner. Just like you said, you see that money, you want to take that money.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at those higher time frames. You're never more critical on ourselves than we're in the middle of a trade, right? You don't really get smarter once you put a trade on, but you start analyzing the market a whole lot in a completely different way. You start assuming maybe you're wrong or this is the end. It's going to turn here. But
yes,
you just got to, just like Hoke said, take a step back, look at those higher time frames. You might have the trade of the century on.
We all have a tendency to overmanage trades. Just remember that the next time you're in that situation.
All right, let's move on. We got one from Hoop, our boy Hoop. Hoops. This is from yesterday. We didn't get to this one yesterday, but Hoop says, "Hey, Hoag, my friend, I miss the days of the floor, but TopStep is building something very close to that environment and educating traders as well. Wish we had that on the floor." I'm going to ask two questions here, if possible. One is technical. Second is more from the mental side. First, the technical. I use 4 range charts in a top-down approach. Do you have a feeling on 4 range charts and their benefit and downside? Part 2, second question. Any recommendations of processing all the information we take in from TopStep and other traders in the charts and organizing trading plans and thoughts? Really struggling processing all the information. We are throwing quite a bit of information at people throughout the day. And yeah, I could see if you're not used to being in the hot seat like that, it can be a little overwhelming at times. But well, let's start with the first question. How do you feel about range charts?
I don't have a lot of data to talk about that for you, Hoop. I've never really used range bars that much, range charts. So I'm not the right person to answer that question because I don't really have any really good thoughts on the benefits or the downside. If that's a tool that you're using, you're probably better at right now deciding what the benefits or the downside of them are. And I'm sorry I can't help you. Nobody knows everything, of course, and that is just one thing that I can't really speak intelligently to. So I'm going to leave that one behind for now.
And that's fine. Coach Robert's going to be on with us tomorrow, so we could follow up with him. He's a huge proponent of the range bars, the range charts, and tick charts. So that's something he enjoys talking about, and he can show some great examples too. So we'll save this. We'll put this one in our pocket for tomorrow. Hoop. How's that sound? But we can't get to your second part. We can't get to the second part of your question, though, about organizing all the information being thrown at you guys and putting together trading plans based off of it. We have any tips for, I guess you could say, collecting or gathering all the data that we're sharing and bundling it up into a nice little trading plan?
Yeah. There is a lot. I mean, even just by looking at the markets, there's a lot of information coming at every one of us every day. To be able to streamline and bring all of that information into one stream of consciousness is a gift that I don't have. I don't know many people that would be able to take all of this information and use all of it and kind of bring it into that one stream of consciousness to be able to put, to be able to process all that information. So, my suggestion is, Hoop, just, be paying attention. You've got oodles of experience in trading. You're using what you're using for a reason. And not all the information that we put out here on Topstep TV, not all the information that the chat talks about is going to be useful for every person. Right. So you've got to, we have this opportunity to spend a lot of time together, talk about trading, talk about different tools in trading. It's up to, I think, each individual trader to look at the things that we're talking about and say, this doesn't really jive with me. So I'm going to not look at that, and we'll continue, looking to add information that you find useful. There are people that look at the market profile and they say, well, that just doesn't make any sense to me. It's antiquated. But it's not. To me, it's not antiquated. It's just a picture of what the market is trying to tell us. Some people recognize the usefulness in that. Some people won't recognize that as useful. They'll be looking at something else. Maybe it's candlestick patterns or things like that. Volume. All of these things are available to each of us and so readily available. Hoop on the trading floor. We didn't have the opportunity to sit and look at a whole bunch of different charts for different products and different time frames and different types of charts. We just had to use what we knew and find a way to profit with that. Yeah, there were sometimes charts up on the walls and they would kind of rotate through different time frames, and you could watch that, and you could watch the cash market, and all of this different stuff was available. But we have so much coming at us now. I feel you, Hoop. I mean, it's so difficult to try and take all of this information and again sum it down into one kind of stream of consciousness that you're going to be able to use. With your experience, Hoop, take the things that you learn that you deem useful and hold on to those and learn to use them. The things that don't speak to you, don't worry about trying to absorb all that information. You might feel like you're going to miss something that might deem itself very important at some time in the future, and I get that. But if we try and absorb all of this information all at once, it's you just end up, I think, with more of a paralysis by analysis type of situation. And the dad wisdom today, I think, is going to speak a lot towards being able to make a decision decisively and and work the results of it. Great question, Hoop. I really appreciate you and you being here and your floor experience and everything that you bring to the chat. I wish that there was something more succinct that I could answer these questions with. But it's, there's so many enigmas in trading is, sometimes more information isn't necessarily better. And as for the range charts, Robert's going to be your guy to ask that question. And we're going to try and keep that on the side for Robert tomorrow.
Sweet. And whatever you do, don't listen to what Andre says. I'm joking. I am joking, of course.
Of course.
Thanks for the question, Hoop, and thanks for all your contributions in the chat. We do appreciate it for sure. It's great having guys like Hoop in there, giving direction to everybody else. It's a big help. Makes our jobs easier, makes our lives easier, and it's good for you guys too. So thanks a lot, Hoop. Appreciate you. All right, next question comes from D. D wants to know, which delta indicator do you use in TradingView? What's the name of the delta indicator that you use?
Well, in TradingView, they have cumulative delta, but I don't use TradingView. And if you do have TradingView, to get the cumulative delta, it's an upgrade in the subscription of the platform. So I've never seen it. I've never used it. I'm not sure if you're able to kind of anchor the delta indicator to a specific time frame or time of day. Again, I apologize. I'm not that familiar with TradingView. I don't use it. I don't have it. And but if you do have TradingView, just look under indicators and look up delta, and all of the delta tools that are available on TradingView will pop up. But if you click on it and they ask you for an upgrade in the subscription, that's what you're going to have to do to get that.
Excellent follow-up question.
The only way I can answer that.
Just to follow up on that, where do you get your delta information then?
Okay, so I've got T4 platform. I've had it since I stepped out of the trading pit, and on the market profile, you can add delta. And if I have regular trading hour session on there, it gets me just regular trading hour delta. Unfortunately, we can't administer the market profile for people that are using T4 in the trading combine or in the live account. But there was a question in the chat a little while ago about using day session only delta in trading view. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. So what we're looking at here is, let me get this up here. If I can get it. There we go. Oh, it's not going to let me. Oh, here, hang on. So this is the cumulative delta, and that's what it looks like on Tradeovate. But this is also anchored to the beginning of the regular trading hour session. So what this is saying here is that the regular trading hour session has almost 1,800 negative delta. We saw earlier today that it was down around negative 14,000. It's currently right now down 1,700. So we've taken a lot of that delta off. But the way to set that on Tradeovate for anybody who's interested in this is go to the configure chart elements, then click on the month and the time frame. Whoops, hang on a second. Indicators. No, wait a minute. Okay, here we go. You're going to have to go to Tiki cumulative delta line. You can find that in community community elements, community chart elements, indicators, whatever it is. You'll find that here. Explore community indicators. So you'll go to this and you'll click. I just want to be quick with this. I apologize, but go down and find Tiki cumulative delta and then install it in the program. Then go to chart elements, then click on Tiki cumulative delta line. You want to go to session. If you are in Central Time, you want to start the session a half an hour before the regular trading hour session. For some reason, that is just how it works best. Okay. So session, start hour, 8 a.m. That's 9 a.m. on the East Coast. You know where your time zone is. So start the session a half an hour before, then hit save. And now you've got your cumulative delta, which is going to basically zero at 8:30, and you're going to have an accurate delta, daytime frame only delta. Because if you have the cumulative delta, you're going to have to do a lot of math throughout the day. Well, it started at plus 20,000. Now it's at plus 18,000. That means delta for the day session is minus 2,000. May as well just set it up that way. It is currently reading as accurate. We're down 1,740. I'm looking at down 1,700 and now 1,800. It is presenting as accurate right now. Just remember that electronic trading is not perfect, and sometimes there can be little differences or variances between different platforms and the tools that they're using. So again, find it in Tiki, go to chart indicators, chart elements, Tiki cumulative delta line, click on that, session, start hour a half hour before the regular trading hours, save, and then you've got it. All right. Hopefully that's going to work out well for you.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoagland. Yep. Thanks for the question, D. I see some people in the chat. We're still getting questions about when Topstep X is going to be available to everybody. Can't really disclose that, but I'm going to say it's not today and it's not tomorrow. But hang tight because it's coming soon. All right. Let's move on. Toby123 says, how can I better learn analytical techniques? I'm assuming this means Toby wants to learn more about technical analysis. Honestly, you can just sit down, open up a web browser, and do a search for technical analysis and find pretty much everything that there is to know about it with, a couple clicks of the mouse. I think some people kind of consider the Bible of technical analysis to be John Murphy's technical analysis of the futures markets book, of the financial markets book. Technical analysis of the financial markets. That's the name of the book by John J. Murphy. It was published over 50 years ago, but people reference it all the time. It's got all the patterns in there, everything you possibly need. You can refer to our website also. We have a blog series on technical chart patterns. You could take a look at that. You could seek out help in our Discord channel. I'm sure our coaches would be willing to help you out to learn technical analysis, how they use it, what types of tools that they're using. What else we got, Hoag? What comes to your mind if you're trying to learn technical analysis?
There's always new ways to think of things and new ways to look at things. We had Brian Shannon on. This is his book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. I haven't read it yet, but I'm looking very much forward to reading it. And there's different types of technical analysis too. I mean, there's candlestick patterns, there's, traditional technical analysis. There's lots of different ways to kind of do that. But Toby, none of these books are page turners. These are all textbooks. There's a lot to know and a lot to learn. So give yourself time. And, as I kind of suggested a while back, just give yourself 15 minutes a day, half an hour a day. Get that technical analysis book. Look it up online. Some of these books, some of these older books, especially, you can sometimes find like free downloadable versions, PDF versions of them. And just, it takes time. We get that. I've been at this, for 40 years, and I learn more every day. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. But, it's all about you, Toby. How much are you willing to put into learning your technical analysis and getting better at all of that? That's the question. Put your heart into it. Do something every day to learn. And before long, you'll be moving right along as far as getting better at technical analysis.
Yep. And again, there's no substitute for screen time either. Make sure you're in there watching the markets, trying to identify these patterns. The more you do that, the easier it'll be.
Good point, Jimmy. Good point. Yep.
Dan Trader in the chat has a recommendation to the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns. I have not read that one, but I assume it's got to be pretty good. Dan Trader is not one to, I would say, slack on something like that. So yeah, I'll check that one out for sure. Thanks for the recommendation. All right, next up, Baba Booey. Baba Booey says, can you please go over how you set multiple products on the Topstep X screen? Mine stay the same in each window. Sure, it's just a setting, but can't find it.
Sure. So first off, you're going to want to go to select layout. I've got a 4-screen layout selected here. So if you only had one product on there and you go to 4-screen selection, all 4 are going to be the same market. But just click on it and then type in here. This is the S&P. This is the NQ. If I want a different time frame of S&P right here, I just type in ES, and then I click on that, and then it's going to have ES, a 5-minute chart and a 500 tick chart. So then you can choose 4 different markets to put on this screen, and then save your layout, name your layout, and then and save it. So now I just saved it. So now I'm going to have to save it back to NQ, back to NQ. Now I'm going to save the layout. So it's just a matter of changing each window to the product that you want, and then saving the layout. All right. And you can set up different layouts too. Like, you can create a new layout. There's all different things that you can do here. But that's really, if you just want 4 different charts, change the products on all 4 charts and then save the layout. Hope that helps.
Yep, pretty simple. Just make sure you save everything you do in Topstep X. And you could set up as many different workspaces as you want. So keep that in mind also. All right, we got time for one more. We're going to close it out with one of Hoag's specialties here. Kurti asks, can you please explain... And let me mute Isaac real quick.
Sorry, guys.
All right, Isaac is now
All
muted.
right.
All right. Can you please explain what is the meaning of base of the late spike? Can it be seen only on TPO charts? And also, what is its significance?
Okay. All right. So let's see here. We're going to go on the 30-minute chart here, and we're going to look at gold. Okay. So we know that the regular trading hours for gold are from 7:20 to 12:30. So the range for the regular trading hour session in gold yesterday was, basically from 23.21 down to 23.04 or 23.05 approximately. Because the FOMC meeting came out yesterday after the settlement for gold, it doesn't mean that there can't be good information after that. So because we've got this late spike here very handy, we're going to discuss this one. What a late spike is when the market is range bound and right at the end of the day, the market pushes away from that range and then closes higher. Technically, is this a late spike? We're just going to treat it as one. So if, let's say, this is what we saw at the end of the day. We saw a range, we saw price push away from it and then close on those highs. When we look at the gold yesterday, the highest volume was actually after the settlement price. So that makes this late spike important. So the late spike is when price moves away from balance at the end of the day and doesn't have the time to show acceptance through time after the close. Okay. So the base of the late spike, we would say, would be the high of the range that was established early in the day. Let's call it 23.2160. When the market goes up and then closes up above that level, that's what creates the late spike. What we're looking for is for the market to show us acceptance in time by closing in or above that late spike. Well, today the market opened below that late spike, indicating probable rejection of higher pricing. You don't need profile to see it. I think there was an opportunity earlier in the week here in the S&Ps where we saw, let me just double check here. Okay. Yes. So here is an example of a late spike. The market opened, rallied. Well, the market opened, balanced, fell, balanced, and in the last 30 minutes of the day, extended the range below and closed on the low. This is a late spike to the downside. What this would indicate is that the market would seek lower levels to facilitate trade, but didn't have time to show that it was bringing new business into the market down at those levels. Well, the next day, the market opened below the late spike. The base of the late spike is in essence where balance broke very late in the day. So the base of the late spike here was 50.8675. 50.8675. So that is meaningful because we if we think the market's going to go lower, we want price to pretty much remain below that level. We opened the next day below the late spike. First indication of a higher probability of lower pricing. The market rotated. It took forever to even close the gap. So this was indicating possible acceptance of lower pricing. The FOMC came out, boom, we rally and we close back below the late spike and the base of the late spike. Look at our highs today. The base of the late spike, to be exact, was 50.88.5. Our overnight high, 50.90, 88.5. That's 6 ticks above the base of that late spike. This was an anomaly. This was a news-driven event, and sellers did take price back lower. What's our regular trading high? 50.88.75. What's the base of our late spike? 50.86.75. We tested to it. This is going to remain resistant until proven wrong. Okay? Okay, so the base of the late spike, basic late spike rules. Opening in the late spike, but below the base of the late spike is a secondary probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Opening below a late spike, in other words, the way we did yesterday, is a higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. There's your basic rules for the late spike. There's where to find the base of the late spike. Anytime you see a market that moves significantly away from range at the end of the day and closes away from range, that creates the late spike. Okay?
Beauty.
Great
Thanks,
question.
Hoag. And we are over time, so we're going to get out of here real quick. Stick around. We've got the Funded Traders Takeover coming up next. Andre with Nick T and Isaac. You
Sorry.
got two of our...
I went too long.
No worries, Hoag. We got Isaac and Nick T coming up. Isaac's number 5 on our leaderboard, and Nick T is also in the top 20. We're going to have them on for the Funded Trader Takeover in just a minute. Hoag, let's get this dad wisdom, and then we're going to take a real short break, and we'll be right back.
See, this goes with Hoop's question. If there's too much to think about, it's going to be very difficult to make a decision. Dad always said, if you'll lose more by not making a decision than by even making a wrong decision. Make the decision and take the trade. Trade well, everyone.
Man, I am a lucky guy, and so is the audience. Today, we are here with the funded trader takeover. The man in the middle is Isaac R. The man on the right is Nick T. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Thank you guys for joining us today. I hope the audience is really ready for a super special segment right now. Nick T, how's the trade going today?
The trade's going well. I've had a pretty good morning in the live account, up just under 2,500, but it's been kind of a choppy mess. I've given back some points, got some points back, taking a stop out in about 3 seconds this morning at the the total low for the day. So that was unfortunate. More of a panic flatten than it was a, normal stop out. So not exactly what you want to do.
No, I saw that. I did see you get long there in the chat. Speaking of that, it's getting long. Isaac R., I think you got long around the 50-50 level in the ES this morning, this morning. Tell us about that trade. How's it going so far today?
Well, I took a few trades, taking some heat in some accounts, seeing some money in some other accounts. The team as a whole did very, very well today. We had some people pass combines. People throw up some nice P&Ls. I actually have a couple of my combine traders here, a couple of my live funded traders here, my XFA traders here, and it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but overall it was all good. I took some heat because I did decide to get a little aggressive personally. Kind of as the leader of Big Tick Energy Group, I do get some freedom there as far as risk exposure goes. So I took some trades before the open, and I took some trades as well right before some of the numbers came out at 10. And I'll be honest, I took some heat on that. But obviously you guys saw in real time during fast markets in the chat, I was calling out a few levels, calling out a couple positions, and they were each 10 to 15 point winners. And I think I called out 3 of them. So it's been an interesting post FOMC day.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Well, while we speak here, we are catching a bid, like my man Isaac reminded me in the green room. S&P's trading 50.86 right now, about 4 points, 3 points beneath the highs of 50.90. Here we go. Just new highs here in the NASDAQ as well, trading 17.630, 632, call it. Dow as well, up against the highs as well. Seen a sell-off in popping crude. I take that back. Popping crude and a rally in gold. So we do have some markets moving right here. So if you guys do see some opportunities, you want to take some trades, by all means, let's do that. But we got you guys are 2 of our all-stars right now. Nick T, let's talk about that panic trade this morning. What happened? You felt like you're catching a falling knife. You got long almost around the damn near lows, and it just didn't really go your way?
Yeah, it was one of those situations where I was comfortable taking a long just below the previous day low at 399. So I was kind of just sitting at 395, and it basically, almost nicked my stop immediately. And it just looked so heavy where it's like, you know what, let me see if it just kind of builds here for a second. I'm usually pretty good at kind of catching those knives and longs off excess lows like that. But this was a situation coming out of yesterday where we kind of just unwound everything post press conference with Powell that I'm just like, you know what, this actually looks like some aggressive selling. So I'm just going to wait. And it was more like, I'll just get out for a couple points of a loss and regroup here. And then unfortunately never got back in long, took a couple scalp shorts since then, but could have just been riding that this entire day and been very happy right now.
Absolutely. Isaac, let's talk about these S&Ps. What are your thoughts? We saw the Powell, we saw the big reversal off of Powell as if a roundabout way we got back to where we started. What are your thoughts moving forward with FOMC, what we heard from Powell, and where we're going? I mean, and for the rest of the week, for that matter, we got Apple after the bell, we got non-farm coming up tomorrow. Thoughts on the horizon, what's coming up towards us, and what happened yesterday?
So I will say I was a little bit disappointed with some of the price action at FOMC. If you look at a daily chart, the entire candle or bar for yesterday was actually smaller than the sell-off that we had the day before, which historically, or maybe not historically, but more often than not, you'll know that, the Monday, Tuesday, and early part of Wednesday leading up to FOMC tends to be chop city, right? Sideways, ultra tight ranges, very, very little, average true range. So those weeks tend to be a little bit difficult. Even taking a loss in my live funded account today, a pretty sizable loss. I hit my personal daily loss limit, which is a nice chunk of change. I'm still up 11 grand on the week, and we still have tomorrow. So I could lose $1,000 tomorrow and still be up 10 grand on the week, and I could make 1,000 to 5,000 tomorrow, and I could be up, anywhere from 11 to 16 grand tomorrow. Not trading the P&Ls, but that's a really nice position to be in. Just like when you're in those trades and you have your stop trailed in the money, and you're either making this much money or this much money, that's the best place to be in. But we've had, pretty exciting. I mean, Monday was really tight. And even with Monday being as tight as it was, I think I put up 3 grand I think I put up $3,000 in my live account and maybe another 2,500 in my combine on Monday. And I mean, when you look at that daily bar, the candle was this big. But I was a little disappointed to see the range as small as it was yesterday for it being FOMC. But when you look at what the Fed did or didn't do, right, did or didn't do as it pertains to, prime rate, it's kind of in line with the activity we saw. Don't get me wrong. There was a lot of, up and down, whiplashing. People could get chopped up really bad in there, which is why I had the bulk of my team lock themselves out of their Topstep X accounts. But I think the most important thing, especially if you guys end up putting up my charts up, even if it's just for a brief second, is that the daily, since, the better part of April was pretty much a short-term bear trend, right?
Yep.
But the 100-day simple moving average on the daily has held. On a very, very aggressive sell-off day that we had on the 19th, we did peak under and we did close underneath the simple moving average on that day. However, the very next day, we were trading above it, closed above it, and we've honestly spent the last week and a half bouncing on that moving average. So, what that tells me is that overall, the market's not finding enough value. That maybe the market's too cheap underneath that, we'll call it 49.80 to 50.50, right? So 49.80 up to 50.50. We can do some business in that zone, but the market's not really comfortable taking it much lower. But we also haven't really gotten that follow through, that commitment from the bulls and the bears letting go to really take the market higher and retest some of those all-time highs that we were seeing at the end of March and beginning of April. So the way that moving average is playing as support, though, gives me confidence as far as bull sentiment goes. But I'll tell you, man, these candles that we've been seeing on normal days where we're not getting, crazy geopolitical news hitting the wire or any other, earnings releases, even who was it that I think we had what earnings? It was like AMD, two other ones. It wasn't really that exciting. We had one coming out right at 1600 hours, 1605, and I think 1500 hours. And we weren't really seeing major sell-offs or major spikes. So I think the really important thing with Amazon's earnings coming out, and it's the first of the month, right? Tomorrow's Friday. Let's really see what some of these bigger players in the market, some of these institutional traders do with respect to that moving average in the S&P as we close out the day tomorrow. I think that's going to be something really important to watch because it's going to set the tone for the rest of the quarter. May and June, we're going to see either upward movement, downward movement. Maybe for the next week or so, we might see some chop, but we're gonna pick a direction here real soon.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on that we have been in this range for quite some time now. We'll see if we do break out of it. Nick T, I want to talk to you about the gamma, what you're seeing with the gamma play, and please explain that to the audience for those that aren't familiar. But what do you see with that? How do you use that to your advantage in your trades?
Yeah. So, a good trader friend of mine did a really good deep dive of FOMC with it yesterday, of just in terms of how different, the call and put walls throughout Powell's initial statement release that the algos went a little crazy with, as well as during the press conference, just how the options activity throughout kind of that press conference was moving pretty much up the chain the whole time. And then as soon as it stopped talking, it almost was like they just started closing those positions and moving it back down. So it's something that I use to, not typically during FOMC, because I think it's a little less relevant, and just given how illiquid it can kind of be, you're just kind of playing against algos and institutions. So it's not exactly, I know you guys preach it, but it's not the best time to be trading for anyone who's less experienced or just isn't used to trading event volatility. It's just a great way to, blow your account and, or, hit a daily loss limit from the day. So typically what I do is I'll look at, longer term gamma exposure on a time frame, as well as zero day to expiration, just kind of seeing where it's sitting in any given day. So as far as today, I'm still seeing, pretty much the largest strike, where you would expect at a big round number at 50.50. So no surprise there. And then still seeing a pretty large wall around SPX 5000. So not much has changed. It still looks like there is some downside risk, that is, or at least how market makers are positioned today. Still potentially looking at another trip this week, heading back towards 5,000. And I think, even right now, as ES is kind of failing to break above the opening range high for the day, we could just be sitting and waiting for Tim Apple to save the world again. I don't exactly know. As we're making highs in NQ here, it seems like we might stall out at this level as the market is waiting on all the fear in the world that Tim Apple is either going to send us back to 3860 SPX or to new all-time highs. So we'll see what happens here upon close. But I know that's always a fun area of the earnings season that I know everyone anticipates.
Tim Apple indeed saving
I'm
the
waiting
world.
for on pins and needles for Tim Apple to save the world. I don't know.
I got it. I heard you the first time. Nick T. Oh, that got me good. The Coop liked it there in the chat. All right, guys. So I need your honest assessment. You are two of the traders that we lean on heavily for these house account trades. And we were just talking about Hoag's previous quote of his dad wisdom coming into or ending group coaching coming into this power player session. So Nick T, I want you to tell me what Hoag said and what stuck out to you and how we can apply that to the house account trade. Because as you see, we are very conservative. Oh boy, why Isaac's laughing now too. Everyone's loving this shit. You can see we're hesitant to pull the trigger. We'll pull the trigger. We're finding trade levels, finding execution. Yeah. How can we refine this process? Help us with it.
Well, I guess my first thought is there's too many cooks in the kitchen at times. That's my first piece of feedback. And I mean, Isaac would probably agree to me. I know Dakota would probably agree with me where half the time, I mean, you have a rough area of a level and you just have to execute. And I think Hoag's little quote was more about like, you're going to lose more sitting on the sidelines than taking the risk, to enter and potentially taking a loss. Like you're going to lose more mental capital. And I know last Friday, Andre, during Power Hour with me, I know you lost a little sanity not jumping into the same trade I was in the house account after a good day. So it's like that same, I guess, mentality. But yeah, sometimes it's just like, it was me with catching the knife this morning. You just kind of got to jump in and at least a rough area of where you're wrong. I know we're looking for defined risk, but I still think there's those low risk areas where even at the, you longing for 400 today on NQ with some size in the house account, you kind of knew where you were wrong. Even if you were going to catch it there, you knew how much further it could go before it's we're wrong and we're going way lower.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the trade of the day. Get long beneath 1400 or 400s there in the NASDAQ. But yes, we got I don't know why you smoke, Isaac. Isaac's like, why do you smoke your cigars? They're delicious, right?
They are delicious. They make me feel good. They taste good. They smell good. That's it.
I appreciate that. All right, Isaac, tell us your thoughts on this house account thing, how that we got going. We lean on your levels. Today, the 50-50s and the ES. Jack and yourself are all over that trade. A little late to that party with pulling the trigger, the execution. How can we refine this process and make it better?
Definitely, like less people trying to sit in the captain's seat, right? I think that ultimately one person has to be given, the key and say that, even if there is mostly agreements, which some out, it's not unanimous, right? There's some outstanding disagreements, then that person still has the freedom to go ahead and pull the trigger, right? There's also just been a little bit too much deliberation, right? Like whose levels are we leaning on? Like I stopped submitting my levels because I'm like, my trades just aren't being taken, right? So it's like you guys are looking at maybe one too many sets of levels, right? And I think especially for the house account, I think what it's going to have to be is that early on in the fast market session, pick an instrument, right? So you're not toggling between NQ or ES or crude oil or whatever. Pick your instrument right off the jump, probably align that with whatever the guest that you have on for that segment trades. Right, so if I'm on ES, right, if Deanna's on maybe crude or one of the metals, Nick NQ, and then aside from, picking a specific instrument, also have a bias. So say, right out the gate, you guys have Hoag on there, Andre, you're on there every single time. You guys have people who are smart enough to say, okay, overall, I'm only interested in longs today, and I'm only interested in shorts today, and I'll only take a position then if one of my setups present themselves close to or at one of the predetermined levels and with the bias that I'm interested in. If those three things don't line up, the instrument chosen, the bias chosen, and then having clear defined levels for the day, don't take a house account trade. Then there won't be any beef and any drama. I know the Topstep TV chat loves it, but sometimes we can go without the drama.
I agree. I'm definitely down for that. Less drama, the better. All right, well, I appreciate it. So streamline a little bit more. Focused on one instrument with people on air and a little bit too many cooks in the kitchen. Yes, I like that a lot. So I appreciate that, guys, very much. And Isaac, hey, if you want to throw those levels in there, trades aren't being taken. I get it. Feel free to throw them in there, though. Like those 50-50s today were money. Should have pulled the trigger on those. But yeah.
I'll be a lot more active submitting my levels daily. Pretty much it'll end up being every single day once my boot camp is over in my Discord. For right now, I'm trying to keep it as exclusive as possible. But as soon as that's cut, I'm going to be giving you guys my levels every day. Hopefully, I can come on to a few fast market segments so that I can trade them with you guys and the house account. And speaking of trading, I have a limit order set at 50.84 to go short in the S&P with a target of 68.75. And that's a 10-point stop with 3 contracts. So we did go up and just barely tickle that level, but didn't get a fill. So just figured I'd let you guys know I do have a short limit order placed, and we'll go ahead and see if because to get over 90 to 95 in the S&P, we'd have to become quantitatively overextended, which I don't think the market's looking to do at this point. If we were in power hour, especially like that last 45 minutes, anything can happen, right? But as it stands right now, we're just coming up to 2:30, right? Anybody who was in extended lunches have come back now. So the bulk of the players are in the game, with the exception of, MLC, imbalances and liquidity injections coming towards the end of the session. So this would be like, for me, a one and done. If the short fills, ride it out just below 50.70, take a 10 to 15 point winner on that with little to no heat. You saw we made our way when we were catching that bid when we started this segment. We got up to 88.5. Couldn't quite get into that 90s to 95 area. So that tells me, the bulls don't really want to make this market overextended. They want to keep it in quantitative balance. And mean reversion is naturally going to come into play as the product of that, right? So we'll see if we get the fill here.
I like that. With the target of 68, he said he's working on offer at 84s. Let us know if you get fill. We're about a couple ticks away from that, turning 83 half right now. With a target of 68. I got VWAP pegged at 50.66, so I can see where your target is right around that range. That makes a lot of sense. Quick peek here at crude. Crude did turn around. We did see a sell-off at the beginning of the segment. It did recover some of those losses. Everything else kind of trading sideways, but I like that play. I just got a range trade going on. Nick T, in these type of markets, will you be trading Power Hour at all? I know we traded Power Hour last Friday. I think we got you on tomorrow for Power Hour.
I just got a fill, by the way, guys.
You did get filled. Wow,
I just got a fill, and I'm already up $150 on the position. Immediate rejection from that level.
Beautiful. So, okay, all right, let's talk about this trade. So you are in that trade. Let's throw it up there. Please update him, Isaac, on what your position is, how many times, and from what price, so we can update the board.
Yep, 50.84, short S&P, 3 contracts.
Thank you. So when
the plan is my target's an extended target, meaning it's a little bit greater than my typical 10 points. The average true range is there, right? If you double ATR, target expectancy is realistic with what I'm looking for. Also, that would put the target right at the 200 period simple moving average on the 50-minute chart. So we should expect some sort of support if we can even get down there. But of course, if anybody in my Big Tick Energy group is in the TopstepTV chat, knowing that I'm short at 84, I guarantee you a dozen to 50 people can jump in the TopstepTV chat and let you know at what level would trigger for me to trail my stop, and then what level I would trail my stop to eliminate risk from the trade and capture a gain. That way, the only 2 outcomes are a gain, because I have hard, concrete rules on trailing my stops. That's a really important part of my strategy. So basically, on an entry, it's at 6.5 points of green. You trail to 4.5 points. That way, at that point, you're taking no less than 4.5 points on the trade. And then depending on if it's a standard target or an extended target, again, it's Big Tick Energy. We call the group that because we're not looking for trades if it's less than 10 points. If there's less than a 10-point target expectation, we're not getting in that trade. So once we're at 4.5 points, if it's an extended target, then we have trailing parameters that we would lock in no less than that 10 points if we even peak a point above that or a handle above that. So it's at 6.5, we trail to 4.5, then we trail to 10. And then at that point, myself and the people in my group, they can trail at their discretion, right? See money, take money, and aggressively trail that stop so you're not leaving too much meat on the bone.
That's very good stuff there. Nick T, what are you looking for the rest of this day? We got about 90 minutes left in the trading session today. Like you said, we got Apple earnings after the bell. How would you looking to attack the rest of this market, if at all?
Yeah, not really looking at too much. I did take a stab short, but I'm probably going to get out here in a second. I don't love the way NQ is. Yeah, I got short at 620, just trying to get a quick scalp as we were heading potentially back towards like 580, 585.
Right.
So I'm short 620 right now. If we kind of burst out of this, I just don't love the way at the end of the day NQ kind of makes these hold my beer candles, and you can get ripped by 20 points without even trying. So if it breaks the high of this, which it looks like it's about to, I will be out for about a $600 loss. Let's see.
All right, so both these guys are getting short here at the upper end of this range. And I do understand why. It is quiet. Like we said, we got some earnings after the bell, non-farm tomorrow. So these guys are just saying, the bulls are going to come in here and start buying this up when no one's looking. But like you said, there's a hold my beer pop that we could see. We'll see how this plays out. Nick, if you can update us on that trade.
I see some sellers initiating up here at the high. So it is one of those things, like if ES can protect the opening range high, I still like looking for shorts, but if it kind of starts to build above that, no chance am I taking a short thrust today.
So this is the moment
ES
of truth,
86 was the level you wanted to be in at, but of course, to ensure that you got to fill, I front ran that a little bit. I'm willing to take an extra 2 to 3 points heat on the trade to ensure a fill in this scenario, but really the level you wanted to be at was 86 quarter. So, and we're trading right now at 86 quarter. But sometimes you got to do a little bit of a front run, take a little bit of heat. That way you can make sure that you catch the wave, because there's nothing worse than being right, but not being right because you missed it.
All right, talk to us. All right, talk to us through these trades. We are seeing some sellers stepping in a bit. We'll see how this. We'll take a look at the tilt here for you guys. We got Nasdaq long 57%, ES 63% long right now. So there's long. I don't know what Delta is. We get a Delta update from John if he is.
So you're reading my mind. I was gonna say, Andre, if we can get the Topstep TV chat for the viewers to participate, if we can get two things, if we can get a VWAP update in the S&P, and if we can get a Delta update in the S&P, that'd be really nice, because we know John can get it to us. But let's see if we can get some activity going from some of the people viewing right now, and get those pieces of data for us in the chat.
Let's do it, chat. Get in there. Tell them what you think about this trade. Levels for being short. You guys bullish or bearish? Here we go. Thank you, John. Oh, ES minus 1100, NQ minus 4400. We did see ES peak at around minus 16,000 today, so they've peeled that off significantly, almost to neutral in that delta. So we're at minus 1100.
And we got a VWAP update.
I got your VWAP. I got you at 50. So we'll throw it in the chat there. What do you got, VWAP? Andre Coda says 66.
VWAP's 5066.
Yep.
And my target would be nestled just over 66. Even if it's, some people are saying 64, 64 3/4, 66. So either way, my tentative target as it stands right now is just above VWAP. So in a way, I'm almost leaning on VWAP. However, I didn't know what VWAP was. So there's a lot of coincidences that you see like that in the market, and a lot of my team knows when I say, is that coincidence? They usually respond with AQM. No, it's algorithmic, it's quantitative, it's math. When you start seeing simple moving averages align with certain, levels from previous sessions, etc., there's no coincidence in the market. It's either raw data or it's math.
I like that. So you're saying it's not a guessing game, huh?
It's not. It's not. And really, the only way to really have a chance at this game is that you got to try to play like the bigger players, but scale down. The more that you can trade, like I think it was who was it, Silver Fox, or that you guys have on? I know Rips just did a podcast with him. He was
Austin
more
Silver.
of a Forex guy before. Austin Silver, there we go.
I'm out
Silver
of that,
Fox.
by the way.
He said
out.
What is it? Oh, you're out of the trade?
I'm
still in it. He said, like, if you're not a trader that has, payout proof, if you don't have statements that you can show, and if you're not a trader that has worked for a larger firm, I don't want to hear anything from you, right? I don't want to trust whatever platform you say you need to be on, what prop firm you need to be on. I don't want your levels. Like, you got to have some sort of credentials. I don't know if on the stream on YouTube, if there's like restrictions. I can't really say what financial institutions and banks that I've worked for, but I've worked for some of the bigger ones, both nationally here in the States and also internationally across the pond as well. And that is all stuff that has helped me, really make my arsenal that much better. And a lot of people don't know this. About 6-7 months ago, I actually applied to be a risk analyst with Topstep because I kind of felt like something that would be another good thing to kind of add to my utility belt is to learn the risk management side, not at the trade level, but at the account level, meaning, the entire prop account, the house account, managing, hundreds, if not thousands of traders. It didn't obviously work out, but that's fine because here I am on Topstep TV and I'm still, in the top 10 or top 5 as far as individual traders go. But you got to constantly be doing things to improve, because even though this isn't college, right? We have our dues, we have our tuition, and you got to get every little piece of education that you can to have any shot at making it in this game.
I agree with that. All right, Nick T. So you are out of the trade. You are flat. You got stopped out, or did you manually stop it out?
No, I took the stop. I didn't want to. If we run those highs, I didn't want to get ran for another 10 points for no apparent reason. So I'm just kind of waiting and watching here. We might get an excess push above 35 on NQ. Granted, I got cut at 30-ish, 30 and a half, whatever. So there's a chance, my entry should have been that. And, that was the potentially a top tick stop out in a way, and we go back down. But no, I think we might run these highs.
Yeah, well, we're certainly butting up against them here. 50.88 in the S&Ps with a high of 50.90 on the day. Pretty much we are at the highs right now.
We become overextended. Yeah, we're at the highs now, and if we hit 95 or greater, we get to a point where, on a quantitative standpoint, the market has become overextended. So many standard deviations away from the mean. At that point, it's really, really hard to. You don't want to get in front of that running bull. You don't want to try to catch that falling sword, right? If it was the other way around, right? If we were looking to become overextended to the downside, that's where I don't even say we're trying to catch a falling knife. You're trying to catch a falling sword. Like you can get, and that's actually kind of what happened to me this morning after the numbers that came out at 10 a.m. So, we just hit that 90 now. That means we did get a little bit of support where my entry was, which also is in line with value high from yesterday's session. So now it's going to be a matter of, we did hit 230. There should be some added liquidity, some more players entering the game. We're going to see if we could take this to 95 or higher. That's why my stop is situated 1 point before that, because I don't want to take any more of a loss outside of what my loss would be at that level. Because if we can get there, we're likely to see us going much higher than that. Plus, we got big round 5100 just above it, right?
Yeah, I see that. I do see that indeed. Yes, we are kind of just we are rallying, so to speak, catching a bid, Isaac, if you will. And the volume's a little light right now. It is about, like I said, 90 minutes left in the session. We will see where the stops are situated. I'm assuming the stops just above 5100. Where do you think the stops are in the S&Ps there, Isaac?
Honestly, the stops were probably right around this 90 level, and also right where my stop's sitting. My stop's sitting at 94 even. So there's definitely some stops in there, because again, if we can get through 90 to 95, at that point, some of the more strategic traders, oh my God, we're doing thumbs up on the camera again. Some of the more strategic traders are going to have those stops set before that overextension, right? So that they don't have that cascading effect of like lots of stops starting to get triggered just above that. So that's why, again, I wouldn't want to go much further than 94, because I'm pretty adamant that if we get into 95, that's when we could easily see another 10-point, bid that we catch to the upside as we start looking for that 5100, 5105. So at that point, that's how you end up hitting a $3,000 daily loss limit on 3 contracts, by having your stop too wide and not paying attention to some of those levels. So I'm willing to take a little bit of heat on this trade, right? And like I said, I front ran it. So there's an extra 2 to 3 points of heat that I normally wouldn't have taken if I had gone in where I wanted to, but I also wanted to ensure the fill. So we'll see. There's only 2 outcomes. I'm either going to get stopped out or I'm going to hit my target. And the only guarantee we have as far as what direction the price is going to move in is to the right of the screen. None of us know if it's going up or down, but we all know that it's moving to the right.
I'm seeing a call buying picking up around 50.75 on SPX. So about 10 points higher, which would line up to about, 5,100 on ES.
Where we're at now. Yep.
Yeah, that was a good manual stop out there.
On your trade?
Another 20 points. Yeah, on my NQ short, because that would have been another. I mean, I would have definitely cut it at a new high. So even that was an extra 12 points roughly.
Get smarter every day, but here you are watching Topstep TV. Let's see.
Yes. Hey,
yeah. Sometimes using a manual stop out when you can clearly see a trade is not going to move in your favor and it's potentially going to blow up in your favor or in your face. It's a good call to just get out and reevaluate rather than just wait for it to hit your stop in that situation. Because the thesis changed there.
$5. What did I get fined $5 for? They're trying to find me $5 here in the chat. I wasn't on mute. that. Anyways,
They're probably
hey,
just
Nick
saying
T.
you guys weren't talking enough.
I talk plenty. You should see my report card. They say I talk too much all the time.
I think aren't you like the main host? Aren't you supposed? Isn't that your job?
Kind of, Nick T. That's besides the point. That's what the report is. I talk too much.
I called you the
but
MC
yes.
today.
I saw that. I think
Andre's
you
the MC.
did. We are the
I'm
MC.
like, I hope Andre's the MC for our segment today.
Indeed, master of ceremonies. Anyway, I gotta say, Nick T. Question: You said you're what, a couple grand outside the being on the top, the what is it, the live fund in the top, the leaderboard in the top 10. How close are you to being on it?
Well, I'm sitting above 50K in just my live, and I've had some terrible terrible sessions on my new XFAs. I just can't get one of those off the ground, it seems like these days, without giving back a lot of gains. So I'm still sitting just probably right above 50K. So I know I think number 10 on there was like 52 and change. So I'm probably right there. Hopefully tomorrow, if I can not blow up the day I'm having today.
I love it. I love it. Okay, great. So you get there. Question. Sam has a question here. I'm going to direct this towards Isaac. Isaac, can you explain what front running is?
Yes.
What do you mean by front running? What is front running?
So, I found historically with my trades that, you get really good at picking levels, and that's great and all. If John Hoagland has seen it in the chat in real time on Topstep TV, where I'll call the low of a day, from the start of the session, right? Or an hour before the market close, say what the top's going to be. And that's fine and dandy. But, sometimes, you can't, no one knows the exact levels, right? You can have a general idea of somewhat of a range, right? And if you're really, really good at determining those areas, what that means is if you're not a market order trader, which you shouldn't be, because, just a spread between, where the price is when you're pressing that button and where you ultimately get filled, it could be, over the course of weeks or months, thousands of dollars in money left on the table, or potentially losses as well. So if you're letting the market come to you with limit orders, if you're just like, okay, I can't really see this market going beyond 50.90, right? And if it does, there's some wiggle room there, 50.95. I'm like, okay, well then maybe I should get in at 86, right? If 90 is where I want to get in, let me front run that by getting in a little bit in advance, right? Just in front of that, and I'll get in at 86 or 87 rather than 90. Because if I'm looking for 90, nothing's going to upset you more other than a losing trade of seeing it go up to 89.75 and then not filling, and then seeing your 20-point winner happen. So, you might want to front run a moving average. You might want to front run a level. You might want to front run a big order that you see in the DOM. If you see somebody had called out one of my trades in the chat earlier today during fast markets, and they're just like, so Isaac, did you enter the short yet? And I said, no, I'm waiting to see what the market does with that 600, not lot, but that 600 worth of contracts sitting at this level before I do anything. 10, 15 minutes passed. We didn't really eat up that liquidity. Kind of looked like a failed upside auction at the time. I took the short. It was a 10 to 15 point winner, right? So that's what's meant by front running is, getting in front of, literally trying to, undercut, if you will, a level or a moving average or another trader or size that you see at a level in the DOM.
Well said, yes. Everything's a zone, essentially, as Freddie A said here in the chat. Everything's a zone. So when Isaac points out 50.90s, he's willing to get a little earlier, 86, 84s, just to make sure he is on the move. Levels are important, but execution at or near those levels is what we get paid for, Jay Cook says in the chat. Well said.
I like that.
I want to turn to the NASDAQ here, Nick. Do you see this having legs more to the upside? We are coming up to 17,650. We're kind of just drifting higher. So what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I think we may continue to drift higher, at least towards 5,100 ES, and then it'll drag the NASDAQ up there. I have another level, but it's closer to 17,700. So
what is 700?
I don't know. It's basically. I mean, it's a pretty round level. I don't weigh that one very strong on my 4-hour chart that I use in TradingView.
Yep.
But basically we kind of almost to a T. Let me look. No, actually, never mind. That was the other level. Yesterday, one of my other ones, a bit closer to 800, we pretty much, after FOMC, bounced or sold off right from. So the 700 one, I don't have as much confidence in, but I could see this just continuing to grind up as we are seeing call buying continue. And, like I said, everyone's kind of just waiting on pins and needles for Apple.
Yeah, it's what kind of zombie drift all the way to yesterday's FOMC spike. Says fade my trade. Could be what we're seeing right now. The volume.
Hey Nick, do you have any expectations for Apple going into earnings?
No, I just
twofold question. Any expectations for the earnings, and what do you think the sentiment of the S&P and the NQ are going to be after those earnings?
Yeah, I really don't know. I do. I would say I focus sometimes so much on futures that I don't look too in the weeds of single stocks. But I do find it very funny that the Vision Pro is now completely, gone from talking points and recent memory. If everyone remembers that fun little gadget that Tim Apple put out there in the world that nobody cares about anymore.
Which one was it?
The $3,500 snorkel that you can, apparently.
The ski goggles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Snorkel, ski goggles. I mean, it's summertime, so I'm going snorkel now.
Gotcha.
The most expensive ski goggles you've ever owned.
Yes, I do remember that. Yes, that was a lot of hype around that. Isaac, good question about. Yeah, it really was. It was like, hey, in the chat, put it in there. What are you expecting out of Apple's earnings today? Guidance, all that stuff. Watch for a special dividend. Again, they're saying here for trading made easy. Interesting. We'll keep an eye out for that. I mean, why not?
Nick, talk about your call buying. I saw Dan Trader, who I interact with a lot in the TopstepTV chat, has some questions about where you're seeing that, where you're reading that. Can you talk a little bit about where you're seeing that call buying and how you? And if you want to elaborate a little bit more, how you use that in your trading?
Yeah, so it's not I wouldn't say call buying. It's more so where the gamma exposure is shifting on any given day. So there's a few products out there in the space that you can get free trials of and try. So people like DexBot. There's a few others that, are basically just aggregates in the same mentality that they're using, Spot Gamma. I mean, so if you kind of are curious, they have a ton of, e-learning and things to kind of understand this. But a lot of people don't actually believe in this having that much of an impact. I'm on the other side of that mentality where I think you're very wrong if you're not at least paying attention to it in intraday and as we drift closer to those larger strikes. Heading into like an OPEX week, it just kind of tells you where, you can call them whatever, institutions, market makers, just where larger players are positioned, whether it's to remain gamma neutral or these are just their orders sitting there and they're using it as a hedge against other positions. You just are seeing that just like you would on Bookmap, just a large pool of liquidity, whether it's, you want to look at it in the form of options or, orders on the ES book. It's the same type of mentality. That's how I use it. I use it just to guide where large positioning is sitting and kind of not even take an intraday bias, but just have an understanding of where price may gravitate towards those larger option strikes. Because as we've seen over the last few years, that's pretty common. It does tend to move towards those.
Yes, I agree with that. Isaac, talk to us about this trade. What do you think? We did see a rejection up at the highs here, 59.2, seen a pullback a bit. Call it what you want, 50.88. You are short from 84, so a bit of heat, nothing too crazy. Even. 84 even. Your stop, if you don't mind telling, where would your stop? I know you said it. Can you please remind us where your stop is?
It's right at 94. It's a 10-point stop. It's right at 94. That's a point under where we would basically get to a point of overextension. I saw a lot of crap talking in the TopstepTV chat about me going short and being clueless. I'm number 5 on the leaderboard. Talk to my equity balance. Listen, guys, call me a narcissist, whatever you want. This is my business, this is my job, this is my livelihood, this is how I pay my bills, how I fund my lifestyle, how I fund my other businesses. And mind you, I have no XFAs. I don't do any copy trading. I have one live account. I never trade more than 3 contracts, and I'm still here, and I'm not going anywhere. Okay? We got to that 90 level. Some of the stops got triggered. We pushed 2 points out. Am I saying I'm going to be right on this trade? No. Right? I'd be a gazillionaire if I was always right on my trades. I take losses. I said I took a loss today on my account. I'm still up 11 grand for the week. Yes. Most people don't make that in a quarter or in a month, right? We're talking about a week worth of trading. We hit that 90 level. We checked to see if we can get overextended. We triggered some of those stops. We went up. And to the point that Andre just made, we rejected it. However, I wouldn't say that we have a pullback. And we definitely have to be very careful because 86 is that line in the sand. That's where I really wanted to get short. Again, I front ran it. We have lots of support. We have support at 88. We have support at 85. Then we have support again at 77, right? So we have to break through those areas of support in order for this short to work. It either does or it doesn't. One institution can come in here and put one market order in that blows me out of the water. But I have my risk planned out. I know where my exits are, both in the money and out of the money. And it's either going to work in my favor or it's not. There's no sweating it.
I love it.
You know?
I love it. Well, that got the chat fired
You guys want
up.
to talk crap about trades? Yeah. You want to talk crap about trades or strategies or individual traders, but you're still here watching, right? So either be a part of it, take it all in, and trade, or be a nuisance. It's your call.
You heard? Oh, that's so great. That's so great. Nick T, do you take crap in the chat yet? Have you been able to hit the level where you know it's a badge of honor when the people start talking crap on you? Or has anyone hated on you in the chat yet, Nick?
I mean, if they do, I have no idea, man. I'm an unemployed trader who does this to pay his bills. I don't have a Discord. I don't have, I really am not an influencer in any capacity, man. I'm just a guy who was working a big tech job, got laid off, and found a way to refocus that same energy that I would put into thousands of hours of client meetings and calls into trading. So for me, it's worked. And, I enjoy this lifestyle. I'm not saying I'm going to do this full time. But for me, it's something that's allowed me to survive.
Let's talk about that, Nick. How close are you to actually trying to pursue this full time? Because it kind of feels like you are doing it full time right now.
I mean, I have some, basically I do some small consulting on the side, kind of back in my old world of technology and, helping companies kind of come into the 21st century, offload like Oracle systems into, new software and things like that for their business. So doing that in conjunction with trading to pay my bills, I mean, it's been nice, but who doesn't love a very safe 9 to 5 with, good salary and benefits and healthcare and all these other fun things that, that make the wife happy more than anything else. So that I don't feel like I'm, I have to eat what I kill every single day. So like I said, I'm good at this. I'm more than happy to do it full time, but it's one of those things where I feel like I can be on the cusp of doing that, but it's like anything else. This game can be a crapshoot at times, and you can go on cold streaks. I mean, I have done it. I've been real hot. I mean, I've had 6-figure months and I've had 0 months. I've had negative months. So it can just really depend.
I'm yet to have a 6-figure month in trading. Yet. I haven't experienced that yet. I've had 6-figure months as far as just overall income goes, but not trading. That's badass.
I've learned you got to hit it when it's hot. So like a month like October where we get volatility and it's a trader's market, that's when it's just, hey, press it a bit. And I did that last year and it worked out very well. It does not work for every month. You need the VIX over 20. There's no question.
Oh, interesting. Noted. I like that.
Which I am also team the VIX is not real. Just FYI.
I would explain that one. What is it?
I think it's pure. There's a massive amount of volatility selling by institutions that are keeping it very subdued, in my opinion, and keeping us from going a little haywire and keeping us, kept us under 14 for a long time. It seems like at some very uncertain times, and you can see these like little spikes at times if you watch like in Thinkorswim. You need a better software than TradingView to actually see these little spikes up, but more often than not, it seems like those little spikes get immediately sold as we head towards like the expiration and things on Wednesday and OPEX week and things like that. So yeah, I joke, but there's clearly a very large player in the vol selling game that has been keeping volatility subdued for the last few months.
Interesting. We'll keep a closer eye on that. But yes,
I'm not a fan of his or hers.
Having it under 20 in such uncertain times does seem to be a bit weird. I do remember the VIX was trading in the 70s back during the financial crisis. Those were different times, long time ago, many moons ago. Taking a quick peek, Isaac, did you get stopped out there? Because I do see a 50 for 94 halves traded. Yeah,
I got stopped out by 2 ticks. 95 is that line in the sand. So we're either going to absolutely reject that level and then revert back to the means, right? Or we're going to become overextended. And then we could see a run up way past 5,100. And to think, there's still an entire hour left of the session and power hour at that. So, you guys got to make sure that like on this particular account, now with that trade, I'm down 479 on the day, right? So it's crazy how you could have 2 good trades, right? And then 1 bad trade. One was trailed, one was a target. And then it could put you negative for the day. But again, this isn't really the time of the day that I trade anyway. I'm a 10 a.m. to noon kind of guy, and sometimes I'll nurse a trade going into 1 o'clock if I'm already in the position. But for the sake of tradertainment and trading, we're here and we're taking these trades. If it makes sense, you know, if you guys looked at the charts, you would see where I got in. You would see where that support was. We ran up to that 90 level and we grinded there for a while. Then we made a little run up right to that 94. And while Nick was talking and I got stopped out, we've been grinding at that level as well. The market needs to decide one of two things. Do we become overextended or do we revert back to the mean? So I'm watching the markets real closely to see what happens here.
Appreciate that. Well, we got about 4 minutes left here in Power Players Live Fun to take over. All right, guys, I want to pick your brain about some levels going into Power Hour. Give us some trade ideas based on some levels. I think you just said over 95 is the line in the sand. Isaac, if we can get through 95, where do you see us going in the S&Ps?
5110.
5110. Up to 50.
Yeah, actually, hold on. I might, because I'm just checking the simple moving average on the 1 hour chart. Yeah, so right where we're trading at right now is actually the simple moving average on the 1 hour chart's actually gone up by 2 points. At the start of this session, it was at 90. That sell-off that we saw between the opening bell at 9:30 and when the number came out at, so we'll call it 9:30 to 10:30, right? Opening bell plus the numbers released at 10 a.m. That sell-off that we saw was immediate rejection off of the 200-day simple moving average on the 1 hour chart. And we're back up to that. So that massive sell-off that we saw going into lunch hour up until now, even this slow grind upward has been an attempt. So ultimately, that's why I said it's the line in the sand. We're either going to break above that moving average, which we just did right now. There's 94.5, almost 94.75, right? So if we can close above that, we should see the opposite effect of that rejection we saw at the opening bell. But if we can't deliver, then we're not going to see quite the sell-off, at least before the earnings, down to the levels that we saw earlier. But we should see a run down to at least 50.80 if we fail up here. And there we go, 95, 96, 96 quarter. What I tell you, that's why I wanted my stops at 94. Because I said if we hit 94, we're going in that same direction with more. Look, 97.5. This is why I had my stop where it was. I was willing to take $1,500 worth of heat. Yeah, exactly. Because I would have been down, what, 2250 now? 2400, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. So you got to know where, and that's what Patak, Nebraska does a really good job with the house account. Like, you're giving me levels, you're giving me levels, you're giving me targets. Where's my out? Where's my out? Right. You have to know where you're getting out before you get into the trade. If not, you'll get your ass handed to you every day of the week.
Well said. Well said, Isaac. Number 5 on the leaderboard for a reason. The good stuff like that. Nick T, you got any trade ideas going into Power Hour or levels? I've seen a lot of 16 or 660s where we're at right now, and then I'm seeing 690 here to the upside. I think you were talking about 17,700. Is that kind of where you're targeting the upside?
That's a big round number. 670 was another smaller one that I had. I do like the rejection off like 96. I mean, obviously, if we can make a run to 5,100, so be it. Big round number. I'm not surprised, but that I don't do a ton of TA on ES, but one of my lines is sitting right there at 96 as I just checked my 1 hour chart. So there you go. Sometimes it works.
96 was the level that I said I was interested in.
Let's do work. They do. All right, guys, that was really, really good stuff. We have Power Hour coming up. Justin, Werlein in the house. It's been a minute since we've talked to him. I see him in the green room right now with a smirk on his face. I wonder what he's laughing about. It's been a minute there, Justin. It's been a minute. You know the question I'm going to ask you, the very first question I'm going to ask you. So get ready, Justin. Anyways, guys,
I don't know Justin, but I hope he knows this time.
He knows what's coming. We love you, man. We love this kid. He's really a hell of a trader. He's got a lot to say, and he's very good. He backs it up. Isaac, Nick T, we really appreciate your guys' time. Let's get you guys in the chat if you guys don't mind helping out the levels. Really appreciate it. These guys will be on again shortly. Thank you very much. Power Hour coming up next with Dobie and Justin.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Hour, the man in the middle, one of my personal favorites, Justin Werlein. Welcome back to the show, Justin. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on again. I always love coming on with you guys. So
I appreciate it. My partner over there to the right is Dolby time. Dolby, let's we're hunting for. We got the house account open again. We're hunting for some trades. We're looking for some levels. The bosses before in the last segment. Nick T, Isaac R, targeting 5,100, 5,110 upside in the S&Ps, 17,700 upside in the NASDAQ. We will see if we get there. People in the chat do remember you, Justin. They do remember you indeed, Justin. So let's just get it out of the way.
Probably for one specific thing.
Yeah. So again, I am Andre. That is Dolby. So Justin, with that being said, do you know our names?
I think it's Andre and Dolby.
Very good.
Give it up.
We can move on.
Well
Thank you,
done.
Justin. That was fun. Thanks for being a good sport about that. That was a lot of. That was funny. I know you're running around the world right now. Where are you on this globe right now? Where are you?
Right now, I'm back at home base. I'm in Boise. But I've been traveling a lot, like the last 20 days. I was in Sardinia, and then I was in Miami, and then I'm going back there in a couple weeks. Then I'm going to Arizona for a little bit. So kind of
going back to Miami.
But that's what's great about trading. You can do it wherever.
So you said you're going back to Miami?
Yep.
What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name? Why are you going back to Miami with such a quick turnaround?
Oh, wait, what a read.
Okay, first of all, we'll say this. Number one, great read. Second of all, that's not the only reason, okay?
Hey.
I'm
all right.
Oh,
fair enough. Fair enough, man. I love you, man. I love you, dude. You're the best. Like I said, you are one of my favorites. All right, let's get back to the markets, Justin. How have you been trading? So you've been trading all around the globe, right?
Yeah.
You're in Sardinia, you're in Miami, obviously living a life. You got a lifestyle to keep up, maintain. You got to pay those bills. So how have you been trading lately?
Pretty good. I've actually taken only 2 trades in the last 2 weeks, but they've been probably my biggest trades of the year. I had my biggest trade of the year last week, which was a $32,000 trade on NQ. And then today I just took a trade, and I'm up 12K on the day earlier this morning. But I've literally only taken 2 trades in the last 2 weeks. So
Damn. Okay. Boy, you want to talk about patience, man. I thought we were conservative patient, Dolby. This guy's the king of patience, man. Very, very cool. Let's throw it over to Dolby. What are we looking at here in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ? I mean, we're kind of up against the highs here. Maybe give the old college try one more push to the upside. What are we looking at?
I was about to say there might have been an opportunity to hop into a long at 50.90 in the ES just because that was resistance becomes support, and we've had such a strong uptrend.
Yep.
Bulls have been all about making the higher lows. I do think we could possibly hit 5104. So if it can come back down, I think we can find a cheap trade on the upside to finish the continuation from daily range low to daily range high.
Okay, 50.90. I do like that long on the pullback there. We get a delta update.
Only if Justin likes it, though.
Yeah, Justin, what are you seeing here? He goes, man's only taking 2 trades this month.
So what's your bias here? What are you looking to see? Kind of want to pick your brain a little bit about how are you looking at the markets right now? And then I'll tell you how I'm looking.
You talking to me or Dolby?
Both of you.
Oh, I just kind of just said it. I mean, we're in a nice uptrend. We tested daily range low, and I'm a range trader, so I think we can go range to range. I think there's a little bit more upside to 5104, and I thought, we could have had a cheap entry at 50.90 just on the pullback. Support becomes resistance, or resistance becomes support type of move. Just that continuation of that uptrend. I don't know how much room there's left in this trading session, but I do think 5104 would be about 18, 20 points if we can get there. So we could maybe find a cheap trade. That was my theory.
I like that.
I'm kind of looking at, I like the pullback idea too. I definitely want to see NQ start to kind of come back to this imbalance that we left. We've started to displace through this recent high after the morning session. We took that previous session low. We came back, took the New York high. We're at all-time highs for the day. I would like to see us pull back into this imbalance. We left on the 15-minute. So if there's a way we could possibly, see some sort of accumulation here on a smaller time frame and then start to pull back into this imbalance, and then from here we can possibly expect to see higher prices. But I would like to see a pullback too, so I'm on the same page.
Cool, I agree. I like that too.
What time? That's 5 minutes.
This is the 5 minute, yeah.
Okay, and is that what they call a fair value gap?
Yeah, this 15-minute fair value gap.
Got it.
What do we call it, Dolby? How do we say it? Fair value gap? What do we call it?
I don't know. It's not a box, Dre, so I don't know what it's called.
Oh my God! Here we go. All right, we're pushing up against 5100s in the S&Ps. We might not get that pullback if we do. Isaac said in the previous segment the line in the sand was 50.96. We did go past that, so we might get a push here to 5110, 5115 ish area. We're not just going to try to play the momentum here. Maybe we will. We'll see what happens around these 5100s. I'm sure there's some stops just above 5100. I'd like to get the pullback before getting long, before having to pay by the daily highs to get long. So we're going to be patient here. We are seeing new highs in the NASDAQ as well.
I think NASDAQ is playing a very similar formation to the YM. It's just a little bit more blown out and expanded. So I have a daily range high of NQ of 17,793. So, can we make that space? maybe, but I don't have a single range. Like, we're in breakout zone time.
Yeah.
Everything is 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 5 minute is just all green straight up. And I think we're looking for accumulation, right? We just need this market to chill out for a bit and see if we can hop into a trade. Unless you just want to smash a long button real quick. And,
I would smash along. I would smash along if we weren't at the actual level of 5100. I'm sure we'll act as some resistance for a hot minute. Maybe we'll get a pullback off of that. But right now, let's see how these 5100s behave. The 5100s just went bid, and we're off to the races. So
maybe a cheap short at 5107. So there was a 5 minute range on May 1st at around, yesterday? I think around 2 o'clock. So a little consolidation up there, 5 minute bottom. That might become resistance if we can get up to 5107. So maybe a cheap short.
Okay.
You think it's going to top out to the upside?
It's going to be cheap. If we do it, it's going to be cheap.
Love a cheap trade.
Love a cheap trade. Yeah, definitely love a cheap trade. Cheap trade's been the theme of the week. Hey, so Justin, tell us about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Justin.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go. I wanted to hear about this $12,000 winner you had. Did you get long at the bottom there after that sell-off?
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go over
nice
this
trade.
So
Nice trade, dude. That was the one that got away.
Took a long here. I'll put my stop here. I'll kind of show you kind of my bias. So
nice.
Going into the morning, I'm bearish going into this week. I've been bearish pretty much the last couple weeks. Since we came up, we failed to tap into this imbalance. ES ended up taking this high. So there was a divergence between indices. ES took this high here. There was an SMT. NQ did not take this high. So we have a smart money technique. This is a divergence. Once we displace down, this initial move from FOMC, the only reason why I'm a little hesitant right now is just because of this move to the left of us. This FOMC move doesn't really give us a lot of indication as to whether we want to go take this previous high or we just want to rebalance back to equilibrium of this range.
Yes.
But in the morning, the biggest thing I was watching is, okay, this was the recent low in which I knew stops were most likely going to be,
prices.
resting.
Hey, when you say this, hit us with some prices for those that aren't watching.
Yeah. So NQ 17397, which was the previous session low going into the morning. Once we took that low, once we took that low and I recognized that we didn't displace through, we just simply swept this recent low. I was expecting price to most likely go back to the New York high that we created in the morning. So biggest thing that I was waiting for is I need just to see more structure. So I need to see some sort of internal stop rate, some sort of internal model to show me actually when price wants to move. Because a lot of the time a bias doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, I got that. I'm working I'm working the fifth. I'm working 90s right now.
Okay.
A lot of time, a bias doesn't mean anything until I'm actually looking for when price wants to move. So once we started to get displacement through this high to the left of us right here at 17521, this was at I actually can't see the time because let me see, 10:55, 11 a.m. New York. Once we displaced through this, I expected this area to hold, continue to consolidate, and then this right here is why I took my entry. The most important part of it is because this becomes something called turtle soup, which is an ICD concept on
turtle
ES.
Soup?
Turtle soup, yes, it's called turtle soup.
Okay.
On the left of us, NQ ended up coming down and stop rating. So basically what's happening here is all the initial people that ended up entering long positions, if I was to enter a long position here, I'm putting my stop here. We end up coming up. We create a new swing low. At this point in time, when we're here, everybody thinks we're going to continue higher. Right? We rebalanced. We're most likely going to have a straight up move, and then everybody moves their stops to this low. So what happens is the market will retarget, come back, sweep this recent low, stop out all the initial people that were long, and then move higher. And so the validation of this happening is there's an SMT here as well. So if you notice, when NQ or ES ends up taking this low,
yes,
right here, ES or NQ never ends up doing so. So ES takes the low, NQ does not. This becomes another SMT, which is a divergence between indices. And then again, I zoom in because price is completely fractal, meaning it's the models inside of models. I zoom in, SMT, we got displacement. And then again, the exact same entry model. We got displacement through the swing high. We pulled back to the fair value gap. I entered long, great risk, and then held it all the way to buy side, which was the draw liquidity.
My God, beautiful, beautiful trade. That was the one that got away this morning. We got a little too picky or a little too greedy with the entry, and the sell-off was vicious. But yes, what way to get in there. Nice read, nice trade. Well done. So it's exactly how you carve it up. We got a delta update here. ES minus 1,800, nothing big there. NQ minus 4,000. NQ minus 4,000. We are working this 90 bid here, Dolby. I do like that pullback. Got confirmation from Justin, got confirmation from Dolby. Previous segment, with both Isaac like that move up to 51.10. So we'll see if we get filled here. Then we got the stops.
Who is?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I know.
We got
Nick.
news tomorrow.
Do we have news tomorrow? Oh, we got news tomorrow, right? We got non-farm
do we?
payrolls tomorrow. We got big, we got big stuff coming up tomorrow. So keep that in mind. We also have Apple earnings after the bell today, so we might see a bit of a muted power hour. That's okay. We do have a trade idea. We are working it right now. We just haven't hit that price just yet. We're not going to force trades today. The house account is up about $4,800. Some good levels there.
If that's the case, I wonder if we push to like 5104 and then reverse super hard and maybe go back down to VWAP, unless the market knows something that we don't and they're just super bullish on this news. But it seems like the market just wants to do a bunch of volatile things and then just kind of go back and hang out in the middle and then make a move and then do the same thing the following day.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting a bit of a FOMC / Powell hangover day today, and it has been anything but that. So the volatility in price action has been there today. There is no doubt about that, as you see from Justin.
Yeah,
up a cool 12 G's on a day like today. One trade, one winner, 12 G's. How you doing? That's what trading's all about. Yup, traveling the globe. Yup, being young, running around. Man, to be a young, successful trader. Ain't nothing like it, huh, Justin?
There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it.
I like it. So we'll get into that. All right. As you see in the lower right corner of the screen right here, you see the countdown clock to the end for the closing bell, as well as the hashtag we're launching now, hashtag Power Hour. My man, Dolby time. What is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, we're on the Twitters. We're on the X's.
Yes.
Please tag us at TopStep. Hashtag Power Hour. I will take your post, whether it be something funny or one of your accomplishments, and we'll share it on Power Hour in like 15, 20 minutes. So hashtag Power Hour at TopStep on X. Hit us up. And if you don't, I'll just post stuff from yesterday. But I want the fresh. I want the freshest.
That works too.
Freshest posts.
For sure. Good stuff here.
Right now, market is pretty much a no touch for me. And the only reason is because as much as I would want to see price rebalance, but the biggest thing in kind of which I pay attention to is what has to happen first before whatever that bias can play out, right? Right now, there's no reason to fight this because there hasn't been any sort of accumulation up in this range. There hasn't been any sort of displacement to the downside yet. So there's no reason for price to rebalance here just yet. So taking any sort of short or just is kind of just a guessing game. I need to see more accumulation here, recognize if there is some sort of manipulation, and then a reason for us to actually rebalance back into this. So right now, I'm just kind of waiting for price to consolidate a little bit and then see if we want to start to displace kind of we're starting to here.
We're working these 90s.
A little bit more structure.
It's coming down pretty hard. Ray, how you feeling about those 90s? Still like them?
Yeah, I like the thought process going into it. So yeah, I think it was solid. Trend reversal here. Nah, I'm short, not gonna lie. Look at that V. Laugh my ass off, it says here in the chat. Yeah, I do like it. I think we're uptrending here. Let's see.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that.
We got Justin saying it's a hands off. Am I understanding that correctly, Justin? Hands off right now?
Yeah, at least for me.
All right. Well, we are working these 90s. I'll take. I mean,
oh man, the ladder is kind of misbehaving a little bit.
What is?
The ladder. It's just a little wiggly. I think we're gonna get a wiggle soon. I'm feeling it.
Okay. Well, we are working these 90s here.
All right. What's your stop at? It's gonna be pretty tight, huh?
Well, basically the initial stop is just $2,500, and then we adjust off that. It's just a emergency stop, and then we can adjust price once we do get in. There might have been a rejection though, a failed upside auction, John. Boy, we're talking ourselves. You can talk yourself into or out of a trade.
Yeah, it doesn't take much, does it?
No, it doesn't. Here we go. Justin talks a lot about cultivating good habits instead of good outcomes. Can you ask him for a rundown on what he considers good habits if time allows? Justin?
Of course. Yeah, that's like the number one thing I preach, because I fully believe if you want to become a successful trader, the only way you're going to become a successful trader is by having habits in place that are going to protect you from losing money. Because a lot of the time, trading is more about keeping money than it actually is making money, because you can make fucking $10,000, but if you don't have the habits in place to keep it, and you say you broke your rules, came into the day, and you just took a random setup and you're like, oh, I made $2,000, it means absolutely nothing, because you don't have any habits in place to actually keep that money. So every single morning when you come into the market, you need to be focused on building good habits. What does that mean? Only trading your setup, waiting for high quality setups, having good position sizing, not over leveraging, following your rules, stepping away when you need to step away, recognizing your emotions. If you can't do those things every single day, then you're never going to be successful, because there's going to be one day where those habits go out the window and you don't have the discipline to follow it. And all it takes is one trade for you to say, oh, I'm going to enter in 5 more contracts or whatever it is, because you're focused more on making money than the actual process itself. And you end up blowing up. It's not about making money. It's about following your rules, and that is what is going to make you money. If you're focused on the outcome and not the actual process itself, you will never be successful.
There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. John says here 50, 88, 75, 50, 88, 3/4. His initial balance high may provide a degree of support as once already. Good. So I like these 90s. If we can get hit on them, I like it. So far, so good. We haven't gotten there just yet. I'm a little greedy with the entry.
Yeah. I mean, you could make an argument that if we were super bullish, we would want to have our entry like within the previous 5-minute candles, just because you're assuming it's always going to make a higher low. But you're giving up some points in doing that.
Right. You are, and actually, an interesting conversation we had during Shoulder Tap with Ben from the Risk team. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, you got it, JD. Thank you for the reminder. I got to maximize it. Ben from the Risk team noticed something about our house account. The trend in some of our tendencies he sees in the house account. We do tend to make money in the mornings, and then we do give some of it back in the afternoon.
Small sample size.
Yep. Small sample size is right. Small sample size is right. So there's something we're going to be mindful of, but just something to keep in the back of our mind. So we're going to keep the stops tight, and we're not giving back the whole day on this trade if we do get into it. But we are seeing catch a bit of a bid here.
See, I would maybe even switch to trying to play a short side if we can really push.
Wait a minute. Dolby, we were just talking about longs. Now we're getting short here.
Well,
What's
happening? But now we're all the way up here. It's just, I mean, the 5-minute consolidation trade is gone. We're not going to be able to.
Here. I'm not doing nothing.
It's okay. I like this. I like this conversation. It's great. Abdul has a question for Justin. Give us a bit of your early days as a trader and how you became successful.
Yeah. I started trading freshman in high school. Pretty much similar to everybody. Did not know what the hell I was doing. Blew up many accounts. Took me around 2.5, 3 years to actually start making money consistently. Was working 2 jobs at the time, and in high school, I would pretty much the only times that I would have to trade is I was in my morning classes, just on my laptop pretty much every single morning. Was not paying attention in class, trading all day, every day. Like I was just in high school, and the kid was literally known for just the kid that would just sit on his laptop all day. But that experience, built up to where I am today. So all the little time and hours that I spent in class has also got me to where I am now. So, but it was just thousands of hours of watching the market, testing ideas, building good habits. Again, the reason that the people ask me like the aha moment of trading, what was your aha moment? I went from being unprofitable to having a $300,000 year. And the only reason I would say that has nothing to do with my actual strategy. It has everything to do with the fact that I just completely shifted my focus from wanting to make money and then in turn being satisfied from building good habits. I think the true way to success in trading is a complete mental shift of you not getting satisfaction from making money, but getting satisfaction from building good habits. Because if you go into the day, like I said earlier, and you make money, but by the end of it, you journal and say, hey, I broke all my rules, you should be saying, this money is not mine. This was a terrible win. I'm not happy I made this money and I broke my rules. And I'm not satisfied. But if you come to a day and you lose money, you lose a small amount, but you did everything you were supposed to do, you followed your rules, you took the exact setup you should be taking, and you end up losing, that's a great day. You should say, I'm happy with that, because those habits in the long run, it's a longevity game. You are going to make money if you consistently follow those habits. So it's reprogramming your brain to get satisfaction out of building good habits, not making money. And that's kind of how I was a big shift in my trading.
Amazing. Process focus on the process, and everything else takes care of itself. I love that, Justin. Quick question for you, Justin.
Exactly.
What platform are you trading on?
Like my broker?
Yeah, whatever.
Like
I think on the screen. On the screen
View?
we're looking at.
Yeah, this is TradingView.
TradingView. Very good. Well, guys, it is a bit of a slower power hour for the time being.
I don't know, Dre. I think
About
we got
what?
some opportunity here. What's
the opportunity? I'm working at 90.
Really good. Really
I'm working
good
at 90
5-minute
bid.
range. There's
I'm
a lot
working
of
at 90
opportunity
bid.
here.
I don't
A lot
see
of opportunity.
Get out of here. Get out of here, man.
This is a really good 5-minute range.
710.
So what are you looking at right now, Dolby? Like, what's going through your head?
Oh, he just
boxes, Justin. That's it. Just draw a box. That is what
okay,
we
but
do.
like, what's your bias here? Like, what's the reason for you wanting to take a short right now?
For a short, I mean,
yeah, short or whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, but I think there's a trade setting up just off of the 5-minute. So 5-minute range, buy bottom, sell tops. We really just have to pick a direction. But I do think that when you have a tight range like this on the 5-minute, it offers up good risk reward. So you can basically place an entry and have a cheap stop because it's just going to sit on the outside.
Where do you see a tight range? Because when I'm looking at a 5-minute, I just see this.
He's
that's 4
challenging you, Dolby.
candles.
He's
I'm on the
challenging you,
5-minute,
Dolby.
bro. What are you talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on the 8th candle right now.
Oh, okay. I see your screen. Yeah, okay. And you want to play to the bottom of that range.
If you were to so if you wanted longs, you want to get long around 50.90. If you want to get short, it would be around 5100.
Okay, gotcha.
And I have a bullish bias since we're making higher lows.
I do too. That's why I work in these 90s. If we get filled, we'll take the fill. If not, it's okay. I'm cool sitting on our hands, not forcing a trade. It's nice to have a couple back-to-back good days for the house account. Great team effort, great team trade. We put some of Justin's socials here in the chat. There's his YouTube channel. I put his IG in there as well. How many followers are you up to there, Justin?
On IG, like 110,000, I think.
Man, did you pay for any of them? Is it all organic?
No, it's all organic. It's all from Reels, Instagram Reels.
Is that how it is? Whoa. Respect. You can give us some tips on how to grow ours as well.
Just spit back.
There you go. Yes, we are trading. Hey, quick, let's get to 85,000 subscribers here in the YouTube channel. We're less than 100 away. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get this march to 100,000 going. We are trading 50.97 here in the S&P. See if we can push up to 5,100. See what we do around there, but not a whole lot going on. All right, got another question for you. Keep the questions coming, Justin. They got a lot of questions for you. Yep. Ask Justin if the giant wick from yesterday's markets on analysis using ICT concepts.
Yeah, Greg. So that's what I was saying earlier of how this is the only thing that kind of is like sketching me out, at least for like right now, the bias, because I'll basically like run through my bias for the week. So bigger time frame. Number one, again, understanding markets are completely fractal. We're in a market maker sell model, meaning I still think NQ most likely is going lower, going to go hunt this recent low, which is at 16,583. We've displaced through these recent lows to the left of us. We rebalanced back to equilibrium of this price range. We have the SMT. So now this model right here, which is again is a buy model and a sell model, now becomes the exact same thing zoomed in, right? So this entire thing you're looking at is this on a smaller time frame, right? So when you zoom in, it's the exact same bias. This becomes buy side of the curve. This becomes sell side of the curve. So I'm expecting us to probably rebalance. Now, after we tap back into this imbalance from yesterday FOMC, We wick back again, exactly what we did before, wicked back to equilibrium, back to OTE of this previous price range and rejected. So right now we're kind of in a weird point because I wouldn't want to see, it's not that we don't have to go back here. It's not that it's going to invalidate the setup, but it's more of the confidence between it because we don't need to go back and take this high. Now, if this high does get taken, I wouldn't expect any more higher prices. If we want to go and work our way up to this massive wick, one of the biggest things I would pay attention to is consequent encroachment of this, which is going to be the midpoint. So if you start to see right now, we're starting to break through this, which it can expect to see us kind of work our way back to that high. If that is the case, I'm watching to see the reaction. So right now, the reason I'm hesitant is because bigger time frames bearish, we're starting to work our way. It looks like we want to start drawing to this previous high, but we don't know that yet until it actually happens, right? So it's kind of hard to place a trade off of it when the bias of the internal time frame and the external time frame aren't aligned, right? Because I'm bearish on a bigger time frame. So playing against that bias, especially once we already reached that previous high, like once we've already displaced through this, I don't want to be taking longs when I'm in a premium, meaning if we have this entire range that we've created, right? I'll pull this up. We have this entire range from the previous session high on from FOMC to the low we created today. This is a premium. The high of the zone, this is a discount. If I'm taking some sort of long, I do not want to be taking a long in a premium, especially when the external bias is bearish, because most of the time we're going to just roll over and it's not going to be worth it. So that's why right now I want to see us roll over into this 15-minute fair value gap back to discount of the range. And then if there is a long opportunity, that's the only way I would be looking to take a long. But bigger time frame, I'm still looking for price to sell off. Coming into the later this week, you guys can view this chart and then again see what happens later this week and in the coming week. But this is pretty much my bias. Could end up coming up to take this high. If we do, I wouldn't want to see much higher than this, but I do want to see us start to roll over to this low, and then this will become a finished model.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, well, we did see some wiggle there. Still trading in the middle of this range in this S&Ps. The range we set between 50, 90, and 5100. We're trading 93s right now. Might pull this bid here. The idea may have faded.
Yeah, I don't know. Justin doesn't like it, which is good enough.
He didn't like the short. You like the short or you like the long?
I think the long's too expensive.
I think either. I don't like either right now. Like right.
Cool.
This
All right, no,
second.
that's fine. We cancel. Pulled. That's fine with me. We can bank it here. We got about 30 minutes left on Power Hour. I think we have top quiz winners ready to go. JD, is that right? Are we good to go there?
We sure do, guys. 1 second. Incoming with quiz winners. Is everybody ready? Chat. Quiz winners. Quiz winners.
I'm lurking back here.
Very ready.
I am ready.
They're going to ask. It's okay. Nothing. It's pretty good. I don't think we violated anything there. That's pretty good. There you go.
Yeah, I really,
very well behaved.
I didn't take any time to go over this too in depth, but I didn't really see anything offensive either. And I'm sure if Jack saw it, he would have deprecated it.
Yes. Real quick update.
Or redacted it, I should say.
Okay, shoot, we are selling off a little bit here. I pulled the bid, Dolby, on those 50 90s. It would be the bottom end of that range, that 5-minute range.
I mean, Justin's not wrong. It is expensive. Like
up here,
the upside, yeah. I mean, the upside that we're looking for is about 5104, and there is room to the downside. So I mean, it's totally justified to pull the trade. It would be it's like a somewhat expensive long, but you know, if we're making the assumption that we think we're going to try to get to 5104, then I think that would be a decent, you know, cheap long within if you kept like a tight stop within that area, or maybe even try an entry at like 50. What is this? 5088.
88. Hoag loves that level 88s. Hoag 88s. But here in the last half hour, I don't know if trends continue going in the last half hour of Power Hour. Could be an unwinding of the day's positions, but we do have a delta. Delta was what, John? What was it? Minus 1100. So that's not really coming into play. I think we're kind of looking for a reason to make a trade, and we know here we go.
100%.
Right here.
I'm just giving a bunch of possible reasons to take a trade.
Okay, we'll see how those 90s.
You should be doing the opposite.
No kidding, right? Right, Justin?
What, for us to not take trades? Yeah, it's great TV, Justin. You should tune in. A bunch of traders not taking trades. That's good advice.
Yeah, minus 3,800.
That's the best advice you could possibly tell a trader is to don't take a trade.
It really
100%.
is. It really is.
People don't realize that until later on.
Yep. Good trading is like watching paint dry. Good trading is supposed to be boring. Successful trading is boring. As you know, the house account, I'm not going to lie, the build up to it might be exciting, but our actual execution, we got one trade today. All right, we're starting to sell here. Here comes these 88s. All roads lead to
what I'm
VWAP.
expecting to see.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Take the trade or kill the
Want to
trade.
start to see us displace here,
Yeah.
rebalance, and then start to sell our way back into this imbalance. A bigger time frame, 15-minute down here.
Yeah.
Third time down here, John says, be careful.
Yeah, I do not enjoy the strong candlestick into the bottom. I'd like to have it print like another 5-minute and kind of just hang out a little bit. I've gotten burned with strong candles pushing through levels.
Can you show us what you mean on your chart there, Dolby? For those
100%.
Strong candle to the downside.
Yeah, it's just, we had this box drawn, and we had this 5-minute candle we're on right now, went from midpoint of range straight down to the bottom, and there was no like breaks or anything. It's just straight down. So that's pretty bearish. Like what we want to see ideally is shorter candlesticks. So like print down here, but hang out a little bit longer, and then consolidate maybe on the 1 minute, and then have some support actually. But the long candlesticks through a level is just very, very difficult, because then you get stuff like this, right? How it just breaks right through.
This was exactly what I wanted to see.
Yep. All right, good. No trade.
You can pull my chart. This is the drawing I have. This is what I would want to see. So now that we're starting to see displacement, is again, this is recognizing we're probably going to work our way down back to this 15-minute imbalance. But what's going to happen is people are going to think this is a long discount potentially, but still need more structure. Want to see the rejection and look for a swing low to get displaced through. But this is the initial move. I like where ES is. Now it's just watching to see how the candle closes on the 5-minute.
Yep.
And it did touch the upward trend line I have drawn. So, maybe buyers are just defending this upward line a little bit.
Yeah, they came in around 82, 83 on the S&Ps.
Justin, would you consider getting long if we printed a 5-minute candlestick above 50.89?
50.89. No, because this 5-minute imbalance is going to open up. So basically, what I look about, the reason I'm saying no is now that this is displaced, we now have a bearish imbalance. So if price rebalances to this, it's a high chance that this gets rejected, and we're going to rebalance lower.
Just because it's red, so it's bearish.
Good stuff.
Well, it's because we're displacing. We're leaving an imbalance. It's like a paint roller, right? Market's going to leave unfinished business here because we're displacing so fast. So we're going to rebalance into this fair value gap. Once we roll back over this like a paint, because there's unfilled orders here, or it's an imbalance. So there's really technically nothing. Yeah,
I like that.
I would like to see this then start to work our way back down to this bigger time frame imbalance, because again, bigger time frame, this was unfilled. So now that we took this recent high, notice we don't displace through this. Since we do not displace through this high, price most likely rebalances back to equilibrium of this previous price range. So I'm pretty bearish going into power hour. I'm expecting us to go a lot lower. I'm expecting ES to go to 5073 in this imbalance. So now that we're starting to see displacement, I would expect price to rebalance to this fair value gap, chop here for a little bit, and then see lower prices. So something like this, I would want to see.
You're targeting 73s, you said?
Some sort of SMT here. Some sort of SMT here.
All right, targeting 73s. This guy's a prodigy, says Michael Lawrence. How about that, Justin? I think you're a prodigy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hoag agrees. Hoag agrees.
Paint roller analogy was a good one. That even made sense to me.
Yes, it's stuck. It's stuck. So we are. Yeah, sorry. We did see our trade idea was in. Well, here we go. Interesting. Good no trade. Good no trade.
And just put a stop below.
It all depends how this 5-minute closes, because like right now this candle is starting to wick, right? So only if this candle closes pretty bearish and then we start to displace, because right now this 5-minute imbalance hasn't opened up yet. So we could close this if we actually work our way back in this 5-minute, because next candle opens 340, so 2 minutes. So depending on how this ends up closing and we rebalance is kind of giving me the bias. But I'm pretty bearish right now. I would want to see us start to rebalance.
Yeah, I think just with all the news we have coming up, it would seem like we would want to hop back into a comfy spot. It should be whatever point of control is, somewhere in the middle of VWAP, somewhere around there.
No trades. Okay, we are coming up here. 22 minutes left. Eddie, when you do see those MOC info, please let us know. We'll be sure to pass that along to the audience here. Almost at 85,000 subscribers.
To Roger.
Yep, thank you. To the top quiz results. No trading wins today. No trades right now. Let's do an influencer update real quick here. Some of our traders. House account, as you see, is up $4,700. How do I say D'Angelo? Deanna down $1,500. Isaac down a couple grand. Boy, Dakota up 10 grand today. My goodness. He's sick too. Pin up about 14 grand. Matt S down 1,000. Prince up 3,200. Tyler up 3 grand, and Brian P up $4,100. A lot of green on that board. Good to see. Really, really good to see. It has been an opportunity.
Oh, I lost my my L2. Do you have any liquidity in the ES that's far down the ladder anywhere?
Nothing. Everything's pretty standard here. Bunch of 100 lots. Bid and ask. Nothing standing out necessarily. TopstepTV, please have Justin on more frequently. How about that, Justin?
I know.
They
I
like
know.
you.
What are we at? I think it's once every 2 weeks I'm coming on.
Yeah, it's
we
cool.
Could, we
It's
could
a good
possibly
start.
up that. We'll see.
Are you
I like
polarizing?
it.
Do people generally like you when you're doing your streams and trading?
I mean, I would hope so. I would hope so if they're watching me.
Or do you have haters? Or people
Wait,
hate watch too.
wait, wait.
Everybody has
Believe
haters.
me.
Is it paid or is it
I
public?
think
That's a
they
big
just don't
difference.
like to see somebody winning. That's something they can't do.
Damn, chat's getting fried today.
Chat's fired up.
between Justin and Isaac are.
Yes, I love it, man. I like my favorite people. If people fired up, they feel something. Make people feel something. All right, we are trading 86s. 86s here in the ES. Little slow right now. We did see that sell off. That was the move right there. 3,100 people watching. That's a good number. Good to see.
That's good for Power Hour. That's a nice little bump for us, Dre.
It is. It's good to see. Hey, Justin brings numbers with him, man. That's why we like him around here. More Justin, bring him back. We are working on it. So we've got 19 minutes left in the session here. All right, Justin, thoughts on Apple earnings, if at all? Do you ever trade earnings? Anything of interest to you, or you strictly just stick to your levels?
Nope. Apple. I mean, okay. So one thing I will say too is I don't really care about earnings. The only thing I'll care about is how in relate, because what's going to happen is it doesn't matter what the earnings are. It's always going to push towards whatever the draw is. So currently right now, recent high on FOMC, it's too early to say and it depends how we end up closing, but you can see we're starting to see displacement again. I'm expecting still a lot lower price rebalance here. Apple earnings, just know whatever the existing draw is on NQ and ES, wherever the buy side or sell side is that we're drawing towards, it's already going to push. It's going to continue to push to whatever that is, depending on whatever earnings is. So it really doesn't affect anything.
Dre, you want to just do a sell stop up for 15 right here in the ES?
At what price?
I don't know, right below lows.
What do you mean? Well, no, that's not a trade idea, though. We can't just say I don't know. There's
right now.
You can't do that.
Justin said it's going down, so let's just put it in the 15 lot and just have it go down.
He did say it's going down.
What are you looking? What are you looking?
I'm just saying sell stop at like 50.82.
If you want to sell 82s, why don't I can sell 84s right now?
Yeah, but there's no guarantee it's going to go down. We want to make sure we get that price as a sign of like
what is going on right now? What are you
trying to get great ideas, dude? That's what I'm trying to do.
What is going on right now? Are we on the same team, Dolby? What are you trying to do right now?
I'm just trying to get. I'm just putting trade ideas out there, man. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do.
I got you.
No, okay, no, we'll do Justin TV, and then we'll just not trade. It'll be great. It'll be totally fine. No one take trades. It's Power Hour. You should all be done trading. Dude. Lock it up, chat. Lock it up.
I'll lock it up.
Lock up the house account too while you're at it, Dre.
I'm getting there. I'm thinking about it, man. I'm thinking about it. You hear there's turmoil here, Justin. Team turmoil going on right now.
I'm just sitting here and I'm gonna do my own thing. I get enjoyment watching you guys though.
Appreciate that. 4,500 is a good day. NQ. We are selling off still a little bit. Look to see if we can catch those 73s. You like 73s, Joe? We got 15 minutes. I'm not down. 15 minutes left in the day. I know. Reverse bunny. Oh boy, you are on one. What is the? Hey, what's the paint? What's the zone price level? Justin mentioned the 5,094 for the paint roller. You want to talk about that real quick again, Justin? They're taking the the paint roller analogy.
Yeah. So when price displaces, whenever we have a big move, is when an imbalance happens. That's right. That's what a fair value gap is, right? So on NQ or on ES, when we have this initial move here, you can see we create this imbalance, right? From the previous wick to this wick, this is just simply a body, right? It's just the body of the candle. So markets do three things pretty much. They hunt liquidity, rebalance equilibrium, and they rebalance inefficiencies. This is an inefficiency. We're most likely going to rebalance. That's the only things that markets do, right? What did we do this morning? We sold off to hunt this sell side level. There's liquidity here. Okay. What else did we do? Then we hunted this buy side level. Okay. What did we also do in this range? We rebalanced to this inefficiency. What did we also do in this range? We took some form of liquidity. We had some sort of manipulation. We took this recent sell side level, then expanded to this internal buy side level. Market's going to continue to do the same things. After this buy side level is taken and we do not displace through this, meaning we do not have a follow through, and we then start to displace inside this range, we're going to rebalance back to this inefficiency that we just left, right? So that's what I'm expecting right now. Now, paint roller analogy is saying now that we're starting to displace, we expect the same thing. I don't expect us to just go straight to this imbalance. I expect us to probably start to slow down like we are right now and then rebalance back into this and then see price go lower. So I want to see a low put in here, work our way back up, trap longs. Everybody says, oh my God, we're going back to new highs. And then we reject this imbalance and then we sell back off to go rebalance to the bigger time frame.
There you go. Thank you for that. Says, give Dolby the house account. He's more fun. Dolby, would you like the house account?
Absolutely not. I know how heavy.
What's the house
heavy
account?
that account is?
The house account's what I got.
Told you in the green room.
But can I?
It's okay. It's a good question. It's a legit question. The house account is the Topstep account. It's the account that we use. We trade bigger size for bigger swings, bigger profit targets. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, what's the login?
I mean,
oh my God. Honestly, if you know anything about Topstep, it's probably not that hard to actually just log in randomly.
I mean, we can talk. We can talk if you want to do this. I don't think you have a problem. How many? When you paid that 12,000, what was your contract size? I mean, what was the lots that you had on that
contracts.
Trade? 7. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's we believe in the people we bring on air. We believe in our funded traders, so we pull levels from our talent, like Dolby, like yourself, the Hoags, the Isaacs, the T's, so on and so forth, Dakotas, Jay Cooks, and what have you. And we pull levels from them, and we trust in them. And so much, not only do we back them in their trading, that we're going to put trades on kind of their behalf, on the house's behalf. So that's kind of the thought process behind that. No one else is doing that because we make real trades with real accounts, real P&Ls here. There's no fake, nothing around here. So just want to show what Topstep's about. Make sure we keep the spotlight on us because ain't no one else doing what we do. So that's pretty much what's going on with the house account. We got about 13 minutes left in the session. Keep in mind, Apple earnings after the bell. We do have non-farm payroll tomorrow morning before the bell, 7:30 Central. What time are you up in the mornings there, Justin? You're all the way out in the west there.
Normally an hour before open, so I'll wake up at like 6:30. Market opens 7:30 here.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
Wow.
But yeah,
that's early.
It was nice in Sardinia, right? I bet you didn't mind those hours.
Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, because I just get the morning to do anything, and then market opens at like 3:30 in the afternoon. It was great.
Good life.
Also get to trade London too.
Yeah, yes you do. Very cool. All right, Dolby. Well, we're going to go sell those 82s. We can sell 85s right now if we want. Does Justin have a YouTube? Yes, he does. We'll post that one more time.
I do have YouTube. A lot of great content, all for free. If you want to learn, it's literally all at your disposable.
I'll throw it in there for you. I'll throw it in there for you right now. Boom, there you go. Yeah, I guess the short was selling ES capped at 5,100 in support of the FOMC low of 50.50. See what happens tomorrow, Dan Tran. Yeah, those 5,100s were the level. Isaac, you had the right idea. You had the right idea with the short. That's just
good 5-minute range. You
Yeah.
We talked about that 5-minute range, and either it breaks up or it breaks down. Just broke down. So that's part of the game with trading ranges, is trying to figure out what direction and what bias you have for that trade. I think Justin made some really good points about that being an expensive long. because it was kind of top of range, at least, you know, in my vocabulary, it was top of range. So it's, you know, an optimistic, expensive long, and I'm kind of glad we pulled it.
Yeah.
Because he made some good points. So it was totally fun.
For sure.
Yep. Still holding some higher lows, though.
Yeah. Wasn't the worst idea. I saw what you saw there, Dolby. Uptrend, but we do break these trends here in power hours sometimes. What's happened here? Please ask Justin, what time frame do you usually frame your narrative from? Also, what validates or invalidates an FVG for you?
Fair value.
Fair value gap. Yes.
So bias depends on a lot of things. So again, like I said, price is completely fractal. So if I'm looking to take a trade on a 1 minute or a 5 minute, a lot of the time my bias is going to be on like a 15 minute, 30 minute. If I'm taking a trade on like a 1 minute or a 15 second, my bias is like a 5 minute, 15 minute, right? Because it all depends on the model. Price action is price action. If I was going to show you this chart right here, this right here, but there was no indication of what the time frame is, you could say this is literally anything. It's a 1 minute, it's a 5 minute, it's a 50 minute. It's the exact same thing on every single time frame. So every model that happens is going to be the exact same thing either way. So a lot of the times how I trade is I'll have an initial weekly bias, which is basically saying, okay, where does the daily candle want to expand to, right? For whatever my daily bias is, where do we want to expand to? Where's the market drawing towards? And then I'll zoom in and I'll find whatever my intraday bias is. So I'm saying, okay, if my daily bias is bearish, for example, right? And let's say New York opens and there's some sort of swing high, right? I want to see some form of manipulation to happen in the opposite direction of whatever the draw and liquidity is to then target whatever the draw is. So I want to see a stop rate or some sort of swing high get taken in the opposite direction before continuing towards whatever the
One sec, Justin. 1 second. We got some breaking. 1 second.
We got some light things here. Light, not too much today, not too exciting. MOC imbalance, 131 million on the buy side. 131 million.
All right, Justin, please finish that thought. People were really interested in that, in answering that. Yeah, what are you pulling up there, Justin?
Right now, I'm just watching. Again, I can't take a trade until I see some sort of amount. So right now, again, this is just the initial displacement move, right? So a lot of people are like, oh my God, I'm going to miss out on shorts. Blah, 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 blah. This is just the initial displacement. So we can continue to sell off here, but I still am going to expect a rebalance into either this imbalance or some sort of manipulation. So we could say we either rebalance now or we have an initial move lower, create another imbalance here, have something like this, and then see something, and then I'll look to see an opportunity here. But right now, it's waiting. I'm waiting for every price and time to align.
Yep. Both the trade ideas we didn't do seem to be the right play for the time being.
Yeah, another nice 5 minute range getting set up. Ripe for opportunities.
Alonzo's 130 million. What was it? Buy side? Buy side. 131 million buy side. Alonzo.
That's real small.
Yeah, that's nothing, boy. People are just exhausted. Markets are exhausted. Pull that pork, Gino Max says. Soon enough, we'll get back to Dolby time going pulled pork. I can sense it.
I'm itching.
We need to get back. Yeah, we need to get back to everyone having their own personal accounts.
Nope, we're trading the house account, Trey.
I know.
We're gonna make this count so much money that something will happen.
Big things popping. I like it. Big things pop.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised buyers have held up as well as they have. I thought they would have pushed. I thought sellers would have pushed price a lot further down faster, and they've just been maintaining this kind of higher low upward trend line. For now. Maybe something nasty comes in the last couple minutes here.
Mm-hmm.
I said this before. I mean, like when you have these kind of news weeks, it feels much more like you're trading what other traders are interpreting news to be.
Right.
And it's kind of an awkward game.
Got about 6 minutes left. Justin, thank you again for joining us here on Fast Markets. The people love you in chat. We love you here at Topstep. You're a good sport, man. Great trading ideas. We are inviting you to come on Fast Markets here, so we'll talk to you behind the scenes.
I'll check.
Like that.
I'll check. Yeah.
We'll talk to you about that. That'd be a lot of fun. little more opportunity there in the mornings, but we have seen a lot of profits here in Power Hour just today. Like James Sager says, everyone's waiting. Dolby time, I think you got your level 2 back. Refresh if needed. Welcome,
Tim. Look at that.
New person. Gotta get you a TopStep X account there. Justin, if you're willing to switch on over. I think we're recruiting over here to TopStep. Come on, the TopStep team here, Justin. Something tells me you're a solo lone wolf type of guy, though. So
I think trading you have to be.
I agree.
I think
thoughts on team trading, Justin? Justin, what are your thoughts on team trading?
I think it's terrible.
Moving on. Yeah.
But it's and I'll let me explain why. Like trading is a personal conviction thing. Like you will never have confidence in yourself if you're trading with other people, because just like when me, Dolby are on here and he has an idea, I have an idea, and then you second guess your idea because somebody else is saying something different, you never end up building confidence in yourself. So it's you might want to hang out with your friends, like, oh my God, it's like playing fucking Fortnite with your friends online. It's like it's a business. You got to treat it like a business. And having a big part of that business is building a extreme level of conviction with whatever your model is. I know exactly. One of the questions was, Justin, how are you so patient? I know exactly what I'm looking for, and I'm not going to take anything until I get what I'm looking for.
Right.
So that's a big part of it as well. You have to be, and you have to have alone time to actually build conviction, because so many people, like a big problem I had when I first started trading is I would go on Twitter, see what other people are thinking, see what other people's biases are, and then it would conflict in whatever I was thinking. And then I never actually improved because I'm getting all this intel from other people and I never actually built confidence in what I thought.
I like you, man.
We did get I first off totally agree with Justin. I think team trading is extraordinarily difficult, and for me it's the latency. You have to be able to make quick decisions, and I think that's very hard to do in team trading. And I think owning the trade and taking responsibility is crucial to developing as a trader. Like if I want to take a long and I feel confident about it and Justin thinks it's a shit trade, then I just need to own it. And just now it's a me against him thing, and I have to believe in myself and he has to believe in himself. And then that's how we grow as traders, even if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
There is we got a post for hashtag Power Hour.
Hit us.
If you are that available, I'd love to show it. We only got one, but it is, I believe, high quality. Yes, here we go. Topstep Power Hour, best viewed in Macho Vision. Man ahead of his time.
Brother.
Time traveler or the most prolific visionary of a lifetime.
There it is.
Yeah.
Justin, do you know who the guy on the right is? Justin, do you have any idea who that guy on the right is?
Isn't he a bodybuilder?
He is a bodybuilder in a way, but that is Macho Man Randy Savage. That is a pro wrestler.
Gotcha.
That guy was roided out of his mind, man. That guy was a piece of work.
I think a lot of them. Yeah. I think sports in general in the 70s and 80s were kind of fast and loose, Trey.
What do we got?
5-minute range looks really good here.
Yeah, it does. We also got 2 minutes left on the day before we shut it down. Dolby time with the shades. What's the background today, Dolby?
Oh, sorry. It is, Mom, is there really such thing as a perfect man? Of course, dear. They're called drummers. Shout out to all the drummers out there who enjoy beating on the skins. Drum skins.
You didn't know, Dolby is a very proficient drummer.
What kind of music do you listen to, Dolby, that you like drums?
I play everything from like death metal to punk.
Do you like Deftones?
And I do, actually. Yeah, I grew up with a lot of 90s.
I think they're doing well.
Alternative was super good. Actually, I used to work at the Riviera and the Vic Theater, so I've actually seen the Deftones twice. And the first time I saw them, it's kind of a quick story. It was at the Riviera, like 3,000 person stadium seating, and it was the last show of the year at the Riv. And they don't have air conditioning. And the last show was in April, and it was 90 degrees. The humidity was, I would say, 110%. It was literally raining from the ceiling. It was so hot. All the dudes were shirtless, and everyone wanted to drink water. It was insane. A lot of fun. Miss those days.
Here we go. So we see the ladder get real thick. See bids and offers come in, and the size will come in. We got about 60 seconds left in the session. Eddie, you got bell, outro. like we always do, my man. Great day today. Shout out to all the bellers. Everyone stuck with us today. It was a pretty good trading day. I think made some money. Justin, as always, absolute pleasure having you on. You are a good time. You're a good sport. Enjoy your time back in Miami and wherever your travels might take you. Your young trading journey, man. Enjoy it while you're young. Not hitched to anything, making that money, man. It's the best time ever. So truly enjoy it. It's a pleasure having you on.
Appreciate you, of course.
Yeah, man. These are the good times.
It only goes downhill from here.
It gets better.
Andre, what's going on? What's going on?
Nothing's going on. I just I remember being a trader.
Let's share.
I remember being a trader in my early 20s with all the money, no responsibility. Just endless possibilities. Let's put it that way. Oh, the times are good. We got 15
Now you have the house account.
Oh, nice bounce in this.
Now I have all the responsibility. That was a nice bounce. Now I have all the responsibility. We are
really held up.
So that's ES and NQ rebalancing. So now it's watching to see the reaction. But
you nailed it, Jay Cook. You nailed it. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Eddie, take this away. Justin, thank you so much, man.
Of course.
All right, I'm going to take everybody away. Get in the trunk. All right. I hope you had a good day. I had a good day. Very tradertainment, very educational. And, of course, yes, I learned something here today. And, Justin, thanks for being with us here. And I still say that you're trading in Amsterdam. That's what I think. You're in Amsterdam with the red light going on.
I know. That's what Dolby was saying, too. He said, you're in the red light district?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very,
He took my joke. All right. Well, hey, tomorrow, yes, breakfast is going to be very hearty. We do have meat on the bone. Yes, we do. We got that hourly earnings, 7:30 Central Time. And we do have the non-farm payroll. That's the biggie for the play. We've got some other ones. Unemployment rate is coming up. We got a lot at 7:30. So get to bed early. You're going to need total focus tomorrow if you want to trade early. Scrolling down here at about 8:45, we got our global PMI, global service PMI, ISM, non-manufacturing at 9. And we do also have the 9 o'clock PMI, non-manufacturing ISM for April. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We also got a 12 o'clock high noon, the Dusty Baker Howard Hughes oil rig count. Baker Hughes rig count. That's going to be at 12 o'clock high noon. And scrolling down here, of course, every Friday we have our CFTC. Those do come out very minor, and that'll be it. But otherwise, taking a look at our all-star menu for Friday. Tomorrow's going to be Friday already. My God, the 3rd of May. Join us here at 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoagland and myself will get the machine started, fire that up for opening call. And Fast Markets, we've got Andre Hoag, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota. You can't miss that one. Mark your clocks, calendars, sundials, whatever you mark. Don't be late for that one. 11 o'clock here, Andre. And what the Tuck? Yes, it's Peter Tuckman. Going to be here with Andre, and JD and Hoag will be joining Andre right after that. Be here for our top quiz with Anne-Marie, and I gave you a hint in the chat. One of the questions will be about Randy the Macho Man Savage. So do your due diligence search and get your knowledge about the man, Randy the Macho Man. Group coaching, JD and Robert, and we will be having the Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Dolby Hogan. Coach Jay will be joining her there. And to end this wonderful week of camaraderie, friendship, and trading, Andre Dolby, yes, the dynamic duo, will be back with Zach Anthony. We're going to have Zach with us here to end the day. So it is time. Yes, it is family time. Log off. All right. Shut everything down. Go enjoy the family. They're waiting for you. I can hear them from here. Get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Oh, and by the way, don't forget about today is Thursday, Dakota, 8 o'clock. We're going to have slow markets with Dakota here at Topstep. And, of course, right after this, we do have Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. And we will be having also Coach Ray at 6 o'clock, Coach Vince at 7. And then once again, slow markets with Dakota. So until we meet again, stay safe, stay well. My name's Eddie Horn. This has been Top Step TV.